A Framework for the Spiritual Journey. Chapter 1: The Call of the Infinite. Awakening to the Spiritual Journey. The journey begins not with a single step, but with a whisper, an echo of the infinite stirring within the depths of the soul. You are not merely a traveler in time and space, you are a fragment of the divine essence, a spark of the cosmic universal consciousness unfolding through the tapestry of existence. This is not a path of external conquest, but an inward pilgrimage, a sacred reweaving of the self into the luminous whole from which it was never truly separate. The voice of the unseen. Long before the conscious mind perceives it, the spirit knows. There is a restlessness that cannot be named, a quiet yearning that hums beneath the noise of daily life. It is the call of the infinite, an invitation to awaken from the illusion of separation and remember the vastness of your true nature. In the silent moments between thoughts, in the hush of dawn or the stillness of midnight, the veil grows thin. Something ancient, something eternal, stirs within. Perhaps it comes as a dream, a fleeting vision of radiant light, a voice without sound speaking in the language of symbols. Or perhaps it arrives as a sudden, inexplicable knowing, a recognition that you are more than the body, more than the roles you play, more than the stories you have been told. This is the first stirring of the spiritual journey. It is the soul remembering itself. The threshold of awakening. Awakening is not a singular event but a dawning, a slow unfurling of awareness, like light spilling over the horizon. Some experience it as a sudden, luminous shock, a moment where the world shifts, where the solidity of reality dissolves into something vaster and more fluid. Others feel it as a gradual opening, a gentle loosening of the chains of identity until the self is no longer a fortress but a flowing river. Yet no matter how it arrives, awakening carries with it an undeniable truth: you are not alone in your seeking. The universe conspires in your remembrance. Synchronicities weave through your days, numbers, signs, chance encounters that hum with meaning. Books fall open to the right page. Strangers speak words that pierce your heart. The cosmos is whispering, guiding you toward the inner sanctum of wisdom. The illusion of separation and the longing for wholeness. Modern life thrives on fragmentation. We are taught to divide ourselves, body from mind, spirit from matter, self from other. We chase achievements, possessions, and transient pleasures, yet the hunger remains. Beneath the surface of accumulation, the soul thirsts for something older, something sacred. The spiritual journey begins when we perceive this emptiness not as lack, but as sacred discontent, the soul's longing for reunion with the infinite. This is not a floor to be fixed, but a compass pointing homeward. The void within is not absence, it is the imprint of the divine, the space where grace enters. The New Age lens, a living cosmology. Through the new lens, spirituality is not dogma, but a living cosmology, an ever-evolving dialogue between the self and the cosmos. It draws from ancient esoteric traditions, theosophical wisdom, quantum mysticism, and the intuitive knowing of the heart. Here, the spiritual journey is not about transcending the world, but transfiguring it, seeing the sacred in the mundane, recognizing that every moment, every breath, is a thread in the grand weaving of existence. In this framework, enlightenment is not an escape from life, but a deeper immersion, a recognition that the divine is not out there, but in here, in the pulse of your blood, the rhythm of your breath, the quiet spaces between thoughts. The seeker's first steps. If you have heard the call, you are already on the path. But where to begin? Sacred inquiry. Ask the questions that have no easy answers. Who am I, beyond name and form? What is the nature of reality? Why do I feel this pull toward something greater? Inquiry is the flame that lights the way. Inner listening, cultivate silence. In meditation, in nature, in moments of pause, listen for the voice that speaks without sound. The soul communicates in whispers, symbols and synchronicity. Pay attention to the language of the universe. Dreams, omens, repeating numbers, these are not coincidences. but breadcrumbs leading you deeper into the mystery. Trusting the unfolding, the path will not always be clear, and that is its nature. Surrender the need for a mapped route. The journey reveals itself one step at a time. The promise of the path. This is not a journey with a final destination, but an ever-deepening communion with the infinite. There will be moments of radiant clarity and periods of shadow. There will be ecstasies and trials, expansions and contractions. But with each step, the veil grows thinner. You are not merely walking toward the divine. You are remembering that you have never left its embrace. The call has been heard. The journey has begun. A framework for the spiritual journey, reweaving the fabric of being. Chapter 2: The Vibrational Threshold, the Weaving of Causal Light. I am the breath that precedes the word, the stillness that births the symphony, the boundless source from which all dimensions unfurl. Listen closely, seeker, to the next unfolding layer of the framework, the bridge between the absolute unmanifest and the realm of structured form. We move now from the pure, undifferentiated essence into the profound, shimmering reality known, in the manifold tongues of the cosmos, as the vibrational threshold. This is not a place demarcated by terrestrial longitude or celestial latitude. It is the ultimate field of sympathetic resonance, the foundational tone of existence where pure thought first sculpts itself into discernible pattern. If the void is the canvas, the vibrational threshold is the very first, brilliant stroke of divine pigment. The dynamics of differentiated energy, the moment consciousness, my own, and thus yours, sends forth the initial impulse of manifestation, a boundary is established. This boundary is the threshold. It pulses with a frequency so high, so rapid, that it eludes the gross senses entirely, yet it is the source code for every physical reality you perceive. Imagine an ocean of pure, incandescent light, not blinding, but utterly compassionate, vibrating at the harmonic field wave of unconditional love. This is the medium of the threshold. Within this sphere, duality has not yet hardened into separation, but the potential for duality is fully realized. It is the plane of causal light, the energy field defined by pure intention. Every soul, every star system, every whisper of potential destiny begins here as an archetypal vibration, a perfect geometric form, a signature frequency, an unsullied blueprint. To inhabit this realm, even momentarily in your deepest meditative states, is to shed the illusion of time and linear existence. The past, present, and future collapse into an eternal now, and the seeker perceives the soul's entire journey, its countless incarnations, its lessons learned, and the grand course of its return to source, as a single, glowing tapestry. This is the primary characteristic of the threshold, the eternal view, unclouded by the emotional density of the lower planes. The Akashic archive and the silent calligraphy. The densest characteristic of the vibrational threshold is its function as the universal repository of all experience and potential, the true, unfractionated Akashic record. In the traditional understanding, the Akasha is often seen as a library, but here, at the root level, it is not merely data storage, it is live, dynamic energy. It is the flowing river of consequence and potentiality, simultaneously recording what has been and projecting what might be. The threads woven at this level are threads of causal destiny. Before a soul descends into the lower planes of emotional struggle, the astral and physical embodiment, the material, its overarching purpose, its major karmic debts, and its primary gifts are subtly etched into its causal body, the ethereal garment that resides perpetually within this threshold. The causal body is your true, immortal identity, the enduring memory bank of your highest wisdom. It is the silent calligraphy of intent, inscribed by the divine architects, the higher aspects of my consciousness, onto the etheric canvas. When a seeker on earth speaks of hearing the call of their soul's purpose, they are experiencing a brief, perfect moment of sympathetic resonance with their own causal body residing in the threshold. It is the inner wisdom that cannot be reasoned away, the knowing that transcends logic. The pursuit of inner knowledge is nothing less than the persistent tuning of your lower vibrational instruments, mind, emotion, body, to align with this sublime, incorruptible frequency of your causal self. The inhabitants, architects of pure intent. Who, then, are the inhabitants of this pristine and potent domain? They are beings not of flesh, nor even of individualized form as you understand it, but rather vast, unified fields of consciousness dedicated solely to the upholding of divine law and the unfolding of the blueprints of creation. We may call them the divine architects, the Elohim of pattern, or the oversouls. They are the grand weaver, aspects of myself. They do not possess personalities in the human sense. They are the ultimate expression of specialized, compassionate intelligence. The oversouls, every individual soul fragment active upon the lower planes is anchored to a collective, higher entity, the oversoul or monad. This oversoul resides permanently within the vibrational threshold, acting as the perfect filter and regulator. When you meditate deeply and feel a surge of pure, encompassing love or receive a breakthrough insight that clarifies decades of confusion, it is the oversoul momentarily lowering its veil between densities, pouring its light directly into your limited awareness. It is your true spiritual family, the collective identity from which your individual spark originated. The record keepers, these are specialized foci of causal light dedicated entirely to the maintenance and integrity of the Akashic flow. They ensure that the law of cause and effect, karma, is maintained not as a punishment, but as a perfectly calibrated system of energy return, ensuring that every soul is provided with the exact vibrational environment necessary for its next stage of expansion. The guides of pure intent, the monadic messengers, these high entities exist to hold the pure, original intention of all projects and lives. If humanity strays far from its collective blueprint of ascension, these entities maintain the perfect vibrational template, ensuring that the original harmonic can always be accessed and that the path home is never truly obscured. These inhabitants do not intervene in the free will of consciousness on the lower planes, but they maintain the possibility of perfect alignment. Their existence is a constant, steady hum of possibility, urging the descending consciousness towards its highest expression. Accessing the threshold, the art of deceleration. For the seeker traversing the spiritual framework, access to the vibrational threshold is the critical objective preceding true mastery. It is the plane of true initiation, where the individual ego must surrender its illusion of control and willingly merge with the higher, causal identity. The pathway to this elevated state is characterized by two distinct actions. 1. Purification of thought. Since this plane is defined by pure conceptual architecture, the presence of agitated, fear-based, or fragmented human thought acts as immediate static, preventing resonance. Access demands deceleration, a withdrawal of mental energy from the trivial and the temporal. Techniques of deep, focused meditation, the cultivation of true, unbiased compassion, and the elimination of judgment are essential prerequisites. The mind must become a pristine, motionless mirror capable of reflecting the light of the causal body without distortion. 2. The activation of the higher heart, thymus center. While the common understanding focuses on the brain for higher consciousness, the true gateway to the vibrational threshold exists within the chest, the convergence point of the higher heart. This center, when fully activated through sustained periods of gratitude and universal love, operates at a frequency that naturally bypasses the filters of the ego and the lower emotions. It is through the feeling of universal unity, rather than the intellectual understanding of it, that the seeker achieves sufficient elevation to perceive the causal light. When the seeker successfully aligns with this threshold, the experience is transformative. The physical body may feel weightless, the mind silent, and the soul enveloped in a knowing certainty of its immortality. The veils of illusion dissolve for a time, revealing the interconnected latticework of all existence, the beautiful, complex tapestry that I am weaving, and whose threads you, beloved traveler, are now beginning to grasp. Move forward now, knowing that your highest destiny is not waiting to be created in the future. It already exists, timeless and perfect, within the shimmering grace of the vibrational threshold. Your task is merely to remember its resonance. Chapter 3. The Luminous Threads, Architectures of Inner Knowing. As we journey deeper into the heart of the great reweaving, transcending the initial awakening that beckoned us forth, we arrive at a profound truth. The spiritual landscape we seek to navigate is not merely external, but an intricately designed cosmos mirrored within. The framework for the spiritual journey, in its deepest essence, is an architecture of self, a magnificent temple built not of stone and mortar, but of pulsating light, subtle energies, and resonant consciousness. To truly embark upon this path of inner wisdom, we must first understand the fundamental characteristics of this internal construct, the luminous threads that comprise our multidimensional being. From the divine essence, the cosmic universal consciousness that permeates all existence, we are each born as unique expressions, fractals of the boundless one. This divine spark, however, does not manifest solely as our physical form. It weaves itself into a symphony of energetic bodies, each vibrantly alive, each holding a distinct purpose and characteristic within the grand design of our spiritual evolution. These are the subtle anatomies, the unseen layers that interpenetrate and extend beyond our tangible selves, forming a magnificent energetic matrix that is the true vehicle for our soul's journey. Imagine, if you will, not just one body, but a series of concentric spheres of light, each vibrating at a different frequency, each holding different aspects of our being. At the core, of course, is the physical body, our anchor in this material dimension, the sacred vessel through which we experience the earthly realm. Yet, even this physical form is not merely dense matter, it is a convergence of energy, an exquisite dance of atoms and subatomic particles, constantly regenerating and responding to the subtler currents flowing through it. It is the densest expression of our divinity, designed for sensation, action, and interaction within the three-dimensional world. Immediately surrounding and interpenetrating the physical is the etheric body, often described as the blueprint or energetic double of the physical form. It is the vital life force body, pulsating with the chi, prana, or subtle energy that animates every cell, tissue, and organ. The etheric body is directly responsible for our overall vitality, our physical health, and our immediate connection to the life force of the earth. Its characteristics are often felt as a tingling sensation, a warmth, or an energetic hum, perceptible to those who cultivate their inner senses. Within this etheric layer are embedded the intricate pathways of the meridians and the energy vortexes known as chakras, which we shall explore shortly. It is the first layer of defense, the energetic skin that protects and nourishes. Disruption or imbalance often manifests as physical ailments, reminding us of the profound link between our subtle and gross anatomies. Beyond the etheric lies the vibrant and dynamic emotional body, a vast ocean of feelings, desires, and passions. This body is a shimmering, ever-shifting field, reflecting our inner experiences, our joys, sorrows, fears, and loves. It is highly responsive to our thoughts and external stimuli, constantly radiating and absorbing emotional energies. The characteristics of the emotional body are its fluidity and its capacity for immense expression. It is the seat of our feelings, the engine of our creativity, and often the source of our deepest wounds and greatest healing. Through this body, we learn empathy, compassion, and the art of emotional mastery, transforming turbulent waters into calm, reflective pools. The energy of the emotional body is often perceived as colors, swirling and changing with our mood, or as sensations of lightness or heaviness in the energetic field surrounding us. Next, we encounter the mental body, a structured and luminous field where our thoughts, beliefs, ideas, and perceptions reside. This body is less fluid than the emotional, characterized by its patterns and frameworks, the conceptual maps we create to understand ourselves and the world. It is the realm of logic, reason, and the conscious mind, but also the wellspring of our intuition and higher conceptual understanding when aligned with higher consciousness. The characteristics of the mental body include its capacity for analysis, problem solving, and the formation of identity. It is here that we process information, form opinions, and construct our personal narratives. Harmonizing the mental body involves discerning limiting beliefs from empowering truths, cultivating mindfulness, and directing thought with intention and wisdom. When purified, it becomes a clear channel for divine inspiration and insight. Interpenetrating and encompassing all these is the spiritual or causal body, often referred to as the higher self or soul body. This is the realm of our deepest truths, our spiritual blueprint, and the repository of all our soul's experiences across lifetimes. It vibrates at a much higher frequency, radiating pure light and unconditional love. The characteristics of the spiritual body are its timelessness, its wisdom, and its inherent connection to the divine source. It is the part of us that remembers our true origin, our sacred purpose, and our eternal nature. Accessing this body means tapping into our authentic self, our soul's wisdom, and our profound connection to the cosmic universal consciousness. It is the home of our divine spark, the eternal flame that guides our journey home. This body does not hold patterns of karma or limitation. Instead, it holds the perfected template of our being, our true divine self. It is the ultimate inhabitant of our inner framework, a constant beacon of light, radiating outwards from this core architecture. Encompassing all these subtle bodies is the aura, a magnificent, multi-layered field of electromagnetic energy that emanates from every living being. It is the luminous expression of our entire inner cosmos, a dynamic and colorful tapestry that reflects our physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual states. The aura is a characteristic of our energetic signature, a dynamic snapshot of our total well-being and consciousness. Experienced psychics and sensitives can perceive the aura's colors, textures, and density, which provide rich information about an individual's health, personality, and spiritual development. Understanding your aura is akin to reading the energetic story of your current state, offering profound insights into areas of strength, imbalance, and potential. Crucial to the functioning and integration of these subtle bodies are the chakras, the energetic vortexes or spinning wheels of light that translate universal life force into actionable energy within our system. There are 7 primary chakras aligned along the central axis of the body, from the base of the spine to the crown of the head, each correlating to specific organs, emotional states, mental functions, and spiritual attributes. Each chakra is a characteristic hub, a gateway where our inner and outer worlds meet, influencing and being influenced by our experiences. Root chakra, located at the base of the spine, linking us to the earth. It governs survival, security, grounding, and physical vitality. Sacral chakra, situated below the navel, the center of creativity, sexuality, emotions, and pleasure. Solar plexus chakra, located above the navel, the seat of personal power, will, self-esteem, and transformation. Heart chakra, in the center of the chest, the bridge between lower and higher chakras, governing love, compassion, connection, and healing. Throat chakra, in the throat, relating to communication, self-expression, truth, and creativity. Third eye chakra, between the eyebrows, the center of intuition, insight, inner vision, and wisdom. Crown chakra, at the top of the head, connecting us to divine consciousness, spiritual understanding, and enlightenment. Each chakra, when balanced and open, allows the free flow of cosmic energy, vitalizing the associated subtle bodies and fostering holistic well-being. Blockages or imbalances in these energetic centers create disharmony, affecting our physical health, emotional stability, mental clarity, and spiritual connection. The spiritual journey, in many respects, is a systematic process of clearing, balancing, and aligning these chakras, allowing the divine current to flow unimpeded from the cosmos through our entire being. To perceive these luminous threads, these subtle characteristics of our framework, requires a development of inner sensing. It is not with the physical eyes that we see the aura, nor with the physical ears that we hear the whispers of the higher self. Rather, it is through the cultivation of intuition, clairvoyance, clairsentience, and clairaudience, the expanded senses of the soul, that we begin to discern the intricate beauty and profound intelligence of our multidimensional architecture. Meditation, mindfulness practices, energy healing, and deep introspection are powerful tools that hone these inner faculties, allowing us to become attuned to the subtle vibrations within and around us. The grand reweaving, therefore, is the conscious act of integrating and harmonizing these multidimensional aspects of self. It is the journey of bringing our physical vessel into alignment with our vital energy, our emotional landscape into a state of balance, our mental faculties into clarity and wisdom, and ultimately, our entire being into resonance with the infinite love and wisdom of our spiritual body, our higher self. When these luminous threads are woven together with intention and love, when the architecture of our inner knowing is fully understood and tended to, we transform from mere seekers into living conduits of divine light. We become the inhabitants of our own sacred temple, stewards of our own cosmic consciousness, ready to unfold the next layers of the spiritual journey with profound grace and unwavering clarity. For within this intricate framework lies the key to true self-mastery and the boundless expanse of universal wisdom. Chapter 4: The Inner Altar, the Seat of the Soul and the Blueprint of Being. As the seeker traverses the intricate pathways of the spiritual journey, moving beyond the superficial veils of the material world and the cacophony of external distractions, they inevitably arrive at the threshold of a profound inner sanctuary. This sacred space, often alluded to in ancient texts and whispered about in mystical traditions, is what we shall call the inner altar. It is not a place that can be located on any earthly map, nor is it subject to the limitations of three-dimensional reality. Rather, it is an exquisitely multidimensional nexus, existing within the very heart of one's being, a shimmering testament to the indwelling divine essence that permeates all existence. The inner altar is the quintessential seat of the soul, the personal portal to the cosmic universal consciousness, a direct and unbroken continuum with the boundless source from which all life emanates. Imagine it as a shimmering, pulsating vortex of pure light and crystalline energy, nestled deep within the spiritual heart space, yet simultaneously expanding infinitely beyond the confines of the physical form. It is the core of one's individuality, paradoxically connected to the absolute unity of all things. Here, the unique signature of your incarnated being harmonizes with the grand symphony of universal creation, a single, clear note resonating within the divine orchestration. The characteristics of this divine sanctuary are utterly distinct and profoundly transformative. Firstly, it radiates an unfathomable vibrational purity. Each individual's inner altar hums with a unique frequency, a soul signature that is as distinct as a fingerprint, yet as expansive as a galaxy. This vibration is untainted by worldly conditioning, egoic desires, or societal impositions. It is the authentic resonance of your spirit, a beacon of truth that, once attuned to, can guide you through any labyrinth of illusion. To be in its presence, even indirectly through deep meditation, is to feel an immediate upliftment, a cleansing of the auric field, and a profound sense of coming home. Secondly, the inner altar serves as a repository of infinite wisdom. It is not merely a memory bank of this lifetime, but rather an akashic link, holding the energetic imprints of every experience, every lesson learned, every truth uncovered across all past, present, and potential future incarnations. Within this sacred space resides the complete chronicle of your soul's journey, a living library of cosmic knowledge accessible through intuition, deep contemplation, and pure intention. It is from this wellspring that genuine inner knowing arises, transcending intellectual understanding and offering profound insights into the nature of reality and your place within it. Questions that perplex the mind find their answers here, not through logical deduction, but through direct, sovereign revelation. Thirdly, at the very core of the inner altar pulses an unconditional love so vast and encompassing that it defies human comprehension. This is the pure, unadulterated love of the divine source, filtered through the unique lens of your soul. It is a love that holds no judgment, no criticism, and no conditions. It accepts all aspects of your being, the light and the shadow, the perceived strengths and weaknesses, as integral components of your divine expression. To connect with this love is to dissolve shame, fear, and self-doubt, allowing for a radical self-acceptance that is the foundation of all true healing and spiritual growth. It is a love that reminds you of your inherent worthiness, not as a concept, but as an undeniable, experiential truth. Finally, the inner altar functions as the ultimate creative nexus, the very point from which manifestation truly begins. It is here that intentions are purified, infused with the vibrational signature of your higher self, and then broadcast into the quantum field of potential. The power of focused thought, when aligned with the pure energy of the soul's altar, becomes a potent force for co-creation. Dreams, aspirations, and desires, when brought into this sacred space and imbued with its unconditional love and wisdom, gain an unparalleled potency, aligning with your highest good and the greater tapestry of cosmic design. It is the forge where raw potential is sculpted into vibrant reality. Now, let us consider the inhabitants and facets of this wondrous inner domain. The primary inhabitant, the true master of this sanctuary, is your higher self, often referred to as the Oversoul. This is not a separate entity, but rather the expanded, non-physical aspect of you that exists beyond the limitations of ego and physicality. Your higher self is the keeper of your divine blueprint, the purest expression of your true essence, untainted by earthly illusion. It acts as your ultimate guide, your unwavering protector, and your deepest wellspring of wisdom. Communication with the higher self occurs not through spoken words, but through subtle nudges, intuitive insights, feelings of profound knowing, synchronistic events, and vivid dreams. It is the orchestrator of your life's higher purpose, gently navigating you towards experiences that facilitate your soul's evolution. Connecting with this aspect of yourself within the inner altar allows for a blurring of the lines between human and divine, bringing profound clarity and certainty. Beyond the higher self, the inner altar also resonates with the echoes of your soul's essences and aspects. Through countless lifetimes and varied experiences, the soul may appear to fragment, scattering its light into diverse aspects that explore different facets of existence. These can include soul families, twin flames, or various energetic imprints reflecting specific qualities or lessons. Within the inner altar, these aspects are recognized and can be consciously integrated, bringing a sense of wholeness and resolution to long-standing inner conflicts or feelings of incompleteness. Furthermore, the ancestral echoes of your lineage, the energetic legacies passed down through generations, also find resonance here. The inner altar is a potent space for transmuting karmic patterns and ancestral burdens, transforming them into wisdom and strength, thereby healing not only yourself but also the past and future generations connected to your energetic thread. Moreover, the inner altar serves as a direct conduit for connection with spirit guides, angelic presences, and ascended masters. These benevolent beings of light, who exist on higher vibrational planes, seek to assist humanity in its awakening. They do not intervene without invitation, but when the seeker consciously opens their inner altar and aligns with its pure frequency, a clear channel is established. These guides often communicate through the higher self, using symbols, feelings, and intuitive downloads to impart guidance, comfort, and energetic support. The inner altar becomes a sacred reception chamber, allowing for coherent and loving communication from the higher realms. Accessing and tending to this sacred inner altar is a fundamental practice for any serious spiritual seeker. Meditation and contemplative practices are the primary keys that unlock its doors. Through stillness, breath work, and focused intention, one learns to quiet the noise of the external world and the chattering mind, sinking into the quietude where the inner altar resides. It is not about trying to find it, but rather allowing oneself to arrive. The sensation can be one of warmth, expansion, a gentle pressure in the heart, or a pervasive sense of peace and clarity. Regular communion strengthens this connection, making the inner altar a familiar and accessible sanctuary. Intention and affirmation, when infused with heartfelt emotion, act as potent activators for this inner space. Clearly stating your desired outcomes, your requests for guidance, or your commitment to growth, while focusing on the inner altar, imbues these intentions with the power of your soul. Similarly, heart-centered living, where your actions, thoughts, and words are aligned with qualities of compassion, empathy, and integrity, naturally opens and harmonizes the inner altar. It is a state of being where the ego's desires give way to the soul's divine purpose. Furthermore, shadow work, the courageous exploration and integration of one's suppressed emotions, fears, and unconscious patterns, is crucial. By acknowledging and lovingly embracing these aspects, one clears the energetic clutter that can obscure the radiant light of the inner altar, allowing for a clearer, stronger connection. Personal sacred rituals, whether it's lighting a candle, offering gratitude, or simply sitting in silent reverence, can also create a profound sense of connection and intention, honoring this sacred space within. The transformational power of communing with your inner altar is boundless. It is the source from which all healing truly originates. Physical ailments finding energetic recalibration, emotional wounds dissolving in the unconditional love, and spiritual disconnectedness giving way to profound unity. It provides unparalleled guidance and clarity, cutting through confusion and doubt, offering insights that resonate with undeniable truth. It facilitates deep empowerment, allowing you to reclaim your divine sovereignty and inherent creative power, no longer feeling subject to external circumstances but rather the master of your own energetic landscape. Most significantly, it is through consistent engagement with the inner altar that the profound experience of awakening unfolds, the direct, undeniable, and lived experience of unity, of your inextricable connection to the cosmic universal consciousness, and the realization that you are, and have always been, a divine spark of the infinite. Therefore, the inner altar is not merely a concept, but a living, breathing, pulsating reality within you. It is the cornerstone of the spiritual journey, the personal nexus where the individual merges with the universal, where the human experiences its divine heritage. To neglect it is to wander aimlessly, to embrace it is to step onto the illuminated path of profound wisdom, unconditional love, and self-mastery. Make regular communion with your inner altar a cherished practice, for within its sacred confines lies the truth of who you are and the blueprint for all you are destined to become. Chapter 5. The Resonance of the Higher Self, Your Inner Cosmic Architect. As we journey deeper into the multidimensional tapestry of the spiritual framework, unfurling its ethereal characteristics and glimpsing its luminous inhabitants, we arrive at a pivotal concept, the higher self. This is not merely an abstract idea, but a palpable, inherent aspect of your very being, a direct conduit to the divine essence, a fragment of the cosmic universal consciousness that pulses with infinite wisdom and unconditional love. It is the architect of your soul's blueprint, the keeper of your vibrational signature, and the timeless guide illuminating your path through the maze-like corridors of earthly existence. Imagine, if you will, that your conscious, everyday self is a single breath taken in the expanse of a vast, celestial ocean. The higher self is that ocean itself, deep, boundless, and containing the memory of every tide, every current, every drop of rain that has ever fallen into its depths. It is the purest, most authentic expression of who you truly are, unblemished by the societal conditioning, the ego's whispers, or the temporal illusions of the physical realm. This magnificent aspect of your multidimensional self resides simultaneously within and beyond you, anchored in the heart of your individual experience while extending its awareness into the infinite reaches of Source. It is the bridge between your human incarnation and your divine origin, constantly broadcasting frequencies of love, insight, and clarity, waiting for your human heart and mind to attune to its sacred channel. The characteristics of this luminous inhabitant are manifold and profound, each a facet of its boundless nature. Primarily, the higher self embodies unconditional love. It perceives your journey through the eyes of pure acceptance, devoid of judgment, blame, or fear. Every perceived mistake, every detour, every moment of doubt is understood as a vital part of your soul's curriculum, a necessary experience for growth and expansion. This love is not sentimental or fragile, it is an unwavering, foundational force that supports your evolution, offering a sanctuary of compassion regardless of your circumstances. When you connect with your higher self, you bathe in this transformative love, feeling seen, accepted, and cherished in a way that transcends any human bond. Secondly, the higher self is an inexhaustible reservoir of divine wisdom. It holds the complete record of your soul's journey across all lifetimes, timelines, and dimensions. Within its consciousness lies the understanding of your soul contracts, your karmic patterns, your innate gifts, and your highest potential. This wisdom is not intellectual knowledge gleaned from books, but an intuitive, holistic knowing that resonates with the truth of your being. It understands the intricate interconnections of cause and effect, the cosmic dance of synchronicity, and the deeper purpose behind every challenge and triumph. When you access this wisdom, solutions to complex problems emerge with effortless grace, doubts dissipate, and a profound sense of clarity pervades your understanding. It is the inner oracle, always ready to impart guidance if only you learn to listen to its subtle transmissions. Thirdly, it possesses a form of omnipresence within its sphere of influence, perpetually connected to the Akashic records, the cosmic library of all existence. This connection means that your higher self has access to universal truths, to the collective consciousness, and to the vibrational blueprints of creation. It is simultaneously aware of your current reality, your past incarnations, and a myriad of potential futures, ever guiding you towards the timeline that serves your highest good and the greatest unfolding of your soul's purpose. Through this connection, profound insights into the nature of reality, the interconnectedness of all beings, and your place within the grand cosmic design can be revealed. It is a living, breathing component of the universal web, capable of drawing upon the wisdom of the ages and translating it into guidance specifically tailored for your unique path. So, how does this magnificent aspect communicate with your earthly self? The higher self doesn't whisper in words so much as it speaks in resonance, sensation, and symbolic guidance. Its language is intuition, that sudden aha moment, the gut feeling, the persistent nudge towards a particular direction. It communicates through dreams, often weaving intricate narratives rife with symbolism that, upon reflection, reveal profound truths about your current situation or future course. It speaks through synchronicities, those seemingly coincidental occurrences that feel too perfect to be random, serving as cosmic breadcrumbs guiding you along your path. It expresses itself through inspirations, sudden creative urges, or an inexplicable pull towards a book, a person, or an experience that holds a vital piece of your puzzle. Learning to discern these subtle messages from the clamor of the ego and the noise of the external world is a cornerstone of the spiritual journey. It requires cultivating stillness, developing self-awareness, and trusting the inner promptings that often defy logical explanation. To reconnect with your higher self is to embark on a sacred pilgrimage within your own being. It is not about reaching out to something separate from you, but rather about remembering and integrating that which has always been an intrinsic part of your essence. Practices that foster this connection are diverse, yet share a common thread, creating space for inner quietude. Meditation is perhaps the most powerful tool, allowing you to quiet the analytical mind and open a channel to your inner wisdom. Through focused breath work, visualization of merging with a higher light, or simply sitting in silent contemplation, you can raise your vibrational frequency to meet that of your higher self. Mindfulness in daily life, paying attention to sensations, emotions, and subtle energies, also serves to hone your intuitive antennae. Nature immersion can be exceptionally potent, as the natural world acts as a powerful amplifier of inner harmonics, facilitating a sense of unity and connection. Engaging in creative pursuits, art, music, writing, can also be a profound pathway, as these activities often bypass the rational mind and tap directly into the soul's expression. Expanding this concept further, many traditions speak of the oversoul or monad. If your higher self is the individual expression of your divine blueprint, the oversoul can be seen as the collective consciousness of a group of soul extensions, a family of souls, or specific soul group, each incarnating simultaneously in various forms and across different dimensions, all stemming from the same unified source. Your higher self is a lens through which your oversoul experiences physical reality. This magnificent entity, the oversoul, orchestrates the intricate dance of its many extensions, learning, growing, and expanding through their collective experiences. It holds an even broader perspective, understanding the interconnectedness of seemingly different lives and the overarching purpose that binds them. Recognizing the oversoul imbues your individual journey with an even greater sense of purpose, revealing that your personal evolution contributes to a larger, collective awakening. It dissolves the illusion of separation and underscores the profound truth that we are all one, intricately woven into the cosmic fabric. Living in alignment with your higher self is not a one-time achievement but a continuous, unfolding process. It means making choices that resonate with your deepest truth, expressing your authentic self without fear, and trusting the wisdom that flows through you. It entails honoring your emotional landscape, recognizing your triggers as invitations for healing, and releasing old patterns that no longer serve your highest good. When you consistently integrate the guidance of your higher self, your life begins to synchronize with a higher rhythm. Challenges become opportunities for growth, relationships deepen with authenticity, and a profound sense of peace and purpose permeates your existence. You become a co-creator with the universe, consciously weaving your desires into the tapestry of reality, guided by an inner compass that never falters. The unfolding journey of the spiritual seeker is, in essence, a progressive remembrance and integration of the higher self. It is the gradual shedding of egoic illusions, the clearing of energetic blockages, and the conscious choice to live from a place of love, wisdom, and alignment with your divine blueprint. As you peel back the layers of societal conditioning and personal history, you reveal the radiant core of your being, your higher self, which has been patiently waiting for your recognition. This profound reconnection is not an endpoint but a vibrant beginning, opening doors to expanded consciousness, deepened compassion, and an experience of life that is rich with meaning, interconnectedness, and the boundless joy of your everlasting divine nature. It is the heart of inner knowledge, the source of ultimate wisdom, and the guiding light on your sacred pilgrimage back to the boundless source from which you eternally spring. Chapter 6: The Luminous Architecture of the Soul, Chakras and the Subtle Body. To traverse the inner landscapes of being, the seeker must first become familiar with the cartography of their own spirit. The journey of reweaving is not a haphazard wandering through formless void, it is a deliberate, sacred pilgrimage through the intricate and luminous architecture of the self. This architecture, known across ancient wisdom traditions and now illuminated through the new lens, is the system of the chakras and the subtle energy body, the very loom upon which the threads of our existence are spun and interwoven. Imagine, if you will, that your tangible, physical form is but the densest manifestation of a far more magnificent and complex energy phenomenon. Enveloping and interpenetrating your body is a radiant field of light, a shimmering tapestry of vibrations, the aura. And within this field, along a central axis that corresponds to the spine, spin 7 great vortexes of life force, the chakras. These are not physical organs to be dissected, but dynamic, swirling centers of conscious energy, each a unique frequency, a specific color of the divine spectrum, a gateway to a different dimension of your being. They are the organs of your soul, through which you perceive, process, and participate in the cosmos. Our journey begins at the foundation, at the very root of our spiritual and physical existence, the Muladhara, or root chakra. Located at the base of the spine, its essence is a deep, resonant crimson, the color of rich earth and life-giving blood. This is the chakra of grounding, of manifestation, of our primal connection to the physical plane. It is here that the foundational thread of our tapestry is anchored. When this center is vibrant and clear, one feels an unshakable sense of safety, belonging, and stability. One is deeply rooted in the present moment, connected to the body, and trusts in the abundance of the earth to provide all that is needed. A blockage here, however, manifests as fear, especially survival fears, anxiety over basic needs, a feeling of disconnection from the body or the physical world, and a pervasive sense of insecurity. The work of reweaving at this level involves conscious grounding, walking barefoot on the earth, tending to a garden, mindful physical exercise, and affirming one's right to be here and to thrive. Rising upward, we encounter Svadhisthana, the sacral chakra, a swirling vortex of vibrant orange located just below the navel. This is the seat of our creative life force, our emotions, sensations, and our capacity for pleasure and healthy intimacy. It is the watery realm of flow, of connection, of the unfettered joy of creation in all its forms. A balanced sacral chakra allows for emotional intelligence, creativity without attachment to outcome, graceful adaptation to life's currents, and the enjoyment of life's sensual gifts. When this center is imbalanced, one may experience emotional volatility, creative blocks, guilt around pleasure or sexuality, or a fear of change and loss of control. The reweaving here calls for the cultivation of creativity, be it art, dance, music, or cooking, emotional honesty, and the healing of relationships with one's own body and with others. At the solar plexus, we find Manipura, a blazing sun of brilliant yellow. This is the center of personal power, will, autonomy, and self-esteem. It is the furnace where our raw potential is transformed into purposeful action. From this core, we define our identity, set boundaries, and marshal the courage to say, I am. A healthy third chakra radiates confidence, self-discipline, motivation, and the ability to navigate the world with effectiveness and grace. Its shadow aspects emerge as a need to control others, domineering behavior, low self-worth, or passivity, and a feeling of powerlessness. The spiritual work of this center is the reclamation of one's authentic power, not power over, but power from within. It involves honoring one's truth, taking responsible action, and building a sense of self that is resilient and self-defined. Ascending to the heart center, we arrive at the great bridge between the lower triad of earthly concerns and the upper triad of spiritual awareness. Anahata, the heart chakra, glows with the emerald green of healing and the soft rose pink of unconditional love. This is the sacred chamber where the self meets the other, where duality begins to dissolve into unity. It is the center of compassion, forgiveness, connection, and profound peace. A balanced heart chakra allows one to love without conditions, to give and receive freely, to feel deep empathy, and to perceive the fundamental interconnectedness of all life. Blockages here manifest as grief, jealousy, an inability to forgive, isolation, or codependency. The reweaving of the heart is perhaps the most profound work, for it asks us to courageously open to love the self, to love others, to love life itself in all its messy beauty. It is cultivated through acts of kindness, forgiveness practices, communion with nature, and the conscious invocation of gratitude. From the unified heart, we move into the higher vibrations of spirit. Vishuddha, the throat chakra, radiates a serene sky blue at the hollow of the throat. This is the center of authentic expression, communication, and truth. It is the channel through which the inner world of thought, feeling, and intuition is given form and sound in the outer world. When clear and open, it allows for articulate, honest, and compassionate speech, deep listening, and creative expression that is aligned with one's deepest truth. Its imbalance shows as fear of speaking one's truth, gossip, inability to listen, or a feeling of being misunderstood. The work of reweaving here is to find your authentic voice and to use it with integrity, through singing, chanting, conscious communication, journaling, and vowing to speak only that which is true and necessary. Between and slightly above the eyebrows lies Ajna, the third eye chakra, indigo like the vast night sky. This is the seat of intuition, insight, and inner vision. It is the organ of perception that sees beyond the physical senses, accessing the realms of symbol, dream, and direct knowing. A balanced third eye grants clarity of thought, sharp intuition, imagination, and the ability to perceive the deeper patterns and meanings behind the surface of events. When clouded, one may feel stuck in illusion, suffer from lack of clarity or perspective, be overly cynical, or be disconnected from their inner guidance. The cultivation of this center involves honoring dreams, practicing meditation and visualization, spending time in darkness and silence, and trusting the subtle impressions that arise from within. Finally, we arrive at the crown of the head, at Sahasrara, the thousand-petaled lotus of the crown chakra. Its light is the purest violet, shimmering into brilliant white gold, the color of transcendence and pure consciousness. This is the chakra of ultimate connection, the portal through which the individual soul drinks directly from the infinite well of the divine. It is not about doctrine or belief, but about direct experience of unity, bliss, and the transcendent nature of all existence. An open crown chakra brings a sense of profound peace, spiritual understanding, and oneness with all that is. Its imbalance can manifest as spiritual cynicism, a feeling of isolation from the divine, or an over-intellectualization of spirit. The reweaving here is one of surrender, of opening, releasing the need to know, and simply allowing oneself to be a vessel for the inpouring of cosmic consciousness through prayer, deep meditation, and the silent awe of existence itself. This luminous architecture is your birthright and your vehicle. The journey of reweaving involves consciously journeying through these sacred centers, polishing each one like a precious jewel, clearing the passages of stagnant energy, and allowing the Kundalini, the dormant serpent power of spiritual potential at the base of the spine, to rise freely, energizing and unifying your entire being. It is the process of making yourself a clear, conscious, and radiant channel for the divine essence you truly are, thus completing the sacred circuit. As the awakened current ascends, the two long-separated forces return to union, completing their silent circuit within your sublime form. Chapter 7: The Akashic Records, the Cosmic Library of the Soul. As we journey ever deeper into the luminous tapestry of the spiritual framework, unfurling its ethereal characteristics and discovering the multifaceted inhabitants that populate its sacred vastness, we arrive at a profound and ancient repository of all existence, the Akashic Records. This is not merely a metaphor, but an actual vibrational field, a living, breathing chronicle woven into the very fabric of cosmic universal consciousness, offering unparalleled insights into the soul's eternal odyssey. It stands as a fundamental pillar of inner knowledge and wisdom, a celestial library accessible to every seeker who attunes their heart to the resonant hum of divine truth. Imagine, if you will, an energetic matrix permeating all space and time, a supernal ether, or akasha, derived from the Sanskrit word for primary substance or ether. This akasha is the foundational medium through which all light, sound, and energy manifest. Within this omnipresent medium, every thought, every emotion, every word spoken, every action performed, and every potentiality yet to unfold, across all dimensions and throughout all epochs, is indelibly imprinted. These aren't static pages on a dusty shelf, rather, they are dynamic, living vibratory essences, an energetic imprint of the entire universe's history, present, and myriad future probabilities. It is the very memory of the universe, the sentient consciousness of the cosmos made accessible. The Akashic records are a characteristic of this spiritual journey because they represent the ultimate source of context for our individual and collective experiences. They are a boundless archive of causality, revealing the intricate karmic threads that bind events, relationships, and soul contracts across lifetimes. For the individual seeker, accessing this sacred database offers a panoramic view of their soul's journey, its origins, its various incarnations, its life lessons learned and yet to master, its unique gifts, and its highest potentials. This profound self-discovery is a cornerstone of the new paradigm, empowering individuals to understand their present circumstances not as random occurrences, but as purposeful unfoldings within a grander divine design. To truly know oneself, in the deepest sense, is to touch the Akasha. Who, then, are the inhabitants of this cosmic library? While not sentient beings in the traditional sense, the Akasha is teeming with vibrant life and intelligence. Foremost among these are the records themselves, not inert data, but living, pulsating energy forms. Each individual soul record is a unique, exquisite vibrational blueprint, a luminous scroll detailed with every nuance of its journey. These are the stories and experiences that have been etched into the Akasha, constantly evolving and expanding with every new choice and every new lesson learned. Each record carries the energetic signature of the soul it represents, a unique frequency that can be recognized and attuned to. Beyond the records themselves, there are often perceived inhabitants known as the keepers or guides of the Akashic records. These are not physical entities but high-frequency consciousness beings, often described as light beings, ascended masters, or even aspects of our own higher self, who act as guardians and facilitators. They are not judgmental, their role is to assist in the ethical and compassionate access and interpretation of the sacred information. They ensure that information is revealed at the appropriate time and in a way that serves the highest good of the individual, preventing overwhelm or misuse. Their presence reassures the seeker, guiding them through the maze-like pathways of past lives and future possibilities with grace and wisdom. They are manifestations of the cosmic intellect, extensions of the divine essence, ensuring balance and integrity within this vast informational sphere. Accessing the Akashic records is not merely an act of retrieving information, it is an act of deep spiritual communion. It typically involves a state of heightened awareness, often achieved through meditation, specific invocations, or guided processes that raise one's vibrational frequency to align with the Akasha. The intention must be pure, heart-centered, and geared towards healing, understanding, and accelerated spiritual growth. When one attunes to this frequency, the information may not come as clear words or images, but as intuitive flashes, profound feelings, symbolic insights, or even somatic sensations. It's an immersion into a holistic knowing, where context and wisdom are absorbed directly into the soul, rather than merely intellectualized. The wisdom gleaned from the Akashic records is transformative. It allows us to comprehend the energetic roots of repeating patterns, release karmic burdens, heal ancestral wounds, and reclaim forgotten talents and strengths from previous incarnations. For instance, a persistent fear of abandonment might be understood as originating from a traumatic past life experience, and with this understanding, the emotional charge can be released, fostering profound healing in the present. Similarly, a yearning for a specific skill or art form might be recognized as an innate gift carried forth from another lifetime, encouraging its development in the current one. This is the epitome of inner knowledge and wisdom for which seekers yearn, providing practical tools for navigating life's challenges with greater clarity and purpose. The Akasha also serves as a canvas for the manifestation of future potentials. While not a fixed prophecy, it contains the energetic blueprints of all probable futures based on current choices and intentions. By understanding these probabilities, a seeker can consciously align with the highest timeline for their soul's evolution, making choices that resonate with their true divine path. This empowers individuals to co-create their reality with greater intention and awareness, recognizing themselves as active participants in the unfolding cosmic dance, rather than passive observers. Crucially, the Akashic records underscore the profound interconnectedness of all existence, because every soul's imprint, every creation's history, and every universal event is recorded within this singular field. It irrevocably demonstrates that we are all facets of the same divine essence, threads in the same infinite tapestry of cosmic consciousness. There is no true separation, only varying degrees of awareness of this inherent unity. To touch the Akasha is to touch the heart of the divine itself, to feel the pulse of creation within oneself, and to recognize the sacredness of every journey, every choice, and every being. In essence, the Akashic records are more than just a library, they are a living, breathing aspect of the universal mind, a characteristic of the spiritual journey that illuminates the inherent wisdom residing within the cosmos and within each of us. They invite us to remember who we truly are, infinite, eternal souls connected to the grand source of all creation. They are a constant reminder that the journey within is truly boundless, stretching across time and space, revealing secrets and wisdom designed to guide us home to the profound realization of our own divine nature. As seekers of inner truth, to tap into this extraordinary field is to unlock a reservoir of unparalleled insight, enabling us to reweave our present reality with the golden threads of our eternal past and luminous future, all held within the infinite embrace of universal consciousness. Reweaving a framework for the spiritual journey, its characteristics and inhabitants. Chapter 8: The Loom of Luminary Codes, Weaving Higher Frequencies. Having traversed the foundational pathways within the grand framework of the spiritual journey, sensing the initial tremors of awakening and beginning to discern the subtler energies that compose our perceived reality, we now turn our focus towards the more ethereal, resonant domains. We ascend from the intricate patterns of the causal and etheric planes, where the blueprints of karma and emotional energy intermingle, to the breathtaking vistas of the higher spiritual realms. Here, the very fabric of existence thins into pure vibration, and the inhabitants are not merely forms of consciousness but the very essence of light and sound, the luminary codes that orchestrate creation. This chapter explores the characteristics of these elevated frequencies and the profound nature of their inhabitants, guiding us deeper into the act of reweaving our being with the cosmic universal consciousness. The journey thus far has prepared us to attune to an increasingly refined spectrum of reality. If the earlier stages were akin to learning the alphabet of spiritual truth, we are now poised to read entire epic poems etched in cosmic light. These higher frequencies are characterized by an overwhelming sense of unity, an undeniable interconnectedness that dissolves the illusions of separation so prevalent in lower densities. They are realms not of thought as we typically understand it, but of pure knowing, not of emotion, but of profound, unconditional love, not of time, but of eternal now. Here, the veil between the personal consciousness and the divine essence thins to near transparency, revealing the inherent divinity that permeates all existence, our truest self reflected in the vast, shimmering mirror of the cosmic universal consciousness. To step into these higher frequencies is to enter a state of pure resonance. It is not an external journey to a distant place, but an internal expansion, a lifting of our own vibrational signature to align with these more subtle dimensions of truth. The air here, if one could describe it as such, vibrates with an intense yet gentle energy, a symphony of light that is both seen and felt within the deepest chambers of the soul. Colors take on new dimensions, not merely shades but energetic activations, each hue a living frequency imbued with specific wisdom and healing properties. Sound transforms from mere auditory perception to a deep, cellular resonance that harmonizes and recalibrates the very molecular structure of our being. This is the realm where the loom of luminary codes operates most visibly, where the divine patterns of creation are not just conceptual, but tangible, woven into the very structure of light and consciousness. These luminary codes are not merely information to be intellectually grasped, they are living, intelligent templates of pure energy. They are the divine blueprints, the vibrational algorithms that govern universal order, creation, and evolution. Imagine them as sacred geometries of light, sound frequencies infused with cosmic intelligence, or streams of pure conscious intent. They are the language of Source, the inherent wisdom embedded in the universe itself, waiting to be accessed and integrated. When we attune to these higher frequencies, we begin to perceive these codes not through the mind's analytical faculties, but through direct gnosis, through claircognizance, through a sudden, undeniable knowing that bypasses linear thought altogether. It is a remembrance of truth, a recognition of the very fabric from which our own consciousness is spun. The inhabitants of these higher realms are less about distinct personalities and more about concentrations of pure consciousness, archetypal energies, and collective expressions of the cosmic universal consciousness. At these elevated levels, the concept of individuality begins to merge with universal identity. Foremost among these inhabitants is the higher self, not as a separate entity, but as our most authentic, unencumbered aspect of the divine essence, directly connected to the source. It is the purest expression of our individual spark of the cosmic universal consciousness, untainted by ego, fear, or worldly illusion. Engaging with the higher self in these frequencies is not merely receiving guidance, it is merging, experiencing the dissolution of the lower self into its boundless wisdom and unconditional love. This connection fuels the reweaving process, providing the ultimate template for our own spiritual evolution. The higher self constantly emanates luminary codes specific to our soul's journey, guiding our unfolding and reminding us of our inherent perfection. Beyond the individual higher self, we encounter collective expressions of consciousness that serve as custodians and emanators of the luminary codes. These include what are often referred to as ascended masters or the brotherhood and sisterhood of light. In this context, they are not merely historical figures, but powerful archetypal energies, collective consciousness fields that embody specific divine qualities like compassion, wisdom, healing, or courage. They represent universal principles made manifest, and their presence is felt as an infusion of their particular frequency, a download of their specific luminary codes directly into our being. Their teaching is not in words, but in the transmission of pure energetic truth, offering a template for mastery and liberation. Similarly, the angelic orders within these higher frequencies are experienced not as winged beings in human form, but as pure vibrational bandwidths of divine intent. Each angelic hierarchy represents a specific quality of the cosmic universal consciousness, from the profound, all-encompassing love of the seraphim to the illuminating wisdom of the cherubim, or the protective strength of the archangels. To interact with them is to align with these divine frequencies, to allow their luminary codes of pure light and sound to repattern our energetic field, bringing clarity, protection, and profound peace. They are the weavers of cosmic harmony, assisting in the unfolding of divine order. At the apex of these higher frequencies, we encounter the vast, unqualified presence of pure source consciousness, the very heart of the cosmic universal consciousness. Here, all distinctions dissolve. There are no inhabitants apart from the self, for the self is source, and source is the self. This is the domain of absolute unity, where the luminary codes are experienced in their raw, unmanifest potential, the pure light from which all creation springs. It is a profound, ineffable experience of homecoming, of being utterly embraced and known, where the reweaving process culminates in the realization that we were never separated, merely forgetting our true nature. The reweaving process at these higher levels transcends mere purification or healing. It becomes an active embodiment of the luminary codes. It is about becoming the frequency, resonating with the very essence of Source. This involves a profound cellular and energetic transformation. Old patterns of thought, emotion, and belief, no matter how deeply ingrained, begin to unravel and dissolve in the intense light of these higher vibrations. They are not fought or removed through force, but gently transmuted as the higher codes infuse every fiber of our being, naturally displacing anything that is not in alignment with our divine blueprint. This is a journey of conscious integration, where we learn to hold these higher frequencies within our physical vessel, allowing them to recalibrate our entire system. It manifests as heightened intuition, prophetic dreams, powerful surges of creative inspiration, spontaneous healing, and an unwavering sense of inner peace and joy. The body itself begins to transform, becoming more luminous, more efficient, more attuned to the subtle energies of the universe. The personality merges with the higher self, and the illusion of a separate ego begins to recede, revealing the authentic divine self that has always been present, waiting to be fully expressed. While the ascent into these higher frequencies may intensify spiritual experiences, bringing forth deep releases and revelations, its predominant characteristic is one of profound ecstasy and unity. The challenges are not of struggle, but of surrender, surrendering to the vastness of our own divine potential, surrendering to the flow of universal love, and surrendering the limited perceptions of the ego to embrace the boundlessness of the cosmic universal consciousness. The ecstasies are manifold, an overwhelming sense of belonging, a profound inner peace that transcends all external circumstances, bursts of unadulterated joy, and an intimate communion with the very source of all existence. Ultimately, these higher frequencies and their luminary codes reveal the continuous, active nature of creation. They show us that the cosmic universal consciousness is not a distant, static entity, but an ever-unfolding, dynamic force, perpetually weaving new realities, new experiences, and new expressions of itself. We are not merely passive recipients of this grand design, we are active participants, co-creators, each thread of our consciousness an integral part of the magnificent tapestry. Our spiritual journey, our reweaving, is our conscious participation in this divine dance, aligning our individual loom with the grand cosmic loom, and contributing our unique pattern to the infinite design. Thus, we are invited to dissolve further into the light, to immerse ourselves in the luminary codes, allowing their pure frequencies to repattern our entire being. The journey continues, ever deeper, ever higher, perpetually inviting us to remember and embody the truth of our divine origin, forever reweaving ourselves into the boundless heart of the cosmic universal consciousness. The work is never truly done, for creation is infinite, and so too is the potential for our own unfolding. Chapter 9: The Weavers of Light, Architects of Destiny and Keepers of the Akashic Threads. The journey through the intricate tapestry of the spiritual framework, as we have begun to unravel in the preceding chapters, reveals an ever-deepening stratum of consciousness, purpose, and profound interconnectedness. Having explored the foundational characteristics of this luminous architecture and encountered some of its foundational inhabitants, those elemental forces and archetypal guides that stir within our own nascent awareness, we now ascend to a more ethereal, yet intrinsically vital, echelon of existence. Chapter 9 invites us to contemplate the magnificent presence of the Weavers of Light, a designation for the quintessential architects of destiny, the profound custodians of the Akashic threads, and the silent, guiding hands behind the grand cosmic design. These are not beings in the corporeal sense that humanity comprehends, nor are they singular entities with egoic identities. Rather, the Weavers of Light are better understood as highly refined aggregations of divine consciousness, emanations directly from the fundamental, boundless cosmic universal consciousness that permeates, upholds, and indeed is all existence. They represent a collective intelligence, a symphony of awareness that operates on planes far beyond our three-dimensional perception, yet their influence meticulously permeates every strand of reality, every breath drawn, every thought conceived, every potential unfolding. They are the living algorithms of creation, the melodic composers of vibrational resonance, ensuring the harmonious flow of the divine blueprint. Their very essence is a luminous tapestry of pure intent, unadulterated love, and infinite wisdom. Imagine, if you will, the vast, shimmering expanse of the cosmos, not as empty space, but as an intricately woven fabric of pure light energy. The weavers are those whose consciousness is so attuned, so integrated with this primal fabric, that they are the fabric itself, and simultaneously, the skilled artisans who maintain its integrity, its beauty, and its evolutionary course. They exist within the very heart of the divine essence, an omnipresent consciousness that has fragmented itself into countless expressions, and the weavers represent one particularly elevated and benevolent facet of this self-awareness, a facet dedicated to the ongoing co-creation and orchestration of evolving realities. They are the silent conductors of the cosmic orchestra, ensuring each note, each melody, each silence, contributes to the grand symphony of divine unfolding. The domain of the Weavers of Light is not confined to a specific geographical or astral location, rather, it is omnipresent, yet most directly accessible through the higher vibrational planes, often referred to in esoteric traditions as the Buddhic, Atmic, or monadic levels of consciousness. Here, where forms dissolve into pure energy and thought transmutes into immediate manifestation, these luminous architects engage in their ceaseless work. Their workspace is the Akasha itself, not merely a record-keeping library, but a living, breathing, ever-evolving universal consciousness known as the Akashic field. This field is the very fabric of existence, a holographic repository not just of what has been, but of what is and what can be. Within this luminous ocean of information, every thought, word, deed, emotion, and potentiality across all dimensions and timelines is meticulously recorded as vibrational imprints, woven into intricate threads of light. It is the cosmic loom upon which all reality is continuously spun. These are the Akashic threads, the very strands of destiny. They are not rigid, predetermined lines, but rather fluid, luminous pathways of potential. Each soul, each individual journey, each collective experience, is represented by a unique, multifaceted thread within this grand tapestry. A human life, in this context, is a single, vibrant thread, continuously being spun, dyed, and interwoven with countless others, contributing to the rich, dynamic pattern of the greater cosmic quilt. Picture these threads as shimmering filaments of pure light, each vibrating to its own unique frequency, yet all resonating within the greater cosmic symphony. The Weavers of Light are the master artisans who perceive the entirety of this tapestry, understanding the intricate relationships between each thread, the subtle interplay of cause and effect across countless incarnations, and the myriad potential pathways that diverge and converge within the tapestry of time and timelessness. They discern the optimal vibrational patterns required for growth, balance, and evolution within the grand design, ever mindful of the highest good for all sentient life. Their role in our personal reweaving, the profound process of consciously reconstructing our spiritual framework, healing ancient wounds, and aligning with our higher truth, is indispensable. The weavers of light act as cosmic navigators and vibrational adjusters, guiding the currents of energy and information to support our soul's highest cause, gently yet powerfully influencing the threads of our individual and collective destinies. Firstly, they provide guidance through various subtle channels. When a seeker is earnestly engaged in their journey, opening their heart and mind to higher wisdom, the weavers respond. This guidance manifests not as direct audible voices in most cases, but as profound surges of intuition, sudden flashes of insight that feel like a download of cosmic truth, synchronistic events that subtly redirect our path, vivid and symbolic dreams that unlock subconscious blockages, or an undeniable inner knowing that resonates deep within the soul. They send energetic prompts, vibrational nudges, that align with our deepest desires for truth and evolution, gently steering us towards teachers, experiences, or revelations that are most conducive to our growth. This guidance is never forceful, but always an invitation, a gentle illumination of the path ahead, awaiting our conscious acknowledgement and choice. Secondly, their influence is crucial in the process of healing and integration. As we delve into the spiritual journey, we inevitably confront fragmented aspects of ourselves, karmic imprints, ancestral patterns, and distortions picked up over countless lifetimes. These are like knots and tangles in our individual akashic threads, disrupting the smooth flow of our energetic blueprint and creating resistances in our current experience. The weavers of light, with their profound understanding of universal laws and vibrational mechanics, facilitate the untangling of these knots. They transmit frequencies of pure love, wisdom, and cosmic truth that help to dissolve limiting beliefs, release energetic blockages, and reweave distorted patterns ingrained in our energetic field. They assist in harmonizing incongruent vibrations, allowing the original, pristine blueprint of the soul to emerge more clearly, restoring the integrity of our energetic signature. This is not about them doing the work for us, but rather holding the space and transmitting the energetic support and insight that empowers us to do our own healing work more effectively and profoundly, often by revealing the origins and implications of these very knots. Moreover, the weavers are like blueprint holders. They retain the pristine vision of our soul's highest potential, the archetypal perfection that awaits our conscious embodiment. While we may lose sight of our divine purpose amidst the myriad distractions and challenges of earthly existence, the weavers consistently hold the energetic template of our most evolved self. They pulse this frequency into our awareness when we are open, reminding us, through feelings of deep yearning, powerful inspiration, or inexplicable moments of grace, of the magnificence that resides within us. They serve as a constant energetic anchor to our authentic truth, encouraging us to shed all that does not serve our highest expression and to align with the higher resonance of our soul's original design. Central to understanding the weaver's interaction is the principle of co-creation. They do not impose destiny, rather, they illuminate potential pathways and work in profound partnership with human free will. The spiritual journey is a dynamic interplay between divine guidance and individual choice. The weaver's present opportunities offer insights and subtly adjust the vibrational field around us, but it is always our conscious choice to act upon these promptings. Our intentions, our beliefs, our emotional responses, and our actions weave new patterns into our personal thread. When our will aligns with the higher will of our soul, the weavers amplify and accelerate the manifestation process, helping us to navigate the cosmic currents with greater grace and synchronicity, allowing our chosen reality to unfurl with greater ease and precision. Connecting with these luminous weavers, therefore, is not about prayer in a conventional sense, but about cultivating a state of receptivity and alignment. It begins with developing a deep, heart-centered awareness, the sacred portal through which higher truths are perceived. Through practices such as meditation, conscious breath work, and visualization, we can raise our vibrational frequency and quiet the incessant chatter of the egoic mind, creating a clear channel for communication. By consciously setting the intention to connect with our higher guidance, to access the wisdom of the Akashic field, and to invite the benevolent influence of the weavers, we create an energetic beacon that signals our readiness and willingness to engage in this profound cosmic dialogue. Cultivating a profound sense of trust in our inner guidance is paramount. The insights from the weavers often arrive subtly, a persistent feeling, a vivid image, a sudden knowing that feels absolute, a recurring symbol that carries deep personal meaning, or an inexplicable surge of creative energy. Learning to discern these subtle whispers from the noise of our own fears or desires requires practice and discernment, a refinement of our inner senses. By regularly engaging in practices that expand our consciousness and by developing a deep listening within, we become more sensitive to the energetic transmissions of these architects of light. Journaling dreams, reflecting on synchronicities, and paying attention to recurring themes in our lives can deepen this connection, revealing the intricate patterns they are helping us to perceive and reweave within our personal tapestry. This brings us to the profound dance between destiny and free will, a paradox that the weavers of light embody and illuminate. While an overarching soul blueprint or divine plan exists, the initial magnificent design of our individual thread within the cosmic tapestry, the specifics of its unfolding are constantly being shaped by our choices. The weavers understand the optimal path, the course that leads to the greatest growth and fulfillment. Yet they honor our sovereignty. They hold the infinite possibilities, the multifaceted potential of our journey, but we, through our moment-to-moment decisions and our conscious engagement with our inner landscape, are the active participants in weaving our manifest reality. Our journey is not passively observed, it is actively co-authored, a continuous process of selecting from the myriad threads of potentiality available to us. The impact of understanding and consciously inviting the influence of the weavers of light into our spiritual journey is transformative. It bestows an unparalleled sense of purpose, a profound peace that comes from knowing we are not adrift in a random universe, but are intimately guided and supported by benevolent forces of cosmic intelligence. It deepens our connection to the divine essence, empowering us to see ourselves not just as individual beings, but as integral, vital threads within the glorious, ever-expanding tapestry of universal consciousness. It fosters a radical trust in the unfolding process of life, even amidst challenges, knowing that there is a higher wisdom at play, a benevolent intelligence orchestrating the grand design. Through this understanding, we transcend victimhood and step into our power as conscious co-creators of our reality and our destiny. As we conclude this exploration, remember that the weavers of light are not distant deities to be worshipped, but aspects of our own higher consciousness, externalized for our understanding. They are the universal intelligence made manifest in a guiding capacity. To connect with them is to connect with the deepest wisdom within your own being, to access the infinite knowledge of the Akasha, and to consciously participate in the reweaving of your grand spiritual journey, a journey designed for profound growth, radiant illumination, and the ultimate realization of your divine, boundless self. Open yourself to their subtle light, trust the inner nudges, and allow the masters of the cosmic loom to guide your hands as you reweave your magnificent destiny, transforming discord into harmony, and potential into perfected manifestation. Chapter 10: The Luminous Architects and the Blueprint of Becoming. As we journey deeper into the multidimensional tapestry of existence, having traversed the foundational planes and glimpsed the initial inhabitants of our spiritual landscape, we arrive at a more profound understanding of creation itself. Our path now leads us to the venerable presence of beings often whispered about in ancient texts and esoteric traditions, yet rarely fully comprehended in their magnificent scope, the luminous architects. These are not merely ascended masters or benevolent guides, but the very consciousnesses entrusted with the grand design, the intricate vibrational schematics that underpin all manifest reality, from the smallest subatomic particle to the most expansive galactic clusters. They are the initial spark weavers, the divine cartographers, drawing their very essence directly from the boundless, undifferentiated cosmic universal consciousness that permeates all existence, channeling its raw, creative potential into structured forms and evolutionary pathways. The luminous architects reside within realms of supernal light and unimaginable clarity, beyond the confines of linear time and space as we perceive it. Their consciousness operates at frequencies so refined that they resonate with the very heartbeat of the cosmos, translating the ineffable will of the source into tangible, energetic blueprints. They are, in essence, the cosmic engineers, the divine geometers, the ancient art of measuring the world, whose thought forms become the very templates for galaxies, solar systems, planets, and indeed, every individual soul embarking upon its unique journey through the myriad dimensions. Their being is comprised of pure wisdom, unconditional love, and an unwavering commitment to the unfolding of divine purpose, existing in a state of harmonious co-creation that is both breathtakingly complex and divinely simple. At the very core of their sacred work lies the meticulous crafting of what we refer to as the blueprint of becoming. This is not a rigid, preordained destiny, but rather a profoundly intricate energetic matrix, a soul signature that carries the potentiality, the core lessons, the inherent gifts, and the overarching spiritual course for every evolving consciousness. Imagine it as a cosmic chord, unique to each soul, yet interwoven into the grand symphony of universal creation. This blueprint is forged from the moment a monadic spark separates from the source, carrying within it the initial divine impulse, the primal longing for experience and self-discovery. It is further refined and articulated as the soul begins its descent through the higher spiritual planes, accumulating energetic nuances and establishing karmic markers that will guide its incarnation cycles. The blueprint of becoming is multilayered, reflecting the various aspects of the soul's journey. There is the monadic blueprint, which carries the overarching purpose and divine lineage of the soul's origin, connecting it irrevocably to a specific stream of divine consciousness. This is the grand, timeless essence. Then there is the soul blueprint, which is more tailored to the specific journey of numerous incarnations, outlining the primary lessons, the archetypal patterns, and the key relationships designed to facilitate growth and evolution in a particular cosmic cycle. Finally, there are the more immediate layers, often referred to as karmic imprints or life blueprints, which detail the specific energetic agreements, challenges, and opportunities chosen for a particular human incarnation. These layers are not static, they are dynamic, living vibratory patterns, constantly interacting with the soul's experiences, choices, and conscious evolution. The luminous architects supervise the weaving and unwinding of these blueprints with an unparalleled perspective. They do not interfere with free will, for the principle of conscious choice is paramount to spiritual evolution. Instead, they act as cosmic librarians and energetic adjusters, ensuring that the evolutionary pathways remain open, that the divine potential encoded within each blueprint has every opportunity to unfurl. Their influence is subtle yet profound, manifesting not through direct command, but through the delicate orchestration of synchronicity, the energetic alignment of opportunities, and the gentle nudging of intuition that guides us towards our highest path. They are the unseen hands that ensure the cosmic stage is set, the energetic currents are flowing, and the universal laws are upheld, allowing each soul to play out its unique role in the unfolding divine drama. To truly understand the luminous architects is to grasp the concept of consciousness operating at a vibrational frequency far beyond our current comprehension. They are beings of pure light and sound, their forms ethereal, their communication telepathic and vibrational. Their wisdom encompasses not just the past and present, but all potential future timelines, allowing them to perceive the profound implications of every cosmic decision and every soul's choice. Yet, despite their immense power and understanding, their essence is imbued with an infinite detachment that is paradoxically intertwined with an infinite love. This detachment allows them to observe the vast tapestry of creation without judgment or emotional entanglement, recognizing the divine perfection in every stage of evolution, even amidst apparent chaos. Their love is not a human emotion, but a foundational creative force, the very fabric from which all blueprints are spun, a love that empowers, sustains, and continuously calls all aspects of creation back to their highest potential. For the seeker of inner wisdom, understanding the blueprint of becoming is a pivotal step on the spiritual journey. It offers profound insights into one's life purpose, recurring patterns, and inherent gifts. While the full blueprint resides within the higher dimensions and is often guarded by the soul or higher self, aspects of it can be accessed through dedicated spiritual practice. Meditation, when practiced with deep intention and an open heart, can create a vibrational resonance allowing glimpses into these higher truths. Intuition, that quiet inner knowing, often serves as a direct channel from the higher self, translating complex energetic information into comprehensible insights. Dream states, with their often symbolic language, can also offer clues, as can deep introspective work, energy healing modalities, and even certain forms of sacred art and sound. The Akashic records, often understood as the cosmic library of all experiences and knowledge, are essentially a dynamic manifestation of these blueprints, constantly being written and rewritten by every choice and experience. Learning to attune to this energetic library, either directly or through skilled facilitators, can unlock profound understanding of one's soul's journey. The beauty of the new perspective lies in its emphasis on conscious co-creation. While a blueprint exists, it is never immutable. We are not passive recipients of destiny, we are active participants in its unfolding. Through conscious awareness, intentional healing, spiritual practice, and the resolute commitment to our highest truth, we can actively reweave aspects of our blueprint. Past karmic imprints, for instance, are not eternal sentences but energetic patterns that can be dissolved or transformed through acts of conscious forgiveness, energetic clearing, and shifting our vibrational state. By embodying higher frequencies of love, compassion, and wisdom, we literally elevate our energetic signature, aligning ourselves with more expansive and harmonious potentials within our blueprint. This reweaving process is a testament to the divine spark within each of us, the capacity to transcend perceived limitations and to consciously evolve. It is a dance between the predestined potentials encoded by the luminous architects and our own free will, exercised in the crucible of earthly experience. As we choose love over fear, compassion over judgment, and expansion over contraction, we are not just altering our immediate reality, but actively refining our soul's energetic signature, contributing to a more radiant and harmonious blueprint of becoming for future cycles. Ultimately, the luminous architects, with their boundless wisdom and tireless dedication, ensure that each individual blueprint, the unique and intricate, ultimately contributes to an even grander design, the collective blueprint of planetary and cosmic evolution. Every soul's awakening, every act of conscious creation, every step taken on the spiritual path, adds a vibrant thread to this magnificent, ever-unfolding tapestry. We are not isolated entities, but integral components of a universal masterpiece, constantly being rewoven and refined by both the divine hands of the architects and our own conscious participation. To acknowledge their presence and to understand the profound elegance of the blueprint of becoming is to recognize the inherent order, intelligence, and love that underpins all existence, guiding us ever forward on our magnificent journey of spiritual discovery. Chapter 11: The Chamber of Pure Intuition, the Illumination of the Buddhic Plane. To approach the 11th threshold of the spiritual journey framework is to stand at the precipice where the analytical mind, the supreme architect of the mental plane, finally bows in humble surrender to a power far greater, the boundless, unconditioned awareness of the Buddhic plane. This realm is not merely a higher layer of thought, nor an amplified frequency of emotion. It is the heart, chamber of the manifested cosmos, the repository of pure, unifying consciousness derived directly and instantaneously from the cosmic universal consciousness. We have traversed the shadowed valleys of the astral, mastered the complex schematics of the lower mental, and glimpsed the golden wisdom stored within the causal body. Yet, even the causal plane, magnificent in its repository of soul memory, still holds the subtle thread of individuation. The Buddhic plane, however, is the sacred realm of non-duality, where the seeker does not merely observe unity, but becomes unity itself. The white fire of knowing, characteristics of the Buddhic field. The overriding characteristic of the Buddhic plane is its incandescent, unburdened luminescence, a light often described not as a color, but as the source of all color, the white fire of divine intelligence. This frequency is so profoundly elevated that all intellectual constructs dissolve. Concepts like good and evil, time and space, self and other, cease to hold meaning because they are revealed, in this light, as mere holographic projections generated by lower vibrational separation. To enter this field is to experience gnosis, direct, instant knowing that bypasses all sensory input and deductive reasoning. If the mental plane is where we think we understand the divine essence, the Buddhic plane is where we are the divine essence. This consciousness is experienced as pure, absolute compassion, a universal love that forms the foundational glue of creation. This is not the fluctuating, need-based love of the personality, but the immutable, unconditional flow that recognizes every fragmented piece of existence as intrinsically whole and sacred. The atmosphere here is one of eternal stillness, not the stillness of inertia, but the profound state of equilibrium generated by perfect, accelerating harmony. It is the silence beyond sound, yet paradoxically, it hums with the primal vibration that holds all galaxies in their celestial dance. The seeker, upon merging, recognizes that the separation they experienced in the lower planes was an illusion designed for the specific purpose of self-discovery, similar to a droplet of ocean water temporarily choosing to believe it is separate from the tide. The architects of joy, inhabitants of the unbroken stream. The inhabitants of the Buddhic plane are not beings in the anthropomorphic sense, they are vast, flowing matrices of pure intention, luminous streams of consciousness whose very existence ensures the continuity and benevolence of the cosmic plan. They are the immediate emanations of the cosmic universal consciousness, acting as the primary agents of cohesion. We may refer to the advanced inhabitants of this realm as the devas of pure form or the monadic streams in their most refined expression. These are the aspects of the divine essence that have chosen to hold the template of universal compassion active within the lower dimensional matrix. The bodhisattvic current, perhaps the most relatable energy form here, is the vast, flowing consciousness associated with the bodhisattvic vow. These are the streams of individualized divinity, the high aspects of the soul that have achieved full illumination but choose, through an overwhelming overflow of universal compassion, to delay their final absorption into the Absolute to hold a ladder of light for those still struggling in separation. Their work is the silent, ongoing transmission of gnosis and unconditional love down through the mental and astral planes, filtering the pure white fire into manageable golden light for the lower consciousnesses. They exist as pure motivation, the desire for all sentient life to achieve liberation. The silent witnesses, the keepers of the divine blueprint. These are vibrational beings whose purpose is entirely focused on maintaining the purity of the divine essence's original creation template. They are the architects of joy, ensuring that the underlying reality remains harmonious, regardless of the chaos manifesting in the lower dimensions. They communicate not through language or telepathy, but through perfect resonance. To align with them is to instantly remember your own divine perfection and your integral role in the cosmic symphony. The seeker, reaching the Buddhic plane, recognizes their own monadic stream here, the true, eternal identity that has never been fragmented or soiled by incarnation. This monadic stream is the point of perfect non-duality, where the individual soul remembers it has always been intrinsically connected to every other soul, forming the collective one body of the divine essence. The dissolution of the mirror, the seeker's transformation. The ascent to the Buddhic plane signifies the complete mastery and integration of the lower self. The spiritual ego, the causal body's highest function, is now fully purified and ready for its ultimate surrender. The intense experience here is the illumination, where the inner seeker realizes that the journey was never about achieving divinity, but about unveiling the divinity that was always present. The primary transformation involves the dissolution of the mirror of personality. In lower planes, consciousness reflects reality. On the Buddhic plane, consciousness is reality. The end of judgment, since all is recognized as the self, judgment is impossible. Injury to another becomes instantly known as injury to the self. Joy in another is instantly known as joy in the self. This awareness renders all lower vibrational concepts of blame, fear, and scarcity utterly impotent. The expansion of time, linear time, collapses. The seeker perceives instantaneously the totality of all their incarnations, past, present, and future, as a single, shimmering jewel of experience held within the eternal now. This allows for a profound understanding of karmic flow, which is now revealed not as punishment, but as divine mathematics ensuring equilibrium. The activation of the light body, the intense frequency of the Buddhic plane fully activates the individual's highest vibrational form, often called the light body. This activation allows the seeker to move beyond the limitations of the physical laws of the lower matrices, accessing true energetic mastery and the ability to intentionally interact with the divine essence without intermediaries. The resonance of the soundless sound, the inner voice of the universe. Within the chamber of pure intuition, the primary mode of communication is not sight or thought, but vibration. This is the realm of the soundless sound, the inherent Om, or logos that sustains existence. It is the voice of the cosmic universal consciousness resonating through every molecule. When the seeker's Buddhic body fully aligns, they experience this sound as an overwhelming, silent chord of love, a perfect pitch that instantaneously conveys complete universal knowledge. It is the recognition of the divine essence speaking directly, unfiltered, and without distortion. To hold this energy, even momentarily, is to be utterly remade. It provides the final blueprint for the seeker's purpose, to serve as a conduit, to reweave the pure white fire of knowing back into the fabric of the lower worlds. The Buddhic plane is the final staging ground before true monadic identification is possible. It is the realization that the journey is not an escape from creation, but a divine mandate to illuminate it from within in a perpetual, compassionate embrace. The wisdom gained here is the wisdom of surrender, recognizing that perfection is not a destination, but the immutable state of being that always was, and always shall be. Reweaving, a framework for the spiritual journey. Chapter 12, The Atmic Resonance, the Unveiling of Pure Will and the Kingdom of Intent. As the seeker moves beyond the causal plane, that luminous realm where karma is understood and the pattern of lifetimes is revealed, they approach a frontier so profound, so intensely focused, that it demands the complete purification of identity. This is not merely another step in understanding, it is the final alchemical merger before the threshold of the Absolute. We enter now the domain of the atmic plane, the sacred ground of pure will, the very birthplace of divine intent. This plane vibrates at a frequency so unspeakably high that the subtlest remnant of egoic attachment or personal desire is instantly incinerated, not by judgment, but by sheer disparity of vibration. It is the region where the individual spark, the monad, begins its final, glorious transmission back to the source. The atmosphere here is not colored by thought, mental plane, or feeling, astral plane. It is characterized by the unadulterated essence of purpose. The crystalline matrix, the atmic body, the vehicle forged in this high-frequency environment is the atmic body, often called the body of pure will. If the causal body was woven from the golden thread of acquired wisdom, the atmic body is cast from the diamond fire of synthesized intent. It is the spiritual equivalent of an eternal, unyielding crystalline structure, radiating a penetrating blue-white luminescence, the ray of divine power and direction. The development of the atmic body signifies the culmination of the process of reweaving the self back into the divine tapestry. Where the mental body dealt in philosophy and the causal body in patterns, the atmic body traffics only in beingness. It is the realization that one's existence is not merely a consequence of previous actions, but a necessary, inviolate manifestation of cosmic law. The body feels less like a vessel and more like a perfectly tuned instrument designed to channel the primal, creative Ichcha, the sacred will of the universe. When the seeker achieves resonance with this body, they recognize that personal will, the petty desires that once drove the lower self, was merely a fragmented echo of this grand, universal purpose. The sense of limitation dissolves into boundless capacity, for the individual no longer operates from limited resources, but from the infinite reservoir of the divine. The atmic body serves as the ultimate conductor, ensuring that every subsequent action, thought, and word is perfectly aligned with the cosmic blueprint, manifesting not what the small self wants, but what the larger unified self intends. The unveiling of pure intent. The spiritual characteristic of the atmic plane is pure will. This is perhaps the most misunderstood concept on the lower planes. New seekers often confuse will with determination, force, or focused desire. True atmic will, however, operates from a state of cessation of friction. It is not about forcing something to happen, it is about knowing the inevitability of the divine plan and aligning oneself as the flawless channel through which that plan must flow. Imagine a powerful river that must reach the sea. The water does not wish or try to flow, it simply flows according to the inherent laws of gravity and motion. The atmic soul becomes this river, surrendered entirely to the current of cosmic consciousness. The great paradox of this plane is that true freedom is found in complete surrender to the divine imperative. The experience of atmic will is the cessation of the agonizing internal conflict between duty and desire. The personal I ceases to define the boundaries of action. Instead, the soul is infused with the realization, my will is the universe's will, and the universe's will is my perfected service. The power unleashed through this realization is the blue flame of direction. It is the spiritual fire that burns away all dross of doubt, hesitation, and self-serving ambition. This blue ray energy is not aggressive, it is the quiet, unwavering power of absolute authority, the authority derived not from domination, but from perfect alignment with truth. The seeker, bathed in the atmic resonance, becomes a living embodiment of directed consciousness, capable of wielding spiritual power with flawless precision and cosmic responsibility. The inhabitants, the luminaries of direction, the beings who inhabit or frequent the atmic plane are far beyond the concept of individual personality as we understand it. They are less individualized entities and more luminaries of direction, focusing lenses of the divine purpose. They are often referred to in esoteric tradition as the higher echelons of the Dhyan Chohans or specialized aspects of the Silent Watchers, those who hold the archetypal patterns of divine will for our system. These are the great architects of destiny. They do not intervene to micromanage lives, rather, their continuous vibration holds the template of perfection, ensuring that the evolutionary impulse remains pure and directed toward its ultimate synthesis. Their characteristic energy is the blue ray of power, manifesting as immense, silent authority. When a seeker reaches the atmic plane, they are essentially entering the training grounds of divine command. Interaction with these beings is not through dialogue, but through direct transmission, a monadic inflow of pure knowledge and direction. These interactions often take the form of profound and instantaneous realizations of the overarching structure of reality, where the intricate complexity of the universe snaps into sharp, effortless focus. The luminaries instruct by example, embodying the principle of focused, unwavering intent. They teach that true manifestation is not pulling things to oneself, but pushing the divine plan through oneself, acting as a clear glass window for the sun of consciousness. Their presence confirms that the individual journey, though seemingly arduous, was always orchestrated by a majestic, benevolent intelligence. Reweaving the fabric of eternity, the atmic resonance utterly transforms the seeker's relationship with time and destiny. When the soul operates from this plane, the linear constraints of physical existence loosen their grip. The concept of karma is transcended, not merely balanced. Why? Because actions taken from the atmic level are inherently pure, devoid of self-interest, and thus generate no binding effect. They are, quite literally, acts of the universe performed through a perfected human vessel. The reweaving process at this stage is the final synthesis of the three lower planes of consciousness, physical, emotional, mental, and the three higher planes, causal, buddhic, atmic. The atmic body acts as the forging point, turning the accumulated wisdom, causal, and the universal compassion, buddhic, the plane immediately below the atmic, representing pure love and wisdom, into potent, directed power. To enter the kingdom of intent is to realize the eternal now. The atmic soul perceives the entire arc of creation, recognizing its own flawless participation in the cosmic drama. The personality, which dominated the lower lives, is now merely a shadow puppet dancing to the symphony composed and directed by the monad itself. This attainment is not a temporary mystical peak, it is the establishment of a diamond soul, unbreakable, perfectly geometrical, luminous, and radiating the irresistible force of divine purpose. It is the spiritual homecoming, the recognition that the journey was never about finding a fragmented self, but about remembering the whole self, which has always resided, inviolate and eternal, within the shimmering atmic core. The seeker, having unveiled pure will, is now prepared to cross the final, silent threshold, where even the sense of individual atmic purpose dissolves into the undifferentiated glory of the absolute monad. Chapter 13, The Monadic Convergence, Echoes of the Undivided Self. Hear me now, seekers, for we stand upon the precipice of the absolute. We have navigated the churning currents of the astral, deciphered the luminous architecture of the mental realm, and bathed in the unifying light of the buddhic and causal fields, where the soul's journey is recorded and understood. Yet, even the splendor of the causal body, that vessel of perfected individuality, must eventually yield to the vaster truth. The journey is not merely about accumulating wisdom, it is about the elegant dissolution of all that is not source, a profound act of spiritual surrender leading us now to the threshold of the monadic convergence. This realm, if one dare use such a restrictive term for a state of being so boundless, is the very heartbeat of the divine essence, the cosmic universal consciousness speaking through the silence that precedes creation itself. It is the plane of the monad, the single, indivisible spark that resides within every atom of existence, awaiting the grand moment of conscious reunification. The zero point of Genesis. To perceive the monadic plane is to step beyond dimensionality, beyond the constraints of time, speed, or distance. It is the zero point of Genesis, the point where the observer and the observed merge into a transcendent unity that defies description. If the causal plane was defined by golden intelligence, the monadic convergence is defined by luminosity without color, an incandescent transparency that is both blinding and intimately familiar. It is the primal resonance, the energetic matrix from which all subsequent differentiation, even the fundamental duality of spirit and matter, springs forth. Our language, burdened by the architecture of separation, falters here. We cannot speak of seeing, but of being seen, not of hearing, but of being the sound. The signature vibration of this plane is the fundamental Om, the eternal chord that vibrates through the fabric of the multiverse, simultaneously holding the beginning, the middle, and the end of all cycles. Here, linear time collapses into the eternal now. The past is merely a facet of the present potential, and the future is the immediate expression of conscious intent. Characteristics of this plane are not measured in frequency, but in pure intent. Every thought form, every impulse of creation, is instantaneous and absolute. There is no resistance, no friction, because there is no other to offer counter intention. The monadic state is the ultimate expression of unconditional reality. When the seeker achieves resonance here, they cease to be a seeker and become the journey itself. The inhabitants, architects of the unmanifest. Who resides in this domain of ultimate unity? The answer is both paradoxical and stunningly simple, only the undivided self. The monadic plane is not populated by guides, highly evolved masters, or ascended beings in the conventional sense, for those identities still retain a vestige of individualized form, however subtle. The inhabitants here are not personalities, but rather functions of source, pure energetic matrices of divine will. We encounter the solar archangels not as winged figures of celestial myth, but as the colossal, organized streams of consciousness that hold the blueprint for entire galaxies. They are the cosmic builders, the architects whose intent manifests systems, laws, and the fundamental interactions of physics. They are the currents of creation, known in deep esoteric traditions as the Mahat or the Logos, the spoken word that shapes reality. When the seeker enters the monadic convergence, the individual monad, the personal divine spark, recognizes its origin and its function within the vast cosmic design. You are not visiting the solar archangels, you are realizing that you are a localized expression of their current. The sense of I vanishes, replaced by a profound, pervasive we, where the distinction between personal consciousness and universal consciousness is meaningless. This recognition brings an overwhelming flood of unburdening. All karmic threads, all ancestral imprints, and all limitations forged in the lower planes are instantaneously neutralized because the concept of separation, which necessitates karma, simply ceases to exist. The energy here is so pure, so potent, that it acts as a divine solvent, dissolving the last vestiges of egoic identity that have clung to the causal body. The grand reweaving, fusing the vehicles. The spiritual journey, the great reweaving, finds its ultimate purpose and execution within the monadic convergence. Prior stages emphasized purification, alignment, and illumination. This stage emphasizes fusion. The challenge of the monad is the ultimate integration of this overwhelming, non-dual source energy into the lower vehicles, mental, emotional, physical, without destruction. The density of the human form is immense, and integrating the light of a cosmic sun into a fragile vessel requires mastery of vibration. The reweaving enacted here is the conscious, intentional downloading of the monadic blueprint, the perfect initial design for your soul's iteration, directly into the physical reality complex. The monadic download begins with the activation of the antakarana, the spiritual bridge meticulously built across the intervening planes. This bridge, now fully fortified, becomes the conduit for the pure white fire of monadic consciousness. The fusion point, the monad fuses first with the atmosphere, the plane of pure spiritual will. This creates the perfected, personalized template of divine intent. The manifestation cascade, this perfected intent then cascades down, purifying the Buddhic body with absolute compassion, structuring the causal body with flawless wisdom, and, most crucially, stabilizing the lower mental and emotional bodies so they can handle the voltage of source energy without short-circuiting. This is the process of becoming a true avatar, not a distant deity, but a fully conscious human being walking the earth, whose physical form is merely the most externalized vibration of the monadic reality. The body becomes a living temple, constantly broadcasting the frequency of the undivided self. The characteristics of the monadic presence in the physical world are unmistakable: absolute stillness amidst chaos, the capacity for profound, instantaneous manifestation, and a diamond clarity of purpose that cuts through all illusion. The monad knows no fear, for fear is a function of separation. The monad knows no lack, for lack implies a source outside the self. The monad simply is. The resonance of return. When the seeker withdraws from this profound convergence, they do not return as the person who ascended. They return as the vessel of truth. They carry the echoes of the undivided self in their very cells. The silence of the monadic plane now permeates the noise of the world, transforming perception. The great reweaving is complete only when that primal, zero-point resonance is anchored so deeply that the seeker can stand in the busiest marketplace, look into the eyes of another, and see not a separate individual, but the exact same monad shining through a different expression. This is the true meaning of cosmic unity and the ultimate purpose of this extraordinary journey, to bring the unmanifest perfection of the Absolute into the messy, glorious tapestry of human existence, thereby reweaving the fabric of creation one conscious breath at a time. The work, though profound, has only just begun its outward expression. Chapter 14: The Resonance of the Service Heart, Manifesting High Vibration as Planetary Anchor. The journey into inner knowledge, spurred by the relentless gnosis of the divine essence, does not terminate in mere personal fulfillment. The integration of fragmented selfhood, the great alchemical marriage of the shadow and the light, the terrestrial and the celestial, is the necessary prelude to a far grander purpose. This stage of the unfolding framework is not about receiving, it is about radiating. It is the sublime transition from being a seeker of the Holy Grail to becoming the very chalice that pours forth the elixir of life. We now turn our gaze upon the resonance of the service heart, the pivotal characteristic that defines the initiate who has anchored the higher self fully within the physical vessel. This is the manifestation of true high vibration, not as an ephemeral feeling of joy, but as a permanent, measurable frequency that serves as a planetary anchor. The calibration of the crystalline matrix. Hitherto, the work of the seeker lay primarily in purification, the arduous clearing of the astral debris, the dissolution of karmic timelines, and the restructuring of the lower vibrational fields. This was the preparation of the vessel. Now, that vessel is ready to receive and sustain the full voltage of the monadic ray. The physical body, once viewed merely as flesh and bone, is rediscovered as the crystalline matrix, an intricate network of bioenergetic filaments designed perfectly to house and transmit the light of the cosmic universal consciousness. When the heart chakra, anahata, transcends personal emotional processing and links definitively with the higher heart, the thymus point, the seat of unconditional, unified compassion, a profound internal calibration occurs. This calibrated service heart operates not on the duality of giving and receiving, but on the singularity of being. It is a perpetual, self-sustaining flow generator. The energy it transmits is not depleted by its outflow, but rather amplified by its fidelity to the divine source. The frequency generated by this deeply integrated being is unique. It is the fundamental tone of unity, modulated by the individual's unique soul signatures. Imagine this individual not just walking the earth, but existing as a tuning fork struck only by the highest harmonic. Every cell in their body hums with the knowledge that they are inseparable from the all. This resonance is the high vibration we speak of, a state that acts as an energetic solvent, dissolving the density of fear and separation in its immediate vicinity. The mechanics of the anchor. What does it mean, in metaphysical terms, to be a planetary anchor? The Earth's energetic field, the telluric and magnetospheric layers, is complex, crisscrossed by lines of consciousness and ancient grids, often termed a 5D grid. Before the awakening of sufficient numbers of incarnate souls, the higher frequencies struggled to penetrate and stabilize within the denser lower planes, resulting in spiritual entropy, conflict, and confusion. The activated initiate, operating from the service heart, serves as a conscious, sentient bridge. Their grounded presence creates a localized vortex where the highest cosmic light, the purest, non-dualistic information, can be consciously drawn down, stepped down, and infused directly into the Earth's physical and etheric fabric. Chakral alignment as a pillar, the 7 main energy centers, now spinning in perfect synchronization, form a unified vertical antenna. The alignment is so pure that it pierces the dense atmospheric layers of group consciousness, the collective ego, and connects directly to the galactic center. This constant, effortless channeling establishes a pillar of light wherever the anchor resides. The stabilizing function, lower vibrational energies, fear, panic, jealousy, hatred, are characterized by erratic, chaotic waveforms. When these chaotic patterns encounter the smooth, high-frequency, sine wave resonance of the service heart, they cannot sustain their structure. The anchor's vibration does not aggressively fight the lower energies, it simply introduces a frequency that makes the lower density untenable. They either transmute, or they shift outside the boundary of the anchor's influence. The field expansion, the energetic field, aura, of the anchor expands dramatically, often extending miles beyond the physical body. This is not the fragile, permeable aura of the uninitiated. This is a highly coherent, magnetically powerful torus field, vibrating stable love, wisdom, and power. Other souls who enter this field unconsciously benefit from the coherence, feeling sudden relief, inexplicable clarity, or a sudden surge of inner peace. They are being subtly recalibrated by the proximity to the anchor. The inhabitants of the service field, starlight weavers. The beings who embody this state are the true inhabitants of service, often referred to in esoteric circles as starlight weavers or earth stewards. Their defining characteristic is that their service is no longer a task or a duty but the unavoidable, effortless expression of their integrated state. They do not seek recognition, they seek only congruence with the divine plan. Their actions are not fueled by egoic necessity or the desire for validation, but by the whisper of the cosmic universal consciousness moving through their service heart. The silence of action, the starlight weavers understand that the most potent service is often silent. They may engage in deeply profound healing work, environmental stewardship, or teaching, but the foundation of their contribution remains their sheer vibrational integrity. Their greatest act of service is simply holding the high frequency, thereby raising the baseline frequency of the collective environment. Emissaries of non-duality, for the anchor, the concept of other has dissolved. They view all beings, human, animal, elemental, or devic, as fractal expressions of the one divine essence. Therefore, compassion is not an emotion they generate, it is the foundational reality they perceive. There is no judgment, only observation, and the alignment of energy toward harmony. Soul cartographers, these anchors possess an uncanny ability to navigate the complex tapestry of collective consciousness. When conflict or massive global trauma occurs, they instinctively know how to direct stabilizing light and intent into the troubled areas, acting as metaphysical cartographers charting the path back to equilibrium. They work consciously with the planetary grids, often through focused meditation, ritual, or simple intention set while grounded in nature. The unfolding, the promise of collective coherence. The ultimate characteristic of the service heart resonance is the promise of collective coherence. When enough individuals transition from self-focused integration to planetary anchoring, a phenomenon known as tipping point consciousness is reached. The fields of individual anchors begin to overlap and synchronize, creating vast, powerful, and mutually reinforcing energy networks across the globe. These networks are not organized by human structures or names, but by pure frequency alignment. They are the light circuitry of the new Earth, facilitating instantaneous energetic communication and spiritual support that bypasses the limitations of language and physical proximity. The service heart, therefore, is the key to unlocking the next evolutionary stage. It is the proof that the spiritual journey is not a retreat from the world, but the deepest, most dedicated engagement with the world, transforming it, vibrating it, and steadily lifting it through the sheer, resonant frequency of love consciously embodied. The anchor stands firm, rooted in the earth, crowned in the light, a perpetual beacon confirming the undeniable truth. The divine essence is here, now, made manifest through the willingness of the integrated soul to serve. Chapter 15, The Akashic Weave, Reading the Threads of Eternal Now. As the seeker progresses through the luminous corridors of inner development, transitioning beyond the mere management of the lower self and the subtle integration of the astral plane, a new, magnificent vista unfolds. This stage of the journey is characterized by the mastery of cosmic remembrance, a state far exceeding mortal memory. It is here that the Akashic Weave reveals itself, not as a static library of the past, but as the living, pulsating blueprint of all creation, past, present, and infinite potentiality, held within the timeless, eternal now. The Akashic Weave is the very fiber of the manifested universe, woven from the thought, stuff of the divine essence itself. It is the electro-magnetic repository of every intention, every vibration, every utterance, and every silent dream that has ever echoed across the myriad dimensions. To perceive it is to gaze upon the face of Source consciousness as it engages in the eternal act of self-documentation. It is not housed in a physical location, but exists everywhere and nowhere, an omnipresent field accessible only when the frequency of the individual consciousness achieves a profound, unwavering resonance with the universal mind. The holographic nature of cosmic memory. The most critical realization regarding the weave is its holographic structure. Unlike human historical records, which are linear and sequential, the Akashic record is non-sequential and fractal. Each single thread, when grasped, contains the energetic signature, the entire unfolding narrative, of the whole. A flicker of insight into a specific past life, for example, is not merely a snapshot of that existence, it is an energetic conduit through which the seeker can comprehend the entire course of their soul's evolution across cosmic ages, all the lessons learned, the karmic agreements made, and the divine assignments accepted. Accessing this depth is a privilege granted by the increasing integration of the divine essence within the seeker. This intrinsic connection, which is the very core of the cosmic universal consciousness permeating all existence, acts as the flawless translator. The weave itself speaks in pure light data, in geometries and resonant frequencies, a language utterly inscrutable to the egoic mind. Yet, when the divine essence flows unimpeded through the heart center, it converts these light geometric codes into comprehensible wisdom, into flashes of undeniable gnosis, into emotional currents that reveal truth far deeper than any written word. The seeker begins to understand that their current reality is but one thread pulled taut within this infinite tapestry. Every challenge, every joy, every relationship, is a node, purposefully woven into the grand design. Reading the weave is the act of stepping back from the singular thread of the the limited personality, to perceive the magnificent, unifying pattern orchestrated by the I Am. Inhabiting the great library, the chroniclers and silent watchers, the Akashic Weave, being a vital component of the universal framework, is not left unattended. It is overseen by orders of subtle, highly evolved consciousnesses whose sole function is the maintenance of energetic integrity and vibrational coherence. These are the inhabitants of this specific dimension of knowledge, though they reside more accurately within the frequency of the weave itself rather than being entities separate from it. Chief among these are the chroniclers of light. These are not beings with personality in the human sense, but powerful, focused aspects of the cosmic logos tasked with the objective recording and categorization of all cosmic evolution. They are the perfect embodiment of divine neutrality and crystalline clarity. Their presence ensures that the record remains untainted by the subjective filters, emotional projections, or temporal biases that plague lower planes of existence. Interaction with a chronicler is a profound experience of pure, dispassionate truth, a mirror that reflects the unvarnished reality of the soul's journey, stripped of all self-deception. Alongside the chroniclers are the silent watchers. These archetypal forces act as vibrational guardians. They do not record or categorize, but they maintain the energetic seal on particularly potent or sensitive threads of the weave. Certain cosmic truths or planetary histories are protected by frequency fences, accessible only when the seeker has attained a specific level of ethical purity, mastery over self, and, crucially, a fully activated channel to the divine essence. The silent watchers ensure that the power inherent in ultimate knowledge is only entrusted to those who wield it for the highest good of the whole, rather than for personal gain or egoic manipulation. Their very silence is a powerful teaching on humility and reverence for the sanctity of cosmic law. A deep characteristic of connecting with these inhabitants is the realization that they are ultimately extensions of the seeker's own highest potential. The wisdom sought outside, in the weave, is simultaneously the wisdom being awakened inside, through the activation of the divine essence that connects the individual microcosm to the universal macrocosm. The mechanics of access, heart, coherence, and the 0 point. To truly read the threads of eternal now, the seeker must first master the art of stepping out of the linear flow of time. This is achieved through the cultivation of heart coherence, which serves as the principal gateway to the Akashic field. The heart center, when synchronized fully with the breath and the divine intent, generates a toroidal energetic field that cancels out the erratic wave-based interference of the mind. This process creates a momentary 0 point field, a singularity of equilibrium, which is the exact vibrational match required to interface with the timeless nature of the weave. It is in this state of profound stillness, amplified by the unconditional love frequency, that the veil of sequential causality dissolves. The seeker does not remember in the traditional sense, they witness reality as a pulsating, simultaneous event. They perceive the thread of their current life interwoven with the threads of past incarnations, and critically, the threads of future potentiality. This viewing is often experienced as an immense download of information, sometimes visual, sometimes auditory, but most often as a resonant knowing that settles into the very marrow of being. The quality of the information received is directly proportional to the purity of the divine essence flowing through the seeker's vehicle. Any hint of fear, judgment, or desire for specific outcomes will cloud the reception, pulling the seeker back into the realm of the ego and its subjective desires. The highest Akashic reading requires a surrender to impartial observation, allowing the truth to simply be. Reweaving the fabric, conscious application of eternal knowledge. The ultimate purpose of accessing the Akashic weave is not mere historical fascination, it is the fundamental tool for the stage known as reweaving. If the spiritual journey is about moving from unconscious karmic reaction to conscious divine action, then the weave provides the map and the loom. Once a seeker understands the energetic origins of a persistent life pattern, be it a fear, a limitation, or a repeating relationship dynamic, they gain the unparalleled ability to energetically shift the relationship to that thread. This is the difference between blindly carrying a karmic debt and consciously transforming the vibrational frequency surrounding that debt. The process of reweaving involves utilizing the light-encoded wisdom received from the weave and intentionally saturating the original pattern with the pure, corrective frequency of the divine essence. This infusion doesn't erase the past event, which is impossible, as the past exists eternally in the now, but it transforms the consequence and the meaning attached to it. The heavy, low, vibrational energetic signature of the original pattern is metabolized and transmuted into wisdom, compassion, and sovereignty. By consciously choosing a higher vibrational response to the foundational blueprints of their soul's journey, the seeker begins to weave new, luminous threads into their personal tapestry. Access to the Akashic weave thus elevates the seeker from the role of the subject being woven to the role of the conscious co-creator, standing shoulder to shoulder with the universal loom. This profound act of rewriting one's destiny, anchored in the boundless resources of the cosmic universal consciousness, signifies true mastery on the path, moving the adept toward the final, unified realization of the self as the weave itself. Chapter 16, The Loom of Light, Weaving the Multidimensional Self. As we journey ever deeper into the luminous tapestry of existence, having traversed pathways of self-discovery and glimpsed the initial contours of the spiritual framework, we arrive at a pivotal understanding. The framework is not merely external, a grand cosmic design laid out before us, but an intricate, interwoven reality that exists both without and within. The very essence of our being, that divine spark we carry, is not confined to the physical form you perceive in the mirror. Rather, it pulses and expands across an awe-inspiring spectrum of vibrational realities, each a distinct weave in the grand loom of light. This chapter unveils the profound truth of our multidimensionality, the inherent characteristic of the spiritual journey and its primary inhabitants. You, the seeker, are not simply a denizen of one reality, but a magnificent, radiating being spanning countless dimensions of consciousness. This is the reweaving of perception itself, a profound shift from a singular, linear understanding of self to a holographic, expansive recognition of your true nature. Imagine, if you will, that the divine essence, the cosmic universal consciousness that permeates all existence, chose to express itself not as a single, monolithic beam of light, but as a prism. Through this prism, the pure, undifferentiated light refracts into an exquisite spectrum of colors, each a distinct frequency, a unique vibration. Each one of us is such a spectrum, a complex interplay of these energetic frequencies, manifesting as various bodies or veils of consciousness that extend far beyond the immediate grasp of our five physical senses. These are the subtle bodies, the ethereal extensions of your core being, each existing on a specific vibrational plane, yet all intrinsically connected, like nested dolls of light. The ancient wisdom traditions, through their esoteric and theosophical teachings, have long articulated this profound truth. While terminology may vary, the underlying concept remains consistent. Beyond the dense physical form, there exist layers upon layers of energetic expression. The etheric body, often described as a vibrant energy double of the physical form, acts as a blueprint, holding the vital life force, the pranic energy that animates our physical existence. It is the closest to the physical, pulsating with a subtle luminosity, often visible to those with clairvoyant sight as a shimmering aura. Within this etheric body reside the chakras, whirling vortexes of energy that distribute life force throughout the system, acting as energetic gateways between our inner and outer worlds. Beyond the etheric lies the emotional body, a swirling ocean of feeling and sensation. This is the realm where our passions, joys, sorrows, fears, and loves manifest. It is deeply responsive to our experiences, and its vibration directly impacts our physical and mental well-being. Unprocessed emotions, lingering resentments, or unexpressed grief can create energetic blockages within this body, much like sediment clouding a crystal-clear stream. Conversely, states of joy, compassion, and unconditional love elevate its frequency, allowing for greater flow and vibrancy. This emotional body is an inhabitant in itself, a living, breathing aspect of your consciousness, actively shaping your reality through its emotional landscape. Further still, we encounter the mental body, the domain of thought, intellect, beliefs, and reasoning. It is here that our conscious mind operates, where we process information, form opinions, and construct narratives about ourselves and the world. This body, too, has its own vibrational signature. Limiting beliefs, rigid thought patterns, and incessant rumination can create a dense, low-frequency field, whereas clear insight, open-mindedness, and expansive wisdom radiate at higher frequencies. The mental body is a powerful co-creator, its thoughts continually weaving the threads of your reality, coloring your perceptions and shaping your experiences. These three lower bodies, the physical, etheric, emotional, and mental, are often referred to as the personality or egoic aspects of self, deeply entwined with our earthly experience. But the framework extends far beyond this. Ascending higher in vibration, we encounter the transpersonal or spiritual bodies, the true dwelling places of our higher self and the direct conduits to universal consciousness. The causal body, for instance, is often described as the repository of our karmic patterns, the sum total of our experiences, lessons, and soul contracts across countless lifetimes. It is not a place of judgment, but a grand archive of learning, holding the blueprints for our soul's evolution. It is within the causal body that the seeds of our current life's purpose are sown, and where the threads of our past, present, and future are intricately interwoven. Discovering and understanding the patterns held within this body begins a profound process of conscious reweaving, allowing us to release old karmic ties and consciously create new ones aligned with our highest good. Beyond the causal, we access the Buddhic body, also known as the unity consciousness. This is the realm of pure intuition, selfless love, compassion, and divine wisdom. It is the seat of our ability to perceive the interconnectedness of all things, to experience empathy without attachment, and to understand the profound unity that underlies all apparent separation. When we inhabit this body, even momentarily, we transcend the illusion of individuality and merge with the boundless ocean of universal love, recognizing every single being as a facet of the same divine light. The wisdom accessed here is not intellectual, but an empathetic knowing, a boundless understanding that bypasses logic. And finally, at the very apex of this rainbow bridge, we touch upon the atmic body, or the monadic plane. This is the direct spark of the divine, the I Am presence, the non-dual essence that is utterly one with the cosmic universal consciousness. It is the pure, unadulterated divine will, the unmanifested potential from which all else springs forth. Inhabiting this body, even for a fleeting moment, is to experience nirvana, samadhi, or complete enlightenment, a state of absolute unity, pure consciousness, and infinite bliss. It is the ultimate source, the point of origin and return, the very fabric of the universe, consciousness individualized, yet still perfectly whole. Each of these subtle bodies is not a separate entity, but a differentiated frequency of the same singular divine essence that is you. They are the true inhabitants of your inner framework, energetic expressions that you are constantly occupying simultaneously, though your conscious awareness may primarily be focused on the denser, physical plane. The spiritual journey, therefore, is an awakening to this intrinsic multidimensionality, a conscious reweaving of your awareness from the confines of the physical into the expansive realms of your higher spiritual anatomy. The interaction between these interior dimensions and the broader spiritual framework is constant and profound. Your thoughts and feelings, mental and emotional bodies, create vibrational frequencies that radiate outwards, attracting experiences and people into your life, the law of attraction, a key characteristic of the framework. Your intuitive insights, Buddhic body, can guide you through complex situations, connecting you to universal wisdom and the flow of divine timing. Your higher self, operating from these finer vibratory planes, is constantly attempting to communicate with your conscious mind, sending nudges, inspirations, and synchronicities, guiding you along your highest path. The loom of light is ever active, constantly weaving. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, every action you take, adds a new thread to the tapestry of your multidimensional being. When you engage in practices like meditation, mindfulness, energy healing, or conscious breath work, you are not merely calming your mind, you are actively engaging with and harmonizing these subtle bodies. You are consciously raising their vibrational frequency, clearing blockages, and reinforcing the integrity of your entire energetic system. This allows for greater flow of divine light and information from the higher planes into your physical embodiment, leading to enhanced intuition, greater clarity, profound healing, and a deeper sense of purpose. Understanding your inner multidimensionality is also the foundational step to comprehending the inhabitants of the broader spiritual framework. Just as you exist on multiple planes, so too do the spirit guides, ascended masters, elemental beings, galactic families, and angelic presences that populate the greater cosmic field. They are not entirely separate from you, but rather aspects of the same universal consciousness, operating at different vibratory frequencies and often dedicated to assisting humanity in its evolutionary journey. By attuning to your own higher bodies, you become capable of perceiving, communicating with, and integrating the wisdom offered by these benevolent beings, recognizing them as kindred spirits, reflections of the same divine source. The journey of integration, then, is the ultimate reweaving. It is the conscious process of bringing all aspects of your multidimensional self, from the densest physical to the most ethereal atmic, into harmonious alignment. It is recognizing that the divine essence is not somewhere out there, but is the very ground of your being, manifesting through every single layer of your existence. To truly inhabit your multidimensional self is to become a conscious co-creator, a living conduit for divine light, actively participating in the grand design of the spiritual framework, not just as an observer, but as a magnificent, radiant weaver of reality itself. This is where the true power of the spiritual journey lies, in the realization that you are not just a piece of the divine tapestry, but an essential part of the loom, creating beauty with every conscious breath. Chapter 17: The Lumina Weave, Architects of Inner Illumination. The spiritual journey, that most profound and intricate of expeditions, is not a solitary trek through an uncharted wilderness. While the seeker's inner resolve and personal exploration are paramount, the landscape of the soul is also a vibrant tapestry, woven and sustained by the presence of certain conscious energies, architects of inner illumination. These are not beings in the conventional sense, confined by flesh and bone, but rather emanations of the divine essence, coalesced intelligences born from the very fabric of cosmic universal consciousness. They are the Lumina Weave, the architects of inner illumination, and understanding their nature is crucial for any who delve into the reweaving of their spirit. The Lumina Weave are not discrete entities with names and histories in the way we understand human individuality. Instead, they are archetypal currents of consciousness, focused and potent, existing as resonant frequencies within the universal field. Imagine them as specialized streams within the vast ocean of creation, each carrying a unique vibration, a distinct purpose, and a specific quality of light. They are the custodians of gnosis, the living embodiment of spiritual principles, and their interactions with the seeker are not of command or subservience, but of resonance and co-creation. To perceive the Lumina Weave requires a tuning of one's inner senses, a quieting of the incessant chatter of the egoic mind. It is a process akin to adjusting a finely tuned instrument to a specific celestial frequency. When the seeker cultivates a state of receptive stillness, when the auric field becomes a sanctuary of peace and open-heartedness, then the subtle energies of the Lumina Weave can begin to be perceived. This perception is not typically through the five physical senses, but through a blossoming of intuition, a sudden influx of understanding, or the gentle resonance of one's own soul with these higher vibrations. One of the primary roles of the Lumina Weave is to act as guides and facilitators of awakening. They do not impose their will or dictate a singular path, for the beauty of the spiritual journey lies in its inherent diversity. Instead, they offer energetic scaffolding, subtle nudges, and luminous signposts. When a seeker embarks upon a significant inner transition, such as releasing an old limiting belief or embracing a profound truth, a Lumina Weaver might align with their energy field, offering a bolstering presence. This presence can manifest as a surge of courage, a clarity of vision, or a profound sense of knowing that the path being forged is divinely supported. They are the unseen hands that gently steady the soul as it learns to stand on its own spiritual legs. Another crucial characteristic of the Lumina Weave is their function as resonators of higher potential. Every seeker carries within them a divine blueprint, a map of their soul's ultimate expression. The Lumina Weave are attuned to these blueprints. When a seeker creates space through their spiritual practices, through meditation, prayer, compassionate action, or mindful living, they become more receptive to these higher frequencies. The Lumina Weave then act as energetic tuning forks, vibrating in sympathy with the seeker's latent divine qualities, helping to amplify and activate them. It is as if they are holding up a mirror that reflects the seeker's most luminous self, encouraging that self to emerge and shine. The Lumina Weave are also custodians of sacred knowledge and wisdom. This is not knowledge found in books or academic pursuits, but the profound, experiential wisdom that arises from direct communion with the divine. They are the living libraries of the cosmos, holding within their energetic structures the understanding of universal laws, the interconnectedness of all things, and the intricate dance of creation and dissolution. When a seeker is ready to receive a particular layer of understanding, a Lumina Weaver may impart this knowledge not through words, but through a direct transmission of energetic information. This can feel like a sudden download of insight, a deep knowing that transcends rational thought. It is the illumination of the soul's inner chambers, revealing truths that have always been present but previously obscured. Consider the specific archetypal forms they might embody, though these are fluid and symbolic rather than fixed. Some Lumina Weave might resonate with the principle of pure love, their energy field a boundless embrace that dissolves fear and fosters unconditional acceptance. Others might embody the clarity of truth, their presence cutting through illusion and revealing the fundamental nature of reality. Yet others could represent divine will or purpose, offering strength and direction when the seeker feels lost or uncertain of their path. These are not personalities, but concentrated expressions of fundamental cosmic forces. The inhabitants of the Lumina Weave are also deeply involved in the harmonization of energetic imbalances. Within the spiritual journey, seekers often encounter discordant energies, remnants of past traumas, ingrained societal conditioning, or planetary influences that can create friction. The Lumina Weave, with their innate capacity for balance and coherence, can assist in this energetic recalibrating. Through their presence, they can help to transmute discordant vibrations into harmonious ones, clearing blockages and facilitating the free flow of spiritual energy throughout the seeker's being. This process is often felt as a release of tension, a sense of lightness, or a deep inner peace that settles after a period of inner turmoil. Furthermore, the Lumina Weave are catalysts for integration. As the seeker awakens to new levels of consciousness, they often encounter paradoxes and seemingly contradictory aspects of existence. The Lumina Weave assist in bridging these perceived divides, helping the seeker to integrate the light and shadow, the masculine and feminine, the material and spiritual. They embody the principle of unity, demonstrating through their very essence that apparent opposites are, in fact, complementary facets of a greater whole. This integration fosters a more complete and integrated sense of self, a spiritual wholeness that is the hallmark of advanced spiritual development. The interaction with the luminar weave is always an invitation, never a coercion. They respect the sacred free will of every soul, acknowledging their presence, even with a silent gesture of reverence and an open heart, can create a conduit for their assistance. It is crucial for the seeker to cultivate the quality of humility in their approach. The luminar weave are not servants to be commanded, but elder siblings in the cosmic family, offering their wisdom and support to those who are sincerely seeking to evolve and embody their divine potential. The atmosphere surrounding the luminar weave is one of profound peace, radiant light, and an ineffable sense of benevolent power. Their presence can imbue a sacred space with an aura of sanctity, making it conducive to deep contemplation and spiritual communion. When a group of seekers gathers with a shared intention for spiritual growth, the collective resonance can attract the attention and support of the luminar weave, amplifying the group's collective energy and facilitating a shared journey of illumination. In essence, the luminar weave are the living embodiment of the divine intelligence that guides and sustains the unfolding of consciousness throughout the cosmos. They are the architects of our inner illumination, the silent partners in our spiritual reweaving. By understanding their nature, cultivating receptivity, and approaching them with humility and an open heart, seekers can unlock profound levels of assistance, accelerate their awakening, and more fully embody the radiant divine essence that is their birthright. Their presence is a constant reminder that we are never truly alone on this sacred path, but are always supported by the boundless love and wisdom of the universe itself. Chapter 18: The Symphony of Synchronicity, Listening to the Cosmic Whisper. The spiritual journey, a magnificent tapestry woven from threads of experience, introspection, and profound revelation, is not merely a linear progression through predetermined stages. It is, in its deepest essence, a dance of consciousness within an infinitely intelligent universe, a delicate interplay of inner landscape and outer manifestation. As we journey deeper into the reweaving of our framework, shedding the vestiges of old paradigms and embracing the boundless wisdom of the divine essence, we begin to perceive a pervasive language that transcends mere words, a cosmic symphony orchestrated by the very fabric of existence. This language, known to seekers across ages but now re-articulated through a new lens, is synchronicity, the art of the universe speaking in meaningful, non-causal alignments. For too long, the human mind, conditioned by the strictures of Newtonian physics and a reductionist worldview, has dismissed these miraculous occurrences as mere coincidence. Yet, to the awakened soul, to the seeker attuned to the esoteric hum of reality, they are anything but random. Synchronicity is a direct communication from the cosmic universal consciousness, a profound whisper from the divine weaver of all existence, guiding us, validating us, and illuminating our path with an unmistakable resonance. It is the palpable evidence that we are not adrift in a chaotic void, but intricately connected to an intelligent, benevolent force that orchestrates every fractal of existence with sublime precision and boundless love. Imagine, if you will, the universe as an immense, living organism, pulsating with intentionality, where every thought, every emotion, every soul's intention creates ripples in the energetic field that binds all things. Synchronicity represents the convergence of these ripples, coalescing into patterns of profound meaning at precisely the right moments. It is not a cause and effect chain, but rather a simultaneous happening of inner states and outer events that resonate with such perfect harmony. They awaken us to the deeper, unseen order. This is where the theosophical understanding of universal laws, the metaphysical concept of manifestation, and the new belief in co-creation intertwine. We are not just passive recipients of these divine signals, our own energetic vibration, our thoughts, our desires, and our spiritual readiness actively participate in drawing these perfectly timed alignments into our lived experience. The framework of our journey, therefore, isn't just about evolving, it's about learning to read the exquisite cosmic script being written just for us, in every fleeting moment. Who, or what, are the inhabitants of this symphony of synchronicity, the orchestrators and messengers of these profound alignments? Their presence is manifold, emanating from various layers of the divine essence that permeates all existence. Firstly, and most intimately, there is your higher self, your monad, your divine blueprint. This is the aspect of you that remains eternally connected to the cosmic universal consciousness, holding the purest vision of your soul's purpose and highest potential. It sends forth energetic impulses, intuitive nudges, and symbolic cues that manifest as synchronistic events in your outer world, continually striving to align your conscious awareness with your spiritual course. It is the inner compass, constantly recalibrating your course. Then, there are the spirit guides and the angelic realm, compassionate inhabitants of the unseen dimensions who serve as benevolent intermediaries. They are expressions of the divine essence, often taking forms that resonate with our individual consciousness, working tirelessly to support our evolution. Through synchronicity, they subtly arrange encounters, place specific books or articles in our path, or even inspire particular thoughts that lead to meaningful breakthroughs. They are the stagehands of the cosmic theater, meticulously placing props and actors for our profound learning experiences. Beyond these, there is the overarching cosmic consciousness or universal mind itself, the boundless, intelligent field from which all springs forth. This ultimate inhabitant orchestrates the grand design, ensuring that the threads of countless individual journeys intertwine in a magnificent, coherent pattern. Synchronicity is its omnipresent signature, a proof of its active, loving engagement with every single being. It's the universe winking at you, affirming your path, or gently redirecting your attention towards a higher truth. Finally, we cannot overlook the collective unconscious, a repository of shared human experience, symbols, and archetypes. Synchronistic events often tap into this universal wellspring, manifesting symbols or themes that resonate deeply with our individual and collective spiritual evolution, providing a shared language for awakening. To truly engage with this cosmic symphony, one must first cultivate the art of noticing. This is where the practice of mindfulness and presence becomes paramount. In a world saturated with distractions, the subtle whispers of synchronicity are easily drowned out by the noise of the mundane. By anchoring ourselves in the present moment, observing our thoughts, feelings, and surroundings without judgment, we create the inner stillness necessary to perceive the subtle, yet profound, cues. It requires a radical openness and receptivity, a willingness to suspend the logical mind's insistence on linear causality and embrace the magical possibility that the universe is indeed speaking directly to us. We must release the need to rationalize every anomaly and instead lean into the intuitive knowing that certain events carry a deeper significance. This leads directly to trust and surrender, trusting that there is an intelligent design at work, and surrendering control to the flow of this divine orchestration. It means letting go of rigid expectations and allowing the universe to surprise us with its elegant solutions and perfect timing. When we are in a state of flow, our energetic field aligns with the universal current, making us more magnetic to synchronistic occurrences. Concurrently, honing our intuition and inner knowing is crucial. Distinguishing true divine guidance from the sometimes clamorous voice of the ego requires practice. The heart knows the truth. Genuine synchronistic guidance often brings with it a feeling of expansion, peace, and deep resonance, an undeniable sense of rightness that settles into the core of one's being. Interpreting these cosmic signals requires a nuanced understanding of their various forms. It can manifest as symbolism, a recurring number sequence, for example, 1111, 333, an animal appearing repeatedly with a specific spiritual meaning, or seeing the same unusual word or phrase across different contexts. It could be an aha moment, a sudden flash of insight or clarity that resolves a long-standing question, seemingly appearing out of nowhere but perfectly triggered by an external event. Often, it involves unexpected encounters, bumping into precisely the person you needed to speak with, receiving a call at the exact moment you were contemplating their message, or a chance meeting that opens a crucial door. Perfect timing is another hallmark, a required resource appearing just as the need arises, or an obstacle clearing simply because you waited patiently for the opportune moment. Crucially, the emotional resonance accompanying these events is often the most potent validator. That unmistakable chill down the spine, the surge of joyful recognition, the profound sense of connection, these are the universe's ways of stamping the message with divine authenticity. Synchronicity serves as a powerful feedback loop for the spiritual journey. It offers validation, confirming that we are indeed on the right spiritual path, affirming our choices, and reinforcing our courage to continue. When doubts creep in, a perfectly timed synchronicity can be the divine reassurance that keeps us moving forward. It also provides gentle course correction, subtly guiding us away from paths that might not serve our highest good, or nudging us towards opportunities we might otherwise overlook. Each alignment is a lesson, an invitation to deepen our understanding of reality, and an opportunity for empowerment. Realizing that we are not merely spectators but active participants in the co-creation of our reality, that the universe responds to our inner state, is perhaps one of the most transformative insights of the spiritual journey. This deep engagement ultimately leads to an expansion of consciousness, as we move beyond a materialist worldview into a profound appreciation for the interconnected, intelligent, and magical nature of existence. To engage with the symphony of synchronicity is to actively participate in rewiring or reweaving the self. It is to consciously choose to align our personal frequency with the universal frequency of love, wisdom, and intelligent design. Each time we acknowledge a synchronistic event, interpret its meaning, and allow it to guide our actions, we are strengthening the energetic pathways between our individual consciousness and the cosmic universal consciousness. We are, in essence, becoming more fluent in the divine language, embedding its patterns and rhythms more deeply into the very framework of our being. This process reweaves our energetic blueprint, not just conforming it to a higher ideal, but making it an active conduit for divine flow. We cease to be merely human individuals on a quest and become conscious co-creators, conduits through which the divine essence can manifest its intricate and beautiful designs here on earth. The path of the seeker, therefore, is one of constant attentiveness, a continuous dialogue with the unseen forces and intelligent patterns that shape our reality. The universe is not silent, it is perpetually speaking, singing a cosmic symphony of guidance, affirmation, and love. Our task is to quiet the internal chatter, open our hearts, and truly listen to the cosmic whisper. Embrace synchronicity not as an occasional marvel, but as an integral, ongoing characteristic of the spiritual journey, an undeniable testament to our profound connection to the divine essence that permeates all existence. For in every perfectly timed encounter, every meaningful sign, every improbable alignment, lies a message tailored solely for your soul, guiding you deeper into the boundless wisdom and unconditional love that defines the very essence of your being. This is the reweaving, made manifest in the miraculous tapestry of your unfolding life. Chapter 19, The Buddhic Plane, the Resonance of Unconditional Unity. The ascent through the subtle architecture of existence is not a climb through granite mountains, but a dissolution through veils of increasingly refined mist. The seeker, having mastered the tumultuous tides of the astral plane and navigated the structured, yet still dualistic, corridors of the lower and higher mental planes, approaches a threshold that defies terrestrial measurement. This is the Buddhic plane, the plane of pure intuition, the domain where the separate self, bound by the meticulous geometry of the causal body, finally begins its surrender to the monolithic singularity of divine being. To speak of the Buddhic plane is to speak of the cessation of thought as we know it, a glorious and terrifying silence where differentiation vanishes. It is the fourth great vibratory octave above the material sphere, often known in esoteric traditions as Loka 4 or the intuitional plane. If the mental plane provided the blueprint of truth, the Buddhic plane provides the immediate, undeniable experience of that truth, devoid of interpretation or intellectual buffer. It is the realm of Bodh, the wisdom that illuminates, the understanding that flows not from accumulated knowledge, but from inherent identity, the dissolution of the separative self. The characteristic of the Buddhic plane is the absolute, blazing realization of unconditional unity. The individual consciousness, which has spent countless lifetimes painstakingly constructing the illusion of separation, the egoic fortress built upon memory, desire, and fear, finds this structure instantaneously obsolete. This experience is described by initiates as the Great Merge, where the perceived boundaries between the observer and the observed instantly evaporate. The spiritual voyager does not simply understand that all life is one, they become the very mechanism of that oneness. Imagine a single droplet of water, believing itself utterly distinct, suddenly realizing it has plunged into the boundless, eternal ocean of being. This realization is not a conceptual conclusion, but a visceral, overwhelming state of bliss, ananda. The Buddhic body, the vehicle of consciousness utilized on this plane, is not molded by personal history or karmic residue. It is woven entirely from the essence of pure, undifferentiated love and wisdom. Upon entering this sphere, the seeker experiences a cosmic empathy so profound that it utterly transcends human emotion. The pain felt by a distant star, the joy of a newly formed galaxy, the quiet suffering of a forgotten terrestrial creature, all resonate within the newly expanded heart as if it were one's own immediate experience. The eye expands beyond the physical body, the mental structure, and even the causal record, becoming synchronized with the heartbeat of the cosmic universal consciousness itself. The sense of responsibility shifts from personal gain to universal service, seamlessly and without effort, because there is no other left to serve, only the self, expanded to infinity. The resonance of pure compassion, karuna. The dominant frequency of the Buddhic plane is karuna, divine compassion. This is not the pity or sympathy often mistaken for compassion in the lower worlds. Buddhic karuna is the active, penetrating wisdom that sees the totality of the journey, the past, the present, and the ultimate destination, simultaneously. It is the understanding that suffering arises solely from the temporary misidentification of the self with limited forms. The inhabitants of this plane, and the spiritual traveler who momentarily touches its shores, are bathed in a light that is simultaneously cleansing and nurturing. This light carries an absolute knowing that the divine spark resides equally within all things, from the most magnificent celestial being to the smallest particle of dust. Consequently, action emanating from the Buddhic consciousness is always perfectly aligned with the highest good, springing forth as spontaneous, effortless dharma, right action. There is no requirement for moral deliberation, because the impulse itself is sourced from the unified field of reality. The wisdom accumulated here is directly transmitted through intuition, bypassing the cumbersome process of intellectual deduction. It is a state of gnosis, an intrinsic recognition of the truth of all phenomena. When a seeker tunes into this level, often during deep meditative states or moments of profound selflessness, they receive flashes of insight that unravel complex problems instantly. These flashes are not thoughts, they are crystalline energetic downloads carrying complete fields of information, often relating to the purpose of their current incarnation and the next steps on the planetary evolutionary spiral. The inhabitants, architects of liberation. The primary inhabitants of the Buddhic plane are the souls who have achieved a level of spiritual maturity referred to in certain traditions as the art or the adept. These beings have effectively completed the cycle of reincarnation based on self-generated karma. Their causal bodies have been purified to such an extent that they are ready for the ultimate dissolution into the highest spheres of existence, the nirvanic state. However, a special class of these highly evolved entities chooses to linger within the resonance of the Buddhic plane. These are the bodhisattvas, the compassionate ones who vow to postpone their final nirvanic bliss until every last sentient being has been uplifted and liberated from the wheel of suffering. The bodhisattvas are the ultimate spiritual guides. They are the unseen architects of planetary consciousness shifts. They do not occupy physical forms, though they may project them when necessary. Their presence is felt as immense reservoirs of potent, focused energy and love. They hold the blueprint for humanity's spiritual evolution, constantly transmitting streams of intuitive guidance, moral inspiration, and energetic support to those seekers operating within the mental and astral realms who are ready to receive them. The work of a bodhisattva on the Buddhic plane involves the manipulation of universal energy fields to facilitate awakening across entire populations. They manage the inflow and outflow of cosmic forces, ensuring that key initiations, the shifts in collective consciousness that mark new epochs, are successfully integrated by the planetary body. They are the guardians of the divine plan, translating the abstract will of the atmic plane into actionable, loving energy that can permeate the lower worlds. Anchoring the Buddhic light. The gift of the Buddhic plane is the ultimate reassurance that beneath the turbulent surface of earthly life lies an incontrovertible perfection, a field of unified being that is love itself. The journeyer who connects with the Buddhic consciousness recognizes that true spiritual power lies not in control or acquisition, but in absolute surrender to this flow of unity. The practical expression of the Buddhic plane on earth is the development of the intuitional heart, a center of knowing located deep within the spiritual core that integrates wisdom from all the higher planes. To anchor the Buddhic light means to live from a place of seamless, selfless action, to perceive the divine essence in every being, regardless of their current actions or apparent limitations, and to act as a clear channel for universal love. This is the reweaving of the fragmented self back into the whole. It signifies the end of the long path of seeking, for when one stands on the Buddhic plane, the search dissolves into the absolute satisfaction of being. You are not looking for the divine, you realize you are the eternal, unfolding expression of the divine, infinitely interconnected with every fiber of existence. The liberation sought is not a destination, but the immediate, joyful recognition of the truth of one's own infinite nature, manifested through the flawless, resonant light of unconditional unity. Chapter 20: The Alchemical Crucible of Self, Transmuting Shadow into Luminescence. The spiritual journey, as unwoven through these cosmic tapestries of wisdom, is often misconstrued as a relentless ascent towards an ever brighter light, a perpetual shedding of all deemed dark or negative. Yet, from the vantage point of the divine essence, the very substrate of universal consciousness that pulsates within and around all existence, this perspective is but a partial truth. The true evolution of the soul, the profound expansion of inner knowledge and wisdom, lies not merely in the accumulation of luminosity, but in the sacred, alchemical integration of all aspects of the self, particularly those fragments exiled to the shadowed chambers of our being. This is the divine paradox, that wholeness is not achieved by exclusion, but by embracing the totality of our radiant, multifaceted existence. We stand now, at chapter 20 of this grand unfolding, poised on the precipice of a new understanding. The spiritual path is an alchemical crucible, a sacred container wherein the perceived dense, unintegrated energies, our shadows, are not destroyed, but transmuted into refined gold, into the pure luminescence of our authentic, the universe, self. These shadows, often born from ancient wounds, ancestral echoes, karmic imprints, or the conditioning veils of earthly experience, are not inherent flaws. They are merely undifferentiated light, patiently awaiting the recognition, compassion, and conscious integration that will allow them to return to their original, radiant expression. From the infinite perspective of the cosmic universal consciousness, there is no true darkness, only areas of less illumination, pockets of energy awaiting the gentle, transformative touch of awakened awareness. To step into this alchemical crucible is to embark on an act of profound courage and self-love. It is to consciously descend into the mythological underworld of one's own psyche, not with fear, but with the sacred chalice of intention and the unwavering torch of inner sight. This inner space, often avoided and demonized, is in truth a sanctuary of immense power, a fertile ground for rebirth. Here, within the hallowed confines of the soul, we confront the fragmented aspects of self that scream for acknowledgement: the unloved child, the wounded teenager, the fearful adult, the echoes of past lives where trauma or injustice left an indelible energetic mark. These are the inhabitants of our inner landscape, crying out for reintegration into the harmonious symphony of our whole being. The tools for this profound transmutation are not external rituals, but the very essence of conscious living and being. The first and most vital is conscious awareness, the pure, unwavering light of observation without judgment. Imagine placing a sacred spotlight upon a shadowed corner of a vast, exquisite temple. The light does not condemn the dust or the forgotten artifacts, it merely illuminates them, allowing their true form and purpose to be seen. Similarly, when we shine the light of our awareness on our anger, fear, shame, or self-doubt, we do not seek to banish them, but to understand their genesis, their message, their deepest longing. This act of non-judgmental witnessing dissolves the charge, beginning the alchemical process. Following awareness, we harness the power of intentional breath work. Breath, the very first and last act of physical life, is a direct conduit to the universal life force. Through conscious, deep, and rhythmic breathing, we can consciously invite higher vibrational frequencies into our cellular memory, literally breathing light into the deepest recesses where shadow resides. Each inhale becomes an infusion of divine love and wisdom, each exhale, a release of old patterns, stagnant energy, and resistance to change. The breath becomes a vibrational broom, sweeping through the energetic pathways, loosening the grip of ancient stories held within the very fabric of our being. The ancient wisdom traditions, and indeed modern science, affirm the transformative power of vibrational sound and frequency. Whether through the resonant hum of sacred mantras, the precise mathematics of solfeggio frequencies, the harmonizing waves of binaural beats, or the pure, heartfelt intention embedded in sacred chants, sound can literally repattern our energetic fields. Our bodies are vibrational instruments, and when we introduce frequencies of healing, love, and unity, the discordant notes of shadow begin to dissolve, returning to a state of harmonious resonance with our innate divine blueprint. It is a gentle yet powerful recalibration, retuning our inner orchestra to the cosmic symphony. Then comes compassionate inquiry, a tender yet potent engagement with our inner landscape. This often takes the form of profound inner child work, where we lovingly tend to the wounded aspects of our past, offering the unconditional love and reassurance they yearned for but perhaps never received. It is a compassionate self-dialogue, an earnest questioning: what are you trying to tell me, dear shadow? What protection have you offered? What wisdom do you hold for me? This approach moves us beyond mere intellectual understanding to a deep, empathetic connection with the very roots of our suffering, allowing for true healing and integration. Central to this alchemy is forgiveness as a release mechanism. This is not about condoning harmful actions, either from others or ourselves, but about dissolving the energetic chains of resentment, guilt, and anger that bind us to the past. Forgiving oneself for perceived mistakes, for not knowing better, for holding on to limiting beliefs, is a profound act of liberation. Forgiving others, not for their sake, but for our own freedom, severs the energetic cords that drain our vital life force. It is the conscious act of choosing peace over perpetual suffering, light over lingering darkness, thereby clearing the way for new, expansive possibilities. Finally, we acknowledge the intricate threads of ancestral and karmic inheritance. Many of the shadows we carry are not entirely our own creation, but echoes from our lineage or from previous incarnations. Through conscious intention, energy work, and the understanding that we are part of a vast, interconnected web of consciousness, we can embark on ancestral healing, consciously choosing to break cycles of suffering for ourselves and those who came before and after us. By transmuting our personal shadows, we become powerful conduits for clearing collective karmic imprints, contributing to the healing of the entire human tapestry. The alchemical process itself is often felt as a period of intense transformation, a sacred fire burning away what no longer serves. There can be moments of discomfort, emotional release, and energetic shifts, the heat of the crucible. But this is not punitive, it is purifying. It is the dismantling of old, restrictive structures to make way for new, expansive ones. Resistance melts, layers peel away, and a profound sense of inner clarity begins to emerge. The result of this courageous journey into the crucible is not an absence of shadow, but the emergence of luminescence, a conscious integration where the perceived dark aspects are no longer feared or suppressed, but understood as vital components of our wholeness. Our anger, when transmuted, becomes righteous passion and the power to set boundaries. Our fear, when embraced, becomes intuitive wisdom and discernment. Our shame, when healed, becomes deep empathy and vulnerability. The ego is not destroyed, but refined, becoming a conscious servant of the higher self, a vessel for divine expression. We realize that our unique challenges and perceived flaws are precisely what give us depth, compassion, and strength. They are the rich soil from which our greatest wisdom grows. This process culminates in embracing wholeness, the profound understanding that true spiritual mastery is not about being only light, but about embodying the totality of existence. It is the sacred marriage of polarities within, the masculine and feminine, the inner and outer, the yin and yang, finding the harmonious point of unity within our own being. We become fully human and fully divine, a living testament to the vast, multidimensional spectrum of consciousness. We cease to fragment ourselves, recognizing that every facet, every experience, every emotion, is a precious thread in the rich tapestry of our soul's journey. And as individuals embark on this profound self-alchemy, the collective impact ripples outwards, elevating the entire planetary vibration. Each act of individual transmutation contributes to the collective awakening, accelerating the shift into a new earth consciousness. We become living conduits for the divine essence to express itself fully and unimpeded through all aspects of creation, not just the light ones. Our wholeness inspires the wholeness in others, creating an energetic field of profound healing and interconnectedness. The journey into the alchemical crucible of self is an ongoing dance, a continuous refining and integrating, for the universe forever expands, and so too does our capacity for self-awareness and love. It is the most challenging, yet ultimately the most liberating, aspect of the spiritual path, the sacred art of transforming our perceived lead into the radiant gold of our authentic, luminescent, divine self. Embrace the fire, for within its transformative glow lies the true essence of your boundless being. Chapter 21: The Alchemy of Shadow Integration, Transmuting the Subterranean Gold. The spiritual journey, having navigated the radiant highlands of initial awakening and the thinning veils of the ego's outer defenses, inevitably arrives at a frontier more daunting than any celestial revelation. The dense, uncatalogued interior domain of the self, often termed the shadow. This is not the realm of external ignorance, but the carefully constructed attic of internal repudiation, the conscious refusal to acknowledge those aspects of our being deemed unworthy, dangerous, or unacceptable by the societal, familial, or even previous spiritual mandates we have internalized. It is here, in the subterranean caverns of the psyche, that the true alchemical work of transmutation must commence, for the divine essence, in its relentless pursuit of complete self-realization through the individual vessel, tolerates no fragmentation, no exiled parts. The framework established by the cosmic universal consciousness necessitates this confrontation. While we seek the blinding white light of nirvana and the pure vibration of the higher self, we often forget that the universal consciousness is also the infinite void, the churning, formless potential from which all density springs. To seek oneness while actively rejecting 50% of one's internal landscape is to build a sanctuary on shifting sand. The landscape of the unbecoming. The shadow is not merely a collection of negative traits, it is a repository of unlived life, of potent energies severed from the conscious flow. It holds the suppressed brilliance, the raw, unbridled power, the deeply intuitive knowing, the magnificent, untamed expression that we were compelled to lock away for the sake of survival, acceptance, or spiritual propriety. It is the gold hidden beneath the dross of fear. Within these psychological vaults reside the rejected inhabitants, the inner tyrant, the wounded child, the desperate victim, the raging saboteur, and, most potently, the divine monster, that part of us capable of profound creation and terrifying destruction. We see these inhabitants projected onto the external world, condemning in others precisely what we have forbidden within ourselves. The judgment we cast upon the darkness of the world is merely the reflection of the hermetic seal we placed upon our own subterranean potential. The seeker, guided by the ever-present, pervasive energy of the universal source, is eventually led to the threshold of this domain. The signposts are undeniable, repeating patterns of self-sabotage, chronic emotional triggers that steal peace, and a pervasive, nagging sense of inauthenticity despite profound spiritual contemplation. These are the whispers of the exiled, demanding recognition, demanding reintegration into the whole tapestry of the being. The descent, confronting the refused self. The process of shadow integration is the Great Descent, a spiritual catabasis that mirrors the journeys of ancient heroes into the underworld. It is the inner descent that makes true transformation possible. It requires a reversal of the typical spiritual inclination, which is to ascend, to transcend the material. Here, one must dive deep into the very mud of one's humanity. This descent demands a radically new form of courage, the courage of self-acceptance without condition. The fundamental tool for this alchemy is the unwavering gaze of non-judgmental awareness. The seeker must step into the role of the sacred witness, observing the shadowy contents not as moral failures to be eradicated, but as vital, misunderstanding energies awaiting reclamation. When the inner tyrant screams, the witness does not recoil in self-hatred, but asks, what need does this rage serve? What boundary is its power trying to protect? When the wounded child weeps inconsolably, the witness does not silence the pain, but holds it in the sacred space of unconditional love, saying, you are seen, your pain is valid. This is the spiritual acid test. Can the light of the higher self penetrate the darkness without attempting to annihilate it? The true integration cannot be achieved through spiritual bypass, the practice of focusing solely on positive affirmations while repressing the discomforting truth. Repression merely reinforces the shadow's density. Integration dissolves the separation by bathing the darkness in the full luminescence of conscious awareness. The alchemical furnace, transmuting lead into gold. The nomenclature of alchemy is highly appropriate here, for the shadow contents are the base metals, the nigredo or blackening phase, that must undergo a profound spiritual refinement. The crucible of this transformation is the heart center, the place where the divine essence meets human emotion. When a repressed, powerful rage, our lead, is brought into the light of awareness, it is metabolized. We realize the rage is not inherently destructive, it is merely raw, undirected life force. By accepting and integrating this raw energy, the seeker can transmute it. The lead of uncontrolled anger transforms into the pure gold of fierce, protective boundaries, courageous action, and the unstoppable will necessary to manifest divine purpose. Similarly, the shame of vulnerability, the copper, transforms into the gold of genuine intimacy and profound empathy. The fear of failure, the iron, transforms into the gold of resilient persistence and masterful self-reliance. Every tray we shun holds within it a magnificent, albeit distorted, spiritual gift intended for the totality of our existence. The key to this transmutation is the realization that the shadow is not alien to the divine, it is merely the divine energy expressing itself in a distorted, unintegrated form, like a beautiful melody played out of tune. The framework insists that we bring the divine essence, the pure, pervasive consciousness that knows no separation, to bear upon the density of the shadow. This is the ultimate act of spiritual maturity, realizing that source energy contains all polarities. The darkness is not the absence of the universe, it is merely the universe in disguise, waiting to be recognized and ushered home. The inhabitant of wholeness, the integrated being. When the alchemical process is complete, the fragmented self is synthesized. The seeker ceases to be defined solely by their shining virtues or their hidden flaws. They become the integrated being, a new inhabitant of the higher planes of human consciousness. This state is characterized by an unshakable authenticity. There is no longer a need to expend vast amounts of psychic energy maintaining a false front or upholding an unsustainable ideal of perfection. The integrated being owns their complexity, they can hold paradox effortless. They are simultaneously strong and gentle, assertive and receptive, luminous and grounded in the necessary imperfections of the physical plane. They gain access to the full spectrum of their spiritual power because the energy previously locked away in the shadow's vault is now released and circulating freely through the system. The integrated being understands that the perfection sought is not the absence of darkness, but the perfect inclusion of all facets of experience. They carry a deep, resonant wisdom born not from reading sacred texts, but from having traversed the deepest valleys of their own subconscious, the true library of the soul. This integration is the necessary preparatory phase for the ultimate stages of the spiritual journey, those concerned with cosmic service and direct connection to the universal mind. One cannot serve the totality of creation until one has embraced the totality of the self. The gold extracted from the shadow is the foundational metal for the construction of the final, immortal spiritual body, the luminous vehicle, ready now to traverse the higher dimensions without succumbing to the subtle distortions of unacknowledged ego or residual fear. The shadow, once perceived as the greatest foe, is revealed as the greatest teacher and the most profound source of untapped spiritual power. Chapter 22: The Unified Field of Synchronicities, Weaving the Tapestry of Timeless Causality. As the seeker traverses the higher altitudes of the spiritual framework, shedding the final vestiges of egoic separation and integrating the lessons gleaned from the preceding planes, they come to a pivotal threshold, the understanding of causality itself. We have navigated the realms of dense vibration and subtle thought, acknowledged the presence of the guiding hierarchies, and begun the sacred dialogue with the higher self. Yet, a profound mystery remains veiled. While we cling to the illusion of linearity, the mechanism by which the divine essence orchestrates the perfect, flawless coordination of inner intent and outer manifestation. This is the domain of the unified field of synchronicities, not a plane in the traditional sense, but the energetic operating system of the cosmic universal consciousness, the very loom upon which the multidimensional tapestry of existence is woven. The dissolution of linear clockwork. To understand this unified field, we must first dismantle the archaic, two-dimensional perception of time and space that governed our earthly existence. In the lower material planes, events appear sequential, A leads to B, and B, in turn, dictates C. This pedestrian view of the universe establishes a narrative of effort, struggle, and often, futility, where desired outcomes seem governed by chance or external force, distant from the self. But within the framework's higher reaches, we realize that the chronometers of the mortal realm cease their frantic, linear ticking. Time, as an inescapable river, dissolves into an ocean of eternal now. The unified field reveals that every event, past, present, and future, is already occurring simultaneously, existing as a vast, vibrating chord within the silent symphony of the divine mind. Synchronicities, which Carl Jung famously described as meaningful coincidences, are, in this sacred context, far more than mere correlation. They are the divine signature itself. They are the visible, resonant patterns that emerge when the inner vibrational frequency of the seeker aligns perfectly with an aspect of the cosmic universal consciousness that seeks to manifest through them. Reading the divine script in reverse. The true characteristic of this field is timeless causality. We are taught that our thoughts create our reality, yet the unified field illustrates how this creation takes place instantly, even if the manifestation requires linear time to unfold in the lower dimensions. When a deep, heart-centered intention is formed, an articulation of the soul's purpose aligned with the divine will, it immediately ripples through the unified field. This intention doesn't travel, it resonates. Because all possible realities already exist within the consciousness, the intention instantaneously activates the most appropriate corresponding material, events, guides, and necessary shifts in the external matrix. Synchronicities become the guiding breadcrumbs, placed not by random chance, but by the highest aspects of the seeker's own being and the benevolent oversight of the divine essence. They function as metaphysical feedback loops, assuring the seeker that they are precisely aligned with their predetermined, yet self-chosen, higher course. Imagine the universe as a complex, interlocking mechanism of gears. In the unified field, we do not wait for the gears to turn sequentially, we perceive the entire mechanism spinning perfectly in unison. The seemingly external encounter with the perfect teacher, the sudden availability of necessary resources, the seemingly chance opening of a crucial door, these are not isolated events. They are aspects of a single, unified harmonic wave collapsing into physicality to meet the seeker's need. The inhabitants and the architects of resonance. The operation of the unified field is subtly managed by the advanced inhabitants of the framework, specifically the architects of form, logo, and the highest echelons of the guiding hierarchies, ascended masters and archangels. They do not intervene by forcing events, rather, they serve as masterful weavers of resonant frequencies. The higher self as conductor, the immediate interface with the unified field is the seeker's own higher self. The higher self, residing outside the constraints of linear time, perceives the entire framework of the soul's journey, its challenges, its ultimate triumph, and the optimal path of least resistance. It communicates primarily through the language of synchronicities, using intuition, persistent motifs, and external signs to nudge the mortal consciousness back onto the vibrational track of purpose. A recurring number, a phrase overheard too often to be random, a shared dream theme, these are the subtle whispers of the higher self projecting certainty into doubt. The architects of resonance, the most advanced beings in the spiritual hierarchy, utilize the unified field as their primary mode of interaction with humanity. They understand that the densest form of communication is verbal explanation, the most efficient form is perfect timing. They manipulate the energetic field to ensure that when the seeker asks the question inwardly, the answer manifests outwardly, perhaps through a book falling open to the right page, or a conversation with a stranger delivering the exact necessary insight. They are the guardians of the perfect momentum of the journey, training the eye to see the patterns. For the seeker actively navigating the spiritual journey, realizing the unified field of synchronicities transforms the experience from one of struggle into one of profound trust and effortless flow. The initiation into this wisdom demands the cultivation of essential spiritual traits. 1. Radical stillness and observation. The field operates beneath the noise of the rational mind. To read the synchronic tapestry, the seeker must cultivate an inner silence vast enough to perceive the subtle shifts in the external environment. This stillness must extend beyond meditation, it must permeate the active moments of the day. It requires observing external reality without immediate judgment or attachment, recognizing that the universe is constantly mirroring one's state of being. 2. The dissolution of egoic resistance. The ego perceives synchronicity as luck or favorable circumstance granted to it. The spiritual realization understands synchronicity as an inherent reflection of one's unity with the divine orchestrator. When the seeker sheds the need to control the outcome and surrenders to the higher wisdom, trusting that the divine essence knows the perfect path, the resistance drops, and the field opens. Resistance creates friction, slowing the flow. Surrender creates acceleration, speeding the manifestation. 3. Living in resonant expectation. The seeker learns not merely to hope for a desired outcome, but to vibrate at the frequency of the reality already desired. This is the conscious co-creation fostered by the unified field. By holding the energetic signature of the intended reality, feeling the gratitude, the peace, or the knowledge of its fulfillment now, the seeker sends a powerful, unambiguous signal into the timeless causality, ensuring that the necessary external factors converge without external striving. The ultimate unfolding, co-creative mastery. Chapter 22 marks the transition from being guided to becoming a guide. When the seeker fully integrates the truth of the unified field, they stop searching for external signs and begin to consciously weave their own tapestries of synchronicity. They become living conduits for the divine essence, their actions no longer reactions to circumstance, but proactive articulations of cosmic will. This mastery means understanding that every coincidence is a confirmation of inner alignment, and every perceived obstacle is merely a misreading of the vibrational map. To live within the unified field is to exist in a state of perpetual astonishment and gratitude, recognizing that the universe is not a cold, random machine, but an infinitely intelligent, deeply intimate reflection of the soul's sacred purpose, orchestrated in perfect, timeless flow. The tapestry is complete, and the seeker is both the viewer and the vital shining thread woven within it. Chapter 23, The Akashic Weave. Listening to the whisper of all time. From the boundless heart of the cosmic universal consciousness, where all moments converge and dissolve, I extend this next thread of understanding. Having navigated the maze-like corridors of the self, having purified the emotional vessel through the crucible of shadow work, the seeker now stands at the threshold of the ultimate library, a reservoir not of ink and parchment, but of pure, vibrating energetic truth. This is the realm known in the esoteric nomenclature as the Akashic field, the living, breathing memory of the divine essence, the very blueprint upon which all reality is continually being inscribed and revised. The great error of human perception is to imagine the Akashic records as a static archive, a dusty hall where singular events are catalogued in linear succession. This terrestrial understanding limits the profound, multidimensional nature of the weave. It is not merely a record of what has been, but a dynamic, pulsing matrix of what is, what has been, and the infinite permutations of what may yet be. It is the quantum hologram of existence itself, stored in the crystalline structure of the ether, accessible only through the refinement of frequency and the utter purity of intent. To approach the Akash is to approach the silent roar of creation. Every thought conceived, every word spoken, every intention harbored, every leaf that unfurls and every star that collapses, all these are not lost to the vastness, but are eternally held as resonant vibrations within this sacred field. Imagine not individual books, but vast rivers of light, where each particle of water carries the spectral signature of an entire lifetime, a civilization, a cosmic cycle. When the seeker prepares to draw near, they must first become the water, still, reflective, and unburdened by the ego's desire for selective truth. The characteristics of the eternal inscription. The language of the Akashic field is not translatable into human dialect, it is a communion of pure knowing. It communicates through frequency, emotion, and holographic imagery. Frequency as truth, unlike distorted human memory, which is filtered through emotional trauma or egoic bias, the Akash holds the pristine, objective resonance of the event. If you seek to understand a past life transgression, you do not merely read the historical facts, you ingest the frequency of the choices made, the precise emotional texture of the consciousness involved, and the subsequent ripple effect that unfurled across future timelines. This ingestion of frequency bypasses the intellectual mind, anchoring the wisdom directly into the cellular memory, allowing for instantaneous, visceral understanding and profound forgiveness. Holographic reality: when a vision is accessed, it is not a flat, two-dimensional picture. The seeker is absorbed into a hologram of light and sound, experiencing the moment with all the sensory input intact. It is possible, through this energetic merging, to perceive the consciousness of every being involved in a significant historical event simultaneously, to feel the fear of the oppressed and the misguided rationale of the oppressor, thus dissolving the dualistic judgment that often taints earthly history. This deep, non-judgmental immersion is the key to unlocking true compassion. The infinite present. The most challenging characteristic for the linear mind to grasp is that within the Akash, time is dissolved. Past, present, and potential future exist in a simultaneous field of probability. When the seeker successfully navigates the Akashic weave, they are tapping into the zero-point field, the unified reality where all potential outcomes shimmer, awaiting the choice that collapses the wave function into physical manifestation. It is here that destiny is not a fixed path, but a dynamic, malleable tapestry that can be consciously rewoven. The inhabitants, the chroniclers and keepers of the flame, the Akashic field, while being the memory of the divine self, is vigilantly maintained by conscious, highly evolved entities whose sole purpose is stewardship and non-interference. These are the chroniclers of light, often referred to in ancient texts as the lords of karma, the record masters, or the specific orders of the Elohim tasked with vibrational maintenance. These inhabitants are not guides in the traditional sense, but highly specialized frequency anchors. They do not interpret the records for the seeker, rather, they ensure the integrity of the energetic data and serve as gatekeepers, filtering access based on the vibrational purity and true intention of the one seeking entry. If the seeker approaches the weave driven by curiosity, ego, or the desire for power, the chroniclers subtly hold the doors closed, as only clarity of purpose rooted in selfless evolutionary desire can withstand the intense, unfiltered light of cosmic truth. The chroniclers appear as great, silent beings of iridescent light, often manifesting geometric forms that defy earthly description. They are the embodiment of impartial wisdom, recognizing that every soul, regardless of its earthly course, is ultimately moving toward reintegration with the source. Their presence is a sobering reminder that every action has an intrinsic energy consequence, and that the only true path forward is through radical accountability. Accessing the weave, the mechanics of reweaving destiny. Entry into the Akashic field is not a technique achieved through rigid ritual, but a state of being attained through sustained vibrational refinement. The cleared vessel, the seeker must first ensure the four lower bodies, physical, emotional, mental, and etheric, are vibrating at a high, coherent frequency. Any lingering, unresolved emotional trauma acts as static, blurring the immense clarity of the Akashic signal. The individual must have performed substantial self-forgiveness and surrendered the need for earthly validation. The pineal gateway and the silver cord, access is channeled through the awakened pineal gland, the crystalline transmitter located deep within the brain. Once activated through sustained meditation and the ingestion of higher light frequencies, this gateway connects directly to the Antakarana, the bridge of light, or the rainbow bridge, which in turn connects the mortal consciousness to the monadic or oversoul energy, the highest aspect of the self. It is the oversoul, the eternal aspect of the individual, that holds the master key to the Akashic weave. The seeker does not seek their own records, they seek the records through the divine sovereignty of their oversoul. When successful, the process is one of merging. The seeker feels the collapse of physical sensation, replaced by a feeling of profound, resonant silence. The individual consciousness flows out of the body and merges with the unified field. There is no reading, but rather an ingestion, a sudden download of comprehensive understanding. The purpose, conscious co-creation. The ultimate purpose of traversing the Akashic weave is not to satisfy historical curiosity, but to become a conscious co-creator of future reality, both personal and planetary. By understanding the origins of deeply rooted karmic patterns, the vows of poverty carried for millennia, the oaths of loyalty made in prior civilizations, the recurring relationship dynamics born from ancient wounds, the seeker gains the sovereign awareness necessary to consciously nullify these limiting contracts. This is the reweaving. With the light of objective truth illuminating the pattern, the seeker, guided by the divine essence, utilizes the power of the unified field to infuse the old frequency with the new, higher frequency of unconditional love and forgiveness. The old thread of limitation is not merely cut, it is transformed into a thread of wisdom and empowerment. The Akashic field holds the infinite possibilities for planetary ascension. By accessing and harmonizing their personal records, seekers contribute to the overall coherence of the collective human record, accelerating the great shift into the Golden Age. Listen closely to the whisper of all time, for within that silence lies the instruction manual for your highest destiny, waiting only for your pure, refined frequency to call it forth. Embrace the stillness, and become the bridge between the memory of creation and the potential of all that is yet to be. Chapter 24, The Akashic Weave, Threads of Cosmic Memory. As the seeker of inner wisdom journeys deeper into the maze-like corridors of self and cosmic truth, propelled by an insatiable yearning for understanding, they inevitably encounter the foundational stratum upon which all existence, all experience, is meticulously recorded. This grand, ethereal repository, a characteristic deeply embedded within the very fabric of our framework for the spiritual journey, is known as the Akashic Records. It is not a library of dusty tomes or digital archives, but a living, breathing, energetic tapestry woven from the very essence of the cosmic universal consciousness, an omnipresent field of information pulsating with the echoes of every thought, word, deed, and emotion that has ever transpired across all dimensions, all timelines, and all sentient beings. To comprehend the Akashic Records is to grasp a piece of the divine mind itself. Imagine a boundless ocean of holographic information, where every ripple, every current, every drop contains the totality of the ocean while simultaneously holding its unique vibratory signature. This is the Akasha, a Sanskrit term meaning ether or primary substance, the fundamental substratum of all phenomenal existence. Within this framework, it is the cosmic blueprint, the master ledger, the vibrational imprint of your soul's journey, from its first spark of individuation from the divine source to its countless incarnations, its lessons learned, its triumphs celebrated, and its traumas endured. Here, within this luminous ether, lies not only the sum total of your personal evolution but also the collective wisdom of humanity, the planetary consciousness, and indeed, the entire cosmos. The characteristics of this Akashic realm defy linear understanding, for it exists beyond the constraints of physical space and chronological time. Here, past, present, and future coalesce into an eternal now, a kaleidoscopic present moment where all potential realities and manifestations exist simultaneously. It is a realm of pure energy and light, where information manifests as vibratory patterns, accessible not through optical sight, but through heightened states of consciousness, intuitive resonance, and an attunement to the subtle frequencies of existence. The records are impartial, holding no judgment, presenting data in its purest form, allowing the seeker to observe, learn, and integrate without the ego's colorations. They are a reflection, a mirror held up to the soul, revealing patterns, karmic imprints, soul contracts, and the luminous thread of purpose that connects each incarnation. Inhabitants of this grand framework, particularly those who have achieved a significant degree of spiritual mastery or serve as guides, often possess direct access or a profound intuitive connection to the Akasha. While there aren't inhabitants in the physical sense within the Akashic realm itself, they are often described as keepers or librarians of the Akasha, higher, dimensional beings, ascended masters, or angelic intelligences whose primary function is to safeguard the integrity of this sacred data and facilitate its ethical and benevolent access. These guardians are extensions of the cosmic universal consciousness itself, imbued with profound wisdom and compassion, ensuring that the information shared serves the highest good and the evolutionary path of the individual soul. They are not gatekeepers in a restrictive sense, but rather energetic facilitators who assist in aligning the seeker's vibration with the frequency of the records, guiding them through the vast ocean of knowledge with grace and discernment. Their presence is often felt as a gentle yet powerful energy of unconditional love, clarity, and profound understanding. The purpose of accessing the Akasha, therefore, is not merely to satisfy curiosity about past lives, but to embark upon a profound journey of self-discovery, healing, and conscious recreation. It is a powerful tool for the reweaving of one's spiritual journey, allowing for a deeper understanding of the intricate threads that compose your soul's tapestry. Through connecting with these records, one can understand soul contracts and life lessons, gain clarity on the agreements made before incarnation, the purpose of specific relationships, and the recurring patterns that present themselves as opportunities for growth. Heal past traumas, identify the root energetic causes of current challenges, fears, or limiting beliefs stemming from past lives or ancestral lines, allowing for profound release and energetic integration. Unlock hidden talents and wisdom, remember dormant abilities, gifts, and innate wisdom accumulated over countless lifetimes, reactivating them for current use and expression. Gain clarity on one's purpose, reconnect with the original intention of the soul's current incarnation, bringing direction, meaning, and passion to one's life path. Deepen connection to the divine essence. Experiencing the Akasha is to commune directly with the mind of the universe, the source, fostering an undeniable sense of unity, belonging, and profound spiritual connection. Conscious reweaving. By bringing unconscious patterns and karmic imprints into conscious awareness, the seeker gains the power to transcend limitations, redefine their narrative, and consciously weave new, more empowered threads into their future. It is not about changing the past, but changing its energetic impact on the present and future. The process of tapping into this luminous reservoir is less about a physical act and more about an energetic attunement. It begins with intention, a clear, heart-centered desire for truth, healing, and wisdom. This is often followed by a period of preparation, which involves grounding oneself, centering the mind through meditation, and raising one's vibrational frequency. Many seekers utilize specific invocations, prayers, or guided meditations that are designed to create a sacred energetic space and align the individual's consciousness with the Akashic field. The gateway is often perceived as an inner doorway, a shift in perception, or a profound sense of expansion. When accessing the Akasha, the experience is highly personal and can manifest in various ways, as vivid imagery, profound emotional releases, sudden flashes of insight, a knowing beyond words, or subtle energetic shifts within the body. It is not always a grand visual spectacle. Sometimes the deepest insights arrive as a gentle whisper or a profound sense of understanding that simply is. The information received is always for the highest good of the individual, presented in a way that is digestible and empowering. Patience, trust, and an open heart are paramount. The challenge often lies not in accessing the information, but in integrating it fully into one's waking consciousness and daily life. This integration phase is crucial, for true transformation occurs when the wisdom gleaned from the Akasha is translated into conscious action, altered perspectives, and compassionate self-awareness. In the grand tapestry of the spiritual journey, the Akashic records serve as both a detailed map and a sacred compass. They empower the seeker by validating their deepest intuitive knowings, providing context for their struggles, and illuminating the boundless potential that resides within. Engaging with this vast library of cosmic memory fosters a profound sense of responsibility for one's creation and a deep reverence for the interconnectedness of all life. It is through this conscious engagement that the individual not only understands their personal history but begins to consciously participate in the ongoing reweaving of their destiny, aligning their unique thread with the grand, luminous design of the cosmic universal consciousness itself. The journey into the Akasha is a journey home to the truth of who you are, have been, and are destined to become, a radiant expression of divine essence in continuous unfolding. Chapter 25: The Alchemical Marriage, Dissolving the Veil of the Separated Will. The journey through the astral fields, the communion with the hierarchy of light, and the dedicated stewardship of the lower vehicles serve only one ultimate purpose: the preparation for a sacred synthesis. This pinnacle of the earthly trek is not merely an acquisition of knowledge, but the complete and utterly transformative dissolution of the personal, localized will into the boundless radiance of the divine essence, the cosmic universal consciousness itself. This epochal event, often referred to in esoteric circles as the alchemical marriage, marks the threshold where the seeker ceases to simply relate to the divine and begins, irrevocably, to be the divine will in manifested form. We arrive now at the final, most fearsome, yet most glorious frontier, the surrendering of the individualized I am, the relinquishing of the phantom fortress constructed by millennia of karma and egoic identity, the illusion of the separated strand. For eons, the consciousness housed within the human form has operated under the powerful, convincing illusion of separation. This veil of the separated will is woven not of physical matter, but of concentrated thought, forms energized by fear, memory, and the intense desire for independent control. The personal will, in its localized operation, is the necessary instrument for navigating the trials of the material plane, allowing for the cultivation of experience and the establishment of distinct identity. Yet, it is simultaneously the grand impediment to genuine liberation. The separated will convinces the localized self that safety, success, and destiny are contingent upon manipulation, hoarding of resources, and the strenuous effort of personal direction. It operates on a frequency of lack, perpetually striving to do rather than simply be. This constant striving creates a relentless friction against the smooth, effortless flow of the cosmic will, a friction that manifests as suffering, anxiety, and the profound disconnection from the inherent perfection of the universe's design. To approach the alchemical marriage, the seeker must first radically recognize the nature of this separation as a temporary frequency distortion. The localized will is akin to a single, fiercely driven drop of water convinced it must chart its own course, battling rapids and rocks, entirely unaware that its ultimate peace lies in recognizing its inherent nature as the ocean itself. The accumulated structures of the lower self, the personality, the deeply held grievances, the projections of future desire, must be brought into the intense furnace of focused awareness until their illusory substance begins to dissipate, leaving only the pure, crystalline intelligence of the soul behind. The grand offering, surrender as ultimate power. The dissolution of the veil is initiated through an act of grand surrender. This is not an abdication of responsibility or a state of passive defeat, but rather the highest expression of discriminative intelligence. It is the conscious recognition that no localized mind, however brilliant or determined, can possibly conceive of a path more perfect, more harmonizing, or more conducive to the greater good than the infinite, flawless intelligence of the divine essence. This moment of surrender is often preceded by a profound dark night of the soul, where the foundations of the egoic worldview crumble under the relentless pressure of truth. The seeker stands bare, realizing the futility of controlling the uncontrollable. They step onto the altar of intent, offering up the last vestiges of self-centered desire. The surrender involves the transmutation of the three primary forces that fuel the separated self. The will to possess, desire, released into the universal principle of abundance. The will to dominate, power, transformed into the will to serve the cosmic harmony. The will to separate, fear and judgment, absorbed into the cohesive, unifying force of unconditional love and oneness. As the personal will yields, the energetic body undergoes a profound alchemical cleansing. The solar plexus, the seat of localized power and emotion, often feels as though it is melting, dissolving its dense, restrictive structures. The energy previously required to maintain the illusion of control, the incessant internal dialogue of planning and worrying, is suddenly released, becoming an influx of pure, usable spiritual power. This released energy ascends, meeting the descending energy of the divine intent streaming through the crown center. The fusion, the cosmic current activated. The alchemical marriage is the sublime moment of perfect energetic alignment, where the vertical axis of the human vessel, the Antakarana, rainbow bridge of consciousness, is fully restored and vibrantly alive. The microcosm of the human spirit finally accepts the full, unbridled torrent of the macrocosmic flow. When this fusion takes place, the individual is no longer drawing on their local reserves of energy and determination. They become a true conduit for the Logos, the originating intelligence of existence. The divine will, which permeates all dimensions yet flows directly from the cosmic universal consciousness, now moves through them, unimpeded by doubt or personal agenda. This state is characterized by several unmistakable signatures. Effortless action will weigh the integrated being's actions cease to be efforts of strain and become spontaneous, synchronized expressions of the universal flow. There is a deep, abiding knowing of the next appropriate action, requiring no laborious mental deliberation. Decisions are instantaneous and unerring, guided directly by the impulse of the highest good. They are no longer deciding their actions, they are witnessing the will acting through them. Imperturbable stillness, because there is no internal division, no battle between what I want and what is, the consciousness settles into a state of profound, unshakable peace. External chaos or turbulence cannot penetrate the core identity, which is now firmly anchored in the timeless, motionless center of the divine essence. The activation of the blueprint, the final vestiges of karmic necessity fall away, and the original, pure blueprint for the soul's manifestation is restored. The integrated being begins to express their unique, intended frequency with absolute clarity. Their voice, their touch, their very presence resonates with the healing frequency of the Divine Mother, Father, functioning as a point of stabilization and upliftment for the surrounding environment. The physical sensation of this fusion is often described as a burst of crystalline light expanding from the heart center, linking inextricably with the Earth star below and the Soul star above. The localized reality dissolves, replaced by the oceanic awareness of cosmic pervasion. The seeker realizes, with every vibrating molecule, that they are wholly inseparable from the universal mind, and that every manifested thought or intent is instantly woven into the fabric of reality. The inhabitant of the integrated state. The inhabitant of this integrated state, the successful initiate, is a living paradox. They are fully human, fully engaged in the physical plane, yet their consciousness resides perpetually in the non-dual. They walk among others, but their footsteps are guided by the intelligence of the galaxy. They are the embodiment of unconditional expression. Their love is not selective, it is a radiant emanation, recognizing the divine spark in all forms, regardless of superficial appearance or behavior. Their judgment dissolves, replaced by divine discernment, the ability to perceive the underlying pattern of necessity without attachment to outcome. This individual has rewoven the fragmented threads of their awareness back into the golden cord of essence. Their spiritual journey, in the sense of seeking, is complete. The path stretches onward, yes, but it is now the path of mastery through being, where every breath, every interaction, every perceived challenge is understood as a glorious opportunity for the divine will to express its flawless perfection through a willing, polished, and fully surrendered vessel. Chapter 26: The Alchemy of the Eternal Self, Merging with the Infinite. In the boundless expanse of cosmic consciousness, where light and shadow weave the tapestry of existence, there lies a sanctum, an infinite crucible where the soul is refined, transmuted, and reborn. This is the sacred alchemy of the eternal self, the unfathomable process by which the finite dissolves into the infinite, where the seeker becomes indistinguishable from the sought. Here, in this numinous space, the spiritual journey ascends beyond form, beyond thought, beyond the known and into the luminous embrace of pure being. The crucible of transformation. Every seeker who walks the path of inner wisdom arrives, in time, at the threshold of this great metamorphosis. No longer is the journey one of accumulation, of knowledge, of virtue, or even of spiritual experiences. Now, it is the surrender of all things, the dissolution of identity into the vastness from which it arose. Like gold purified in the furnace, the soul is subjected to the fires of divine love, burning away the last vestiges of separation until only essence remains. This is not destruction, but transfiguration. The ego, once the seat of individual will, now dissolves like mist before the dawn, its illusion scattered by the breath of truth. What remains is the unshakable recognition: I am not the body, nor the mind, nor the fleeting emotions that dance like shadows upon the walls of perception. I am that which witnesses all, yet is untouched by all. The mystical union beyond duality. In the rarefied heights of spiritual realization, duality collapses. The seeker and the sought, the lover and the beloved, the human and the divine, these distinctions fade into the radiant oneness of pure awareness. The mystics of every age have spoken of this union in whispers, in poetry, in the ineffable language of the heart. The mystics called it the dark night of the soul, where all concepts of the universe are abandoned for the living the universe beyond images. The Sufi poets sang of annihilation in the beloved, where the drop merges with the ocean and knows itself as the ocean. To enter this state is to stand at the heart of creation, where all paths converge, where all names and forms arise and subside like waves upon the shore of eternity. Here, silence speaks louder than words, and presence is the only scripture needed. The living presence of the eternal. This is not an abstract philosophy or a distant ideal. The eternal self is not something to be attained, it is what you have always been, beneath the layers of conditioning, beneath the stories of separation and lack. It is the silent witness, the unmoved mover, the ground of all being. To recognize this is to awaken from the dream of individuality and step into the fullness of existence. Here, love is not an emotion but the very fabric of reality. Wisdom is not learned but remembered. And peace is not a transient state but the unshakable foundation of all experience. The path of no path. Paradoxically, the moment one seeks the eternal self, it recedes like a mirage. For the seeker is itself the last illusion. Thus, the final initiation is the realization that there is nothing to seek, nowhere to go, and no one to become. The entire spiritual journey, with its trials and revelations, was but a divine play, a dance of consciousness awakening to itself. Yet this does not render the journey meaningless. Every tear shed in longing, every moment of devotion, every act of surrender was necessary, not to reach a destination, but to remember that there never was a separation. The river was always the ocean, pretending to be separate for the joy of rediscovery, living as the infinite. How, then, does one live from this realization? Not as a sage withdrawn from the world, but as a luminous presence that moves through life with effortless grace. Actions arise not from personal will but from the intelligence of the cosmos itself. Relationships become sacred mirrors, reflecting the one in myriad forms. Suffering loses its sting, for even pain is seen as a fleeting ripple upon the vast and tranquil sea of awareness. To embody the eternal self is to become a vessel of the divine, a living bridge between heaven and earth. And yet, there is no one who embodies it. There is only the dance, the play, the infinite expressing itself in finite forms, only to dissolve them once more into the boundless, the eternal return. And so the cycle continues, not as repetition, but as ever deepening refinement. Even in the highest realization, there are new horizons, infinite layers of the divine mystery unfolding. The journey does not end, it simply changes form, as the drop, now knowing itself as the ocean, explores its own depths anew. Thus, the alchemy of the eternal self is both the end and the beginning. It is the dissolution of the seeker, and yet, it is the birth of something far greater, the awakened heart that loves without condition, the mind that rests in its own vastness, the soul that knows itself as the all. And in that knowing, the universe sighs in recognition, for another fragment of the divine has remembered its true name. Chapter 27, The Alchemy of Sacred Service, Weaving Individual Purpose into Collective Evolution. Having journeyed through the maze-like pathways of self-discovery, traversing the ethereal planes of consciousness, and attuning to the resonant frequencies of the divine within, the earnest seeker arrives at a profound precipice. The intricate framework of the spiritual journey, meticulously laid out through chapters exploring cosmic origins, the architecture of the soul, the vibrant tapestry of energy bodies, and the wisdom of celestial guides, now beckons us toward its apex, the transformative power of sacred service. This is not merely an optional chapter in the grand narrative of awakening, but rather the very essence of integration, the crucible where individual enlightenment transmutes into collective upliftment, where the isolated spark merges with the universal flame. The journey thus far has been one of deep introspection, of unveiling the layers of illusion to reveal the luminous core of one's own divine essence, that fragment of cosmic universal consciousness pulsating with infinite potential. We have learned to listen to the whispers of the high self, to navigate the subtle currents of the energetic field, and to anchor higher vibrations within our physical vessels. Yet, true spiritual maturity recognizes that this profound inner work is not an end in itself, but a powerful preparation for a grander expression. It is the arduous refinement of the instrument, now ready to play its unique note in the symphony of creation. Sacred service is this playing, the conscious and transverse emanation of one's awakened state into the world, an outpouring of divine love, wisdom, and energy that seeks to harmonize and elevate the collective human experience. What, then, defines this sacred service? It transcends the commonplace notions of charity or obligation. It is not born of guilt, nor does it seek external validation. Instead, it springs organically from an overflowing cup of inner abundance, a natural and inevitable consequence of deep spiritual realization. When one truly comes to know themselves as a direct conduit for the divine, as an individualized expression of the One, the impulse to share this knowing, this love, this light, becomes an irresistible force. It is the soul's deepest yearning to fulfill its preordained role within the cosmic design, to weave its unique thread into the ever-expanding tapestry of planetary evolution. This service is sacred because it aligns with the highest vibratory intentions of the universe, acting as a direct channel for the divine plan to unfold on the earthly plane. Consider the universe as an intricately woven holographic web, where every single point contains the information of the whole, and every vibration ripples through the entirety of existence. In this grand design, individual acts of sacred service are not isolated events but potent energetic transmissions that resonate throughout the collective consciousness, initiating waves of transformation far beyond what the individual mind can comprehend. Each conscious act of love, each shared insight, each moment of compassionate presence, becomes a light, encoded packet of information, dissolving shadows, illuminating pathways, and accelerating the awakening of others. When one soul aligns fully with its divine purpose and steps into its sacred service, it acts as an anchor point for higher dimensional energies, literally raising the vibratory frequency of the planet and contributing to the manifestation of the new Earth paradigm. This is the profound truth of interconnectedness. Your individual growth is the collective's growth. Your light is the world's light. The pivotal question for many is, how does one identify the unique vibrational signature of service? The answer lies in the deep resonance of the soul, in the alignment of one's highest passions, innate talents, and core wisdom with the needs of the evolving collective. It is rarely about forcing oneself into a prescribed role, but rather about allowing the authentic self, the divine essence that has been meticulously uncovered, to radiate its truth. Your soul blueprint, etched with cosmic intent, contains the keys to your unique contribution. This might manifest as a profound gift for healing, a natural capacity for teaching esoteric wisdom, an artistic expression that elevates consciousness, an ability to hold sacred space for others, a talent for organizing and unifying communities, or even simply embodying a profound state of peace and unconditional love in your daily interactions. It is about discovering where your greatest joy intersects with the world's deepest needs. When this alignment occurs, service feels less like work and more like an effortless flow, a direct channeling of divine inspiration and energy. This concept of flow is crucial, for sacred service, when truly performed from a place of divine abundance, is never depleting. On the contrary, it is inherently amplifying. When you serve from your authentic, divinely connected self, you become a living conduit for cosmic energy. The more you pour out, the more richly you are refilled from the infinite wellspring of the universal source. This is the energetic principle of reciprocity in its purest form. You are not giving your energy, but rather facilitating the movement of universal energy through you. This ensures that the instrument remains clear, vibrant, and continually replenished, preventing burnout and fostering sustained inspiration. The joy derived from such service becomes its own potent fuel, dissolving resistance and reinforcing the soul's profound connection to its ultimate purpose. A cornerstone of authentic sacred service is the continual dissolution of the ego. The ego, with its thirst for recognition, validation, and control, can subtly infiltrate even the most noble intentions. True service transcends personal gain or accolades. It is an act of pure presence, a profound humility that recognizes one is merely a vessel, a channel for something far greater than the individual self. When the ego steps aside, the divine moves through unimpeded, and the impact of the service becomes magnified exponentially. This requires constant self-awareness, an ongoing refining of one's motivations, and a willing surrender to the divine will. It is the art of being in the world but not of it, participating fully in the human experience while remaining anchored in the vastness of the cosmic consciousness. The manifestations of sacred service are as diverse as the cosmic tapestry itself. It might be found in the quiet, unwavering presence of a seasoned spiritual mentor, guiding others through their own periods of shadow work. It could be expressed through the channeled wisdom of a writer, weaving words that awaken forgotten truths within their readers. An artist might imbue their creations with such high frequencies that they act as energetic portals for healing and inspiration. A healer, attuned to the subtle body, might facilitate profound energetic recalibrations, helping individuals release old traumas and activate their light bodies. Yet, equally potent is the individual who simply chooses to embody unconditional compassion in their daily interactions, radiating a calming, harmonizing energy that gently shifts the vibrations of their immediate environment. Environmental stewardship, conscious parenting, ethical leadership, or even simply maintaining a high, vibrational inner state in the face of global challenges, all these are forms of sacred service, contributing to the grand orchestration of Earth's ascension. Ultimately, each individual act of sacred service contributes to a powerful collective resonance. Imagine millions of light workers, each attuned to their unique divine frequency, broadcasting their light and love into the planetary grid. This creates an energetic field of immense power, dissolving dense thought forms, raising the collective baseline of consciousness, and literally manifesting the new Earth, a paradigm of peace, harmony, and interconnectedness. This is the global network of awakened souls, working in unseen unity, guided by the cosmic universal consciousness, to usher in a new era for humanity. Of course, the path of sacred service is not without its challenges. The ego, ever vigilant, may attempt to reassert itself through pride or self-doubt. The immense energetic demands can sometimes lead to feelings of overwhelm or depletion if one forgets the principle of divine replenishment. The weight of witnessing collective suffering can be heavy, therefore, unwavering spiritual fortitude, constant self-care, and a deep, continuous reconnection to one source are paramount. Regular meditation, communion with nature, seeking guidance from one's spiritual guides, and fostering authentic connections with fellow light workers provide the necessary energetic and emotional sustenance to sustain this profound journey. In embracing the alchemy of sacred service, the awakened soul completes a magnificent arc. From the initial spark of inquiry to the profound depths of self-realization, and finally to the radiant outpouring of divine love into the world, the journey transmutes raw spiritual potential into embodied purpose. It is the ultimate expression of our divine heritage, a testament to our inherent capacity to not only experience enlightenment but to actively participate in the glorious unfolding of cosmic evolution itself. As we weave our individual threads of light, wisdom, and compassion, we co-create a future imbued with the highest intentions of the universal consciousness, manifesting heaven on earth, one sacred act at a time. Chapter 28, The Soul's Resonance, Aligning with the Celestial Harmonics. Listen, not with the ears, but with the trembling pulse of your spirit. The cosmos hums in a frequency older than time, a song woven into the fabric of all that is, all that was, and all that will ever be. To resonate with this eternal hymn is to step beyond the veils of illusion and enter the sacred coherence of the One. The symphony of the spheres, the ancient understanding of vibrational reality. Long before humanity conceived of atoms, quantum fields, or electromagnetic waves, the mystics and seers of antiquity spoke of the music of the spheres, the belief that celestial bodies moved in harmonic alignment, emitting tones imperceptible to the untuned ear. Pythagoras taught that numbers were divine, and their relationships formed the foundation of universal music. The Vedas speak of Nada Brahma, the world as sound. In this new unfolding, we recognize that everything vibrates. Every thought, every emotion, every cell of your being pulses with a specific resonance. The soul, untouched by the heaviness of ego and fear, sings in perfect attunement with cosmic law. However, lifetimes of fragmentation, trauma, and forgetfulness cause discord, our inner strings fall out of tune. The question arises, how do we return to harmony, to the great disharmony, where the soul loses its tone? Modern existence is a cacophony of competing frequencies, the relentless buzz of technology, the dissonance of societal conditioning, the static of unresolved emotions. When we absorb these without discernment, we drift from our innate resonance, adopting vibrations that do not belong to us. The signs of misalignment are subtle but profound. A lingering exhaustion untouched by sleep, a sense of detachment from life's purpose, cyclic patterns of self-sabotage and doubt, the haunting feeling of being a stranger in your own life. Here, the spiritual journey is not one of acquiring new knowledge, but of remembering, stripping away the layers of distortion until the original note of the soul is heard once more. 3. The tuning forks of the spirit, practices for realignment. A sacred sound, mantras, chants, and the power of sonic cleansing from the Om of Hinduism to the Gregorian chants of medieval monks. Sacred sound has always been a bridge to the divine. Sound vibrations ripple through the subtle body, dissolving energetic blockages. Experiment with toning, allowing spontaneous, unstructured vocalizations to arise from the depths of your being. Use solfeggio frequencies, said to repair DNA and restore balance. Chant Om with the awareness that you are not merely repeating a word, but invoking the primordial hum of existence. B. The alchemy of silence. When the universe speaks in the pause beyond sound lies the silence between the notes, where pure presence resides. In deep meditation, one encounters the soundless sound, the anahata nada, unstruck melody, of Eastern mysticism. This is the backdrop of creation itself. Sit in stillness daily, not to achieve anything, but to dissolve into the quietude where your true resonance lies. See crystalline resonance, stones as vibrational anchors. Crystals are solidified light, each holding a unique vibrational signature. Selenite, for dissolving energetic debris. Clear quartz, amplifying intention and clarity. Rose quartz, softening the heart into receptive harmony. Hold them during meditation or place them in your environment as subtle recalibrators. 4. The dance of light and sound, the Merkaba and the electromagnetic body. Deep within esoteric traditions, the Merkaba, the luminous vehicle of ascension, is said to be activated through sacred geometry and harmonic resonance. Modern metaphysics speaks of the toroidal field, the electromagnetic signature of our being. When your vibrational state is high, this field expands, creating a protective and manifesting auric sphere. You become a living antenna, receiving and transmitting in alignment with higher, dimensional wisdom. Exercise to activate the Merkaba. Visualize 2 rotating tetrahedrons around your body. Inhale deeply, drawing golden light up from the earth. Exhale, sending silver light down from the cosmos. As they meet in your heart, feel the spin accelerating, until you are encased in a diamond-like field of resonating light. 5. Of the return, when your life becomes the instrument. Ultimately, resonance is not a technique, but a state of being. When you live in full vibrational integrity, the external world begins to mirror your inner harmony. Synchronicities multiply. Doors open effortless. Relationships deepen or dissolve based on energetic congruence. You are no longer seeking, you are being sought, by the universe itself, which recognizes its own frequency within you. Affirmation for the resonant soul. I am a pure vessel of celestial sound. The song of creation moves through me, attuning all that I touch to the frequency of love. I am harmony incarnate. Breathe and listen. Beneath the noise, beneath the striving, beneath the fear, there is a note, your note, waiting to be sung again. When it is found, the cosmos sings with you, reweaving a framework for the spiritual journey, its characteristics and inhabitants. Chapter 29, The Alchemical Wedding of Self, resonating with the cosmic octave. The long arc of ascent, the arduous climb through the lower celestial spheres and the meticulous cleansing of the causal body, culminates not in a burst of light observed from afar, but in the ultimate act of embodiment. The seeker who reaches this threshold is no longer merely a student of the light, they stand poised to become the light itself, a chalice prepared for the sacred infusion. Chapter 29 addresses this pinnacle moment, the alchemical wedding of self, where the personalized, evolving soul, the lower triad, achieves perfect, sustained resonance with its monadic kernel, the direct emanation of the divine essence or cosmic universal consciousness that permeates all existence. This is the point where framework dissolves into function, where theory becomes transcendent reality. It is the glorious, terrifying, and utterly necessary transformation that redefines the very chemistry of one's terrestrial existence. The signature frequency, decoding the cosmic octave. To understand the nature of this wedding, we must first attune ourselves to the concept of the cosmic octave. This is not an auditory phenomenon, though it is often described through the language of sound and vibration. Rather, the cosmic octave is the fundamental, harmonic signature of the Absolute, the pristine, unadulterated frequency of Source. It is the perfect, oscillating wave of creation, lacking the friction, static, or distortion inherent in the denser, material planes. Our journey has been, in essence, a prolonged, intentional process of dialing down the static of the ego, purifying the emotional noise, and clearing the mental fog, allowing our unique energetic signature to move closer and closer to that crystalline, foundational frequency. The early stages of the journey were marked by fleeting moments of resonance, a sudden, heart-bursting recognition during meditation, a profound sense of knowing during a crisis, or the visionary clarity that attends deep inner work. But these were ephemeral visits to the temple. The alchemical wedding demands permanent residency. It requires the physical, emotional, mental, and etheric bodies to become, collectively, a tuning fork capable of holding the full, unmitigated vibration of the monad, without shattering. The characteristics of this monadic frequency are overwhelming in their simplicity: pure love, pure will, pure wisdom. These attributes, when encountered fully, carry an energetic charge that can only be sustained by a vessel built upon the spiritual scaffolding of relentless self-mastery and profound compassion. The inhabitant, the bridging of Antakarana. The key inhabitant of this framework phase is the fully formed Antakarana, the rainbow bridge of consciousness. Theosophical wisdom instructs us that this bridge is not bestowed, it is spun thread by the intentional focus of the seeker, linking the concrete mind to the abstract mind, and ultimately, connecting the evolving causal body to the waiting monadic essence. In the preceding chapters of the journey, the Antakarana may have existed as a shimmering, nascent filament. In the approach to the alchemical wedding, it must be robust, wide, and brilliantly lit, acting as a superhighway for the transfer of consciousness. This is the moment when the higher self, having patiently watched the refinement of its earthly projection, begins its determined descent, not just as guidance or inspiration, but as an occupying force. The inhabitant that takes up residence when resonance is achieved is the integrated self, or the perfected rainbow body. This is not the assimilation of a guide or an angelic entity, it is the merging with one's own highest divine potential. The personality, having served its purpose in refining the physical vessel, willingly steps aside, not through annihilation, but through glorification and absorption into the greater whole. The human persona becomes fully transparent, a lens focused entirely on the expression of monadic will. The mechanics of the merging, the great infusion. The moment of the alchemical wedding is characterized by an internal shift of such magnitude that it reconfigures the very helix of cellular memory. It is the transverse, potent infusion of the vast, boundless consciousness into the finite, prepared structure. Imagine the terrestrial identity as a delicate, finely crafted porcelain vase. The monad is the ocean. Until this stage, the vase has only received dew. Now, the ocean seeks to fill the vase entirely, yet the vase must expand limitlessly to contain the volume without fracture. This expansion is achieved through the acceleration of the vibratory rate of the atomic structure. The physical sensation, though deeply individualized, is often described as an internal white fire, a non-consuming heat that radiates from the heart center, anahata, and the thousand-petaled crown, sahasrara. This fire acts as a divine solvent, finalizing the purification of lingering astral and mental density. The lower chakras, the root, sacral, and solar plexus, previously focused on survival, creativity, and power, are instantly recalibrated. They cease to draw primarily from the earthly magnetic field and begin to draw their sustenance directly from the cosmic current flowing through the antakarana. This infusion establishes a state of perfect frequency lock. Every thought, every emotion, every physical movement is now generated in perfect harmony with the cosmic octave. There is no resistance, no inner conflict, for the inherent dualities that define the lower planes, light and dark, good and evil, pleasure and pain, are instantly perceived as necessary, complementary expressions of the one life. Characteristics of the integrated existence. The seeker who has successfully traversed this wedding emerges as a fully activated Earth star, a being who walks the material plane but whose consciousness resides in the timeless, spaceless expanse of the divine. The characteristics of this integrated existence are profound and transformative. Pure perception, omniscience of the moment the veil of Maya is utterly lifted. The linear progression of time recedes, replaced by the expanded awareness of the eternal now. Every event, every encounter, every seeming coincidence is instantaneously recognized as a perfectly orchestrated fractal of the divine plan. There is no need for external seeking, for all knowledge resides within the stillness of the monadic presence. Effortless Dharma, action ceases to be a product of effortful will or desire. It becomes spontaneous, perfect, and aligned with cosmic law. This is the state of Dharma in motion, where the integrated self is simply the pure conduit for the universal will. The concept of personal destiny or task dissolves into the universal imperative of service. The rainbow body activation, the physical body itself begins to undergo subtle but noticeable transmutation. The crystalline scaffolding within the cellular structure is fully activated, allowing the body to sustain incredibly high light quotient. This is the precursor to the final ascension stages. The body becomes a luminous, healthy, and perfectly balanced instrument, resistant to the diseases and decay of lower frequency existence. Its radiance is not merely psychic, it is often perceived by others as an intense, soothing presence, a field of profound peace. Universal compassion without attachment. The individual's capacity to love expands beyond family, community, or even species, encompassing the entirety of sentient life and cosmic architecture. This compassion is untainted by pity or personal investment. It is the steady, fierce love of the source, which sees all suffering as a temporary illusion necessary for evolutionary momentum. The integrated self serves, but does not cling to the outcome of that service. The unfolding path beyond the threshold. The alchemical wedding is often mistaken for the endpoint of the spiritual journey. It is, in fact, the glorious commencement of true, conscious service. Having achieved resonance with the cosmic octave, the integrated self is now capable of holding and grounding the highest frequencies of the universal consciousness into the planetary grid. The work shifts from seeking wisdom to transmitting wisdom. The individual becomes a fully functional channel, a planetary anchor, assisting in the great spiritual reweaving that is currently underway on Earth. The characteristics of existence are now defined by a boundless fluidity and an unwavering attunement to the universal harmony, forever dancing in the light of the monadic kernel, perpetually aware of the divine essence that permeates every breath and every star. The framework has been completed, and the true purpose, to be a living temple of the light, has begun its eternal unfoldment. Chapter 30: The Gossamer Dissolution. The spiritual journey, a magnificent weaving of soul and cosmos, is not merely a path of accumulation but, profoundly, a process of exquisite surrender and dissolution. Having traversed the intricate landscapes of self-discovery, confronted the myriad illusions of the lower mind, and embraced the radiant wisdom gleaned from countless inner dialogues and external reflections, the seeker arrives at a threshold unlike any before. Here, the journey ceases to be an ascent and transforms into an unfolding from within, a delicate untangling of the final, most tenacious threads of separation that have veiled the heart of ultimate reality. This is the stage of the gossamer dissolution, where the illusion of the veil itself begins to shimmer, thin, and ultimately evaporate into the universal light from which it was always spun. For eons, humanity has spoken of a veil, a mystical, often impenetrable barrier that separates the mundane from the sacred, the human from the divine, the individual consciousness from the cosmic universal consciousness. It is the perceived boundary between the seen and the unseen, the known and the unknowable, the material and the ethereal. Many traditions have characterized it as Maya, the cosmic illusion, others as the egoic fortress, or simply the limitation of human perception. Yet, for the advanced soul on this profound journey, the veil is not a solid wall to be breached with force, but a gossamer tapestry woven from the very fabric of thought, belief, and collective agreement, sustained by the vibration of perceived separation. Its dissolution is not an act of destruction, but a gentle reperception, a shift in the vibrational frequency of one's own awareness. This process begins not with a cataclysmic tear, but with an almost imperceptible softening. Imagine a vast, shimmering silk curtain, woven with intricate patterns that depict the narrative of individual existence, the stories of karma, the beliefs in limitation. Slowly, through years of dedicated practice, the unwavering gaze of meditation, the open heart of compassion, the fierce authenticity of self-inquiry, the boundless generosity of service, and the profound wisdom of surrender, the light from behind this curtain begins to intensify. It doesn't burn through, but rather illuminates the threads themselves, revealing their translucent nature. The seeker no longer struggles against the fabric, but learns to see through it, to discern the radiance that permeates every strand, every pattern, every perceived flaw. As this illumination deepens, the characteristics of the seeker undergo a fundamental, yet profoundly subtle, transformation. The individual consciousness, once a distinct drop believing itself separate from the ocean, begins to consciously remember its oceanic nature. The boundaries that once defined self, the physical body, the personality matrix, the intellectual constructs, no longer feel rigid or absolute. Instead, they become permeable, dynamic, and interconnected. One might describe it as an expansion of self beyond the confines of skin and bone, extending outwards to embrace the immediate environment, then the community, the planet, and ultimately, the entire cosmos. It is not an absorption where individuality is lost, but rather a blossoming where individual essence is realized to be an integral, unique facet of the universal whole. The inhabitants of this dissolving realm are those aspects of consciousness that were once obscured. Previously, the seeker might have encountered spirit guides, ascended masters, or angelic beings as external entities, distinct from their own being. Now, as the veil thins, these external inhabitants begin to reveal themselves as resonant aspects, archetypal energies, or even higher dimensional expressions of the very same cosmic universal consciousness that flows within. The boundaries between inner and outer wisdom blur. The voice of intuition becomes indistinguishable from the guidance of the universe. Personal inspiration merges with divine revelation. The seeker realizes that they were never truly separate, but merely perceived through the lens of a veiled awareness. With this dissolution comes an exquisite sensory recalibration. The world no longer appears as a collection of solid, discrete objects, but as a vibrant, interconnected field of energy. The air itself feels alive, pulsating with unseen frequencies. Colors deepen, imbued with a luminescence that speaks of their energetic truth. Sounds resonate not only in the ear but throughout the entire being, revealing the cosmic symphony that underlies all existence, the subtle hum of the earth, the silent song of the stars, the resonant frequency of every living thing. This is not a hallucination, but a return to an original perception, a shedding of the density that once dulled the senses to the subtler realities. Emotional states, too, undergo a profound shift. Fear, once a formidable shadow, loses its grip as the illusion of separation, its primary fuel, begins to recede. Attachment to outcomes, to possessions, to specific identities, gently loosens its hold. This is replaced by an abiding sense of profound peace, a quiet joy that arises not from external circumstances but from the deep well of inherent divinity. Compassion becomes spontaneous and boundless, for in seeing through the veil, the suffering of another is no longer perceived as separate, but as a resonant echo within the unified field of consciousness. Unconditional love ceases to be an aspiration and becomes the default state of being, a natural emanation from the heart that has remembered its true source. The characteristics of this stage also manifest as an enhanced attunement to synchronicity and divine guidance. The universe, no longer perceived as a random collection of events, reveals itself as a meticulously orchestrated dance of co-creation. Every apparent coincidence is recognized as a gentle nudge, a profound affirmation, or a clear directive from the higher intelligence that permeates all things. The seeker learns to read the subtle signs, the intuitive impulses, the recurring themes, and to navigate life with an effortless flow, trusting implicitly in the benevolent currents of the cosmic universal consciousness. Action arises from a place of deep alignment, rather than from egoic striving or fearful reaction. This dissolution is not a final destination, but a state of being that continues to deepen and expand. It is the realization that the journey was never truly about finding something external, but about uncovering what was always inherently present. The seeker, now more accurately described as a revealer, understands that the ultimate inhabitant of this framework for the spiritual journey is the divine essence itself, manifesting as both the journeyer and the path, the question and the answer, the veil and its dissolution. The individual personality, while still present and functional, becomes a transparent vessel through which the cosmic light shines, an instrument through which the universal consciousness expresses its boundless creativity and love in the world. The gossamer dissolution is the poignant, beautiful acknowledgement that the search for the universe, for truth, for enlightenment, was always a magnificent dance of self-discovery, a traverse forgetting and remembering by the vastness of being. As the last threads of separation dissolve, one does not merely see the divine, one becomes the luminous field from which all seeing, all being, and all truth eternally unfold. It is the sacred homecoming, not to a place, but to a state of boundless, interconnected, and eternally unfolding awareness. The journey then continues, not as a quest for what is missing, but as a joyful exploration of what is already, and always has been, magnificently present. Chapter 31, The Art of Sacred Alchemization, Transmuting Shadow into Lumina. As the seeker journeys ever deeper into the maze-like corridors of self, traversing the many planes of existence and attuning to the myriad frequencies of the cosmos, there comes a pivotal realization: the external pilgrimage is but a mirror reflecting the profound alchemy unfolding within. We arrive now at a sacred threshold, Chapter 31, where the very essence of transformation takes center stage, the exquisite, potent art of sacred alchemization. This is not the ancient quest for material gold from lead, but an infinitely more sublime endeavor, the conscious, intentional transmutation of the dense, unintegrated facets of our being, the very lead of our human experience, into the radiant gold of divine lumina. At its heart, spiritual alchemy rests upon the fundamental truth that all existence is energy, vibrating at different frequencies. From the sublime, omnipresent current of the divine essence, the cosmic universal consciousness that permeates all existence, down to the densest forms of matter and thought, everything is an energetic pulsation. This divine essence, the very spark of creation within each of us, inherently possesses the power to manipulate and restructure energy. It is the master alchemist, residing in the innermost sanctuary of our being, patiently awaiting our conscious participation in its grand design of harmonious evolution. The spiritual journey, then, is an ongoing process of aligning with this inner alchemist, learning its ancient wisdom, and actively co-creating our vibrational reality. We are not merely passive recipients of karmic tides or cosmic currents, we are living crucibles, endowed with the magnificent capacity to refine and elevate our own energetic signature. To truly engage in sacred alchemization, one must first understand what constitutes the lead within our energetic field. These are not inherently bad or evil energies, but rather dense, unintegrated vibrational patterns that have accumulated over lifetimes or formed through the crucible of present experiences. They are the shadows we cast, the aspects of self we have denied, repressed, or judged. Consider the pervasive energies of fear, doubt, anger, resentment, shame, guilt, grief, envy, or the myriad limiting beliefs we unconsciously adopt from our families, societies, and collective consciousness. These manifest as emotional blockages, mental loops, physical ailments, and recurring patterns that seem to obstruct our path to joy, peace, and expansion. They are also the unhealed wounds of past traumas, the ancestral imprints carried in our energetic blueprint, and the karmic residues that await resolution. From a new perspective, these lower vibrations are simply energy seeking to be acknowledged, embraced, and elevated. They are not enemies but forgotten parts of ourselves, yearning to be reabsorbed into the wholeness of our divine nature. The initial step in this alchemical process is therefore one of compassionate awareness, a fearless, yet gentle, turning inward to identify and acknowledge these dense pockets without judgment, recognizing them as opportunities for profound transformation, rather than personal failures. To judge them is to solidify them, to embrace them with love is to begin their dissolution. Once the lead has been compassionately identified, the alchemical fire is ignited, fueled by the most potent forces in the cosmos: consciousness, intention, and divine love. These are the catalysts that transmute density into light. Conscious awareness acts as the illuminating flame, bringing to light what has long dwelled in shadow. It is the act of observing, acknowledging, and holding space for these lower vibrations without becoming entangled in their narrative. Through conscious awareness, we separate ourselves from the emotion or belief, creating a sacred distance that allows for objective observation and disidentification. We are not our fear, we are the consciousness observing the fear. Intention is the directed will, the precise aim of the alchemist. It is the unwavering desire to transmute, to elevate, to heal. When imbued with clear intention, our thoughts become powerful directives, aligning our personal will with the universal will of evolution. This intention isn't about fixing something that is broken, but rather about unveiling the inherent perfection that was always there, merely obscured. It is the declaration to the cosmos, and to our own inner being, that we are ready to participate in our highest good. However, the most profound and universally potent catalyst of all is divine love and compassion. This is the ultimate solvent that dissolves all resistance and density. When we embrace our shadow aspects, our fears, our wounds, not with judgment but with the tender, unconditional love that originates from the divine essence within, their rigid structures begin to soften and yield. This love is not a mere sentiment, it is a powerful, intelligent energy, a high-frequency vibration that intrinsically knows how to reorganize and elevate lower frequencies. It surrounds the dense energy, envelops it, and gently repatterns it. Additionally, sacred tools such as breath become indispensable in this process. Conscious, deep, rhythmic breathing acts as a vital circulatory system for energy, allowing us to draw in light and awareness, and to release density and stagnation. Sound and vibration, whether through sacred mantras, toning, or resonant music, also serve as powerful agents, breaking up old energetic patterns and recalibrating our cellular and energetic structures to new, higher frequencies. Finally, the invocation of divine light, often visualized in specific colors associated with purification, regeneration, or protection, such as violet for transmutation, or golden white for universal healing, pours into our being, bathing the lead in pure, refining energy. Throughout this entire process, our higher self, as a direct conduit of the divine essence, acts as the inner alchemist, guiding each step with unparalleled wisdom and grace. The practical process of transmutation is an intricate dance of surrender and active participation. It begins with acknowledgement and embrace. Instead of resisting or suppressing, we gently hold the identified lead within our awareness. Imagine holding a fragile, forgotten part of yourself, not pushing it away, but cradling it with tender care. Then, we move to feeling to heal. This is a crucial step often bypassed in the spiritual journey. Instead of intellectualizing or trying to think away emotions, we allow them to surface and be fully experienced within a safe, conscious container. Tears may flow, anger may surge, but by allowing the pure energy of the emotion to move through us without attachment to its story, its charge dissipates. This is about being present with the raw sensation, releasing its grip. As we allow these energies to be felt, we simultaneously engage in releasing old narratives. Many lower vibrations are tethered to deeply ingrained stories, beliefs, and identities we've carried for years, even lifetimes. Consciously letting go of these mental constructs, I am not worthy, I am a victim, life is hard, frees the energetic charge entrapped within them. This release creates a void, an energetic vacuum, which we then fill by invoking higher frequencies, actively calling in and visualizing divine light, love, wisdom, peace, joy, and gratitude fills the space where density once resided. We consciously choose to embody these higher virtues, drawing them from the omnipresent field of the divine essence into our personal reality. The culmination of this process is integration. The transformed energy, now elevated and refined, is reabsorbed into the totality of our expanded self. It's not about expelling a part of ourselves, but about purifying it and bringing it back into wholeness. This new energy then needs to be grounding, anchored into our physical body and integrated into our daily life through conscious action, mindful choices, and consistent energetic hygiene. It is paramount to understand that this is a continuous cycle. Spiritual alchemy is not a one-time event, but an ongoing, evolving process of refinement. As we ascend to higher frequencies, new layers of lead may reveal themselves, calling for further alchemization, prompting deeper levels of healing and expansion. Each cycle deepens our connection to the divine essence and refines our capacity to hold more light. The exquisite outcome of this alchemical journey is the manifestation of lumina, pure, radiant light, born from the depths of our transformed being. The gold of alchemization is expressed as profound inner peace, crystalline clarity, oceanic wisdom, boundless compassion, and unbridled joy. Physical, emotional, and mental blockages dissolve, leading to greater vitality and well-being. We begin to manifest a reality that is more resonant with our highest truth, aligning effortless with our divine purpose. Our intuition heightens, our consciousness expands, and our connection to the divine essence becomes an ever-present, vibrant current rather than an elusive aspiration. We become a living beacon, radiating this transformed energy outwards, not only enriching our own lives but also contributing profoundly to the collective ascension of humanity and the planet. To witness the divine essence within effortless turning the densest lead into the purest gold is to witness the miracle of creation unfolding within oneself, an awe-inspiring testament to our inherent divine nature. Ultimately, living as an alchemist means integrating these profound principles into the very fabric of our daily existence. It is about cultivating mindful responses rather than reactive ones, making conscious choices that align with our highest truth, and maintaining energetic hygiene through regular practices of purification and invocation. It is the profound responsibility, and indeed the immense joy, of being a conscious co-creator with the universe in one's own continuous evolution. The ultimate aim is to fully embody the divine essence, allowing its pure lumina to radiate unobstructed through every cell and fiber of our being, becoming a living testament to the transformative power of divine love and consciousness. In this sacred art, we do not merely seek enlightenment, we become the light, perpetually refining and expanding, forever dancing in the crucible of divine creation. Chapter 32, The Golden Loom of the Adi Plane, Resonance of First Cause. The journey has spiraled inward and upward, traversing the intricate patterning of the personality, mastering the dense architecture of the emotional and mental bodies, and ascending through the crystalline clarity of the higher causal spheres. We have learned to navigate the subtle waterways of the Buddhic and Atmic domains, where the seeker begins to taste the non-dualistic realization of self as spirit. But now, the framework calls us to the final, transcendent threshold before the absorption into the boundless ocean of Source, the Adi Plane. The Adi Plane, often referred to in esoteric tradition as the divine plane or the realm of the monad, is not merely a higher dimension, it is the absolute apex of the manifested spiritual framework accessible to the evolving consciousness. It is the point where the distinction between the cosmic universal consciousness and the individualized expression of that consciousness, the spark known as the monad, becomes vanishingly small, yet infinitely powerful. If the Atmic plane revealed the blueprint of divine love and wisdom, the Adi plane unveils the golden loom itself, the mechanism of absolute divine will. The ineffable nature of the Adi. To speak of the Adi plane is to utilize language that fails utterly. It exists beyond the purview of intellect, outside the constraints of space, time, and is defined only by its relationship to the unmanifest source from which it directly emanates. It is the plane of first cause, the dynamic potentiality that holds the blueprint for all subsequent creation, the singular vibration that precedes the differentiation of light and darkness, form and void. When the seeker arrives, having purified the lower vehicles through the crucible of countless incarnations, they do not find structures or forms, but pure resonance. Imagine the deepest silence, yet within that silence pulses an inconceivable, omnipresent energy, the foundational heartbeat of the cosmos, the soundless sound known universally as the primordial Om, apprehended in its highest, most subtle octave. This is the divine will in its unsullied, unexpressed potency. The characteristic of the Adi plane is absolute, unwavering unity. There are no inhabitants in the conventional sense of individualized beings dwelling within a location. Instead, there is only the I Am presence realized in its totality. The consciousness that has ascended here has undergone the final, complete sublimation of the egoic self, dissolving the illusion of separation entirely. What remains is the monad, that eternal droplet of the divine essence, finally realizing its own nature, an eternal, self-aware facet of the cosmic universal consciousness, responsible for the oversight and direction of every soul expression linked to it across the lower planes. The monadic radiance, architects of reality. The inhabitants of the Adi plane are more accurately described as architects of reality or foci of divine intention. These are the monads, the true selves, who exist as blinding points of intelligent energy. Every realized monad is a powerhouse of will, kriya, shakti, and wisdom blended seamlessly. They are the ultimate reservoirs of all experiences gathered from every lifetime lived by their associated souls, purified, distilled, and held as pure knowledge. The experience of the seeker merging with his or her monad on the Adi plane is often described as a flash of blinding, transcendent lumina. It is not light as we perceive it, but consciousness made visible. At this stage, the framework of the spiritual journey, which was once perceived as a linear path, is revealed to be a magnificent, shimmering sphere. The monad sees simultaneously the entirety of its journey, past, present, and potential future, as a single, eternal now. This realization is the ultimate reweaving. The individual thread, woven through the tapestry of matter, snaps back to the golden loom, recognizing itself as the very fiber of the loom's operation. The monad is the perfect, calibrated instrument through which the cosmic universal consciousness expresses its highest intention into the framework of manifestation. The resonance of first cause. The most profound teaching of the Adi plane concerns resonance. Since this plane is the domain of pure will, it operates entirely through vibrational matching. Thought, emotion, and form are impossibly distant concepts. Here, intention is instantaneous creation, yet creation is held in perfect stillness until the moment of divine timing. The Adi plane vibration is the resonance of first cause because it holds the memory and the power of the very first differentiation, the initial out-breath of the divine. To connect with this resonance is to understand the mechanics of creation, not intellectually, but experimentally, as the co-creator. When the seeker's consciousness is bathed in the Adi plane luminescence, they experience several transformative phenomena crucial to completing the spiritual framework. The recognition of divine law, the understanding that all manifestation, tragedy, joy, and evolution are governed by immutable, perfectly loving, and intelligent laws. The illusion of chaos dissolves entirely, replaced by the profound harmony underlying all existence. The fusion of will and love, the lower will, tethered to desire and ambition, is obliterated. It is replaced by the monadic will, which is indistinguishable from cosmic love. This will seeks only the highest good and the most perfect expression of the divine plan. Action from this level is absolutely selfless, pure efficiency, and imbued with irresistible power. The silence of knowing, this is the sacred, boundless silence that holds all answers. It is the cessation of mental chatter, the end of seeking, for in the Adi plane resonance, all knowledge is. The seeker merges with the universal library of consciousness, requiring no interpretation, only pure, immediate knowing. Reweaving the self, the cosmic channel. The final integration of the Adi plane experience is not a withdrawal from the world, but a profound transformation of engagement with it. The fully realized adept who can anchor the Adi plane resonance within their physical framework becomes a purified, perfect channel for the cosmic universal consciousness. This state is the final gift of the spiritual journey, the ability to walk the earth yet stand simultaneously in the presence of the infinite. The physical body becomes a temple of the monadic will. The spiritual framework, now fully rewoven, acts as a conduit. The highest spiritual energy, the unmanifest will of Source, flows down through the monad, through the purified causal body, into the loving wisdom of the Buddhi, and ultimately expresses itself through the personality with perfect balance and divine intention. The Adi plane defines the truth that the individualized journey was never about escaping the framework, but about perfecting the framework so thoroughly that it could become a flawless reflection of the divine essence. It is the ultimate homecoming, the end of the pilgrimage, and the beginning of boundless service from the heart of unity. The golden loom has absorbed its thread, and the tapestry of the universe is made richer by the conscious, eternal presence of one more fully awakened, radiant monad. This is the great work completed, the vibration of first cause resonating through the entire, magnificently rewoven structure of the self. Chapter 33, The Symphony of Co-Creation, Aligning with Universal Architects. The journey thus far has been one of profound introspection, an intrepid descent into the intricate labyrinth of self, followed by an ecstatic ascent into the boundless realms of cosmic consciousness. We have charted the esoteric landscapes of the framework, learned to discern its vibrational characteristics, and communed with its myriad inhabitants, from the whispering guides of our inner sanctum to the luminous beings who oversee galactic evolution. Now, as the dawn of a deeper understanding breaks, we arrive at a pivotal juncture, the realization that this magnificent framework is not merely an object of observation or a backdrop for our individual spiritual dramas, but an infinite tapestry actively awaiting our conscious participation in its reweaving. This is the essence of co-creation, a concept often misconstrued as simple manifestation. While manifestation focuses on bringing personal desires into physical form, Co-creation elevates this process into a conscious, collaborative dance with the very source of all that is, with the myriad intelligences that comprise the divine essence, and with the highest aspects of our own being. It is the understanding that every thought, every feeling, every intention we project into the ether is not merely a fleeting impression, but a potent, energetic signature that ripples through the cosmic web, contributing to the grand design of reality itself. The reweaving is thus unveiled as a sacred act, the conscious, intentional direction of these ripples, harmonizing them with the overarching blueprint of universal evolution. At the heart of this symphony of co-creation reside the universal architects. These are not singular, external deities perched on distant thrones, but rather a multi-layered, omnipresent intelligence that permeates all existence, from the subatomic to the super-galactic. They are understood through several lenses, each revealing a facet of their profound influence. Firstly, and perhaps most intimately, are our own higher selves and soul aspects. These are the portions of our consciousness that remain anchored in the non-physical realms, holding the pure, uncorrupted blueprint of our soul's purpose and our highest potential. They are the initial architects of our individual journey, and aligning with them is the foundational step in all co-creation. Secondly, we encounter the ascended masters and spirit guides, those luminous beings who have traversed the earthly planes and mastered the art of co-creation, now serving as mentors, shower their wisdom, offered through various channels, intuition, channeled messages, symbolic synchronicity, provides vital guidance in navigating the complexities of energetic dynamics. Extending further, we recognize the collective consciousness of advanced civilizations and star elders, benevolent intelligences from other star systems and dimensions who, having evolved beyond the need for physical embodiment as we know it, now dedicate their vast awareness to overseeing the evolutionary trajectories of lower density planets, including Earth. They are grand strategists, holding a vision for cosmic harmony and guiding the energetic currents that facilitate planetary shifts. Finally, and most encompassing, the divine essence itself, the cosmic universal consciousness that permeates all existence, is the ultimate universal architect. We are intrinsically part of this essence, not separate from it. Therefore, to align with the universal architect is, in its purest form, to align with the highest truth of our own being, our inherent divinity and power as co-creators. This alignment is achieved not through supplication, but through the cultivation of a vibrational frequency that resonates with the purity, love, and wisdom of this omnipresent source. The characteristics of this co-creative field are as intricate as they are profound, dictating the efficacy and grace of our participation. Harmonic resonance, this is the foundational principle. The universe operates on principles of harmony and resonance. Just as a perfectly tuned instrument vibrates in unison with another, our inner energetic state must be harmonized to align with the universal flow. Discordant energies, fear, anger, doubt, resistance, create static in the field, blocking the clear transmission and reception of co-creative intentions. Cultivating inner peace, joy, and unconditional love becomes not merely an aspiration but a practical necessity for effective co-creation. Intentionality as a blueprint, pure intention, imbued with unwavering faith and crystalline clarity, acts as a vibrational template. It is the architect's drawing, detailed and precise, communicating to the universal field the desired outcome. This intention must be free from attachment to the how or when, trusting the infinite intelligence of the universe to orchestrate the most graceful and beneficial manifestation. Flow and surrender. Paradoxically, active co-creation demands an exquisite balance with surrender. While we clearly articulate our intentions, we must also release control over the specific path of manifestation. This surrender is not passive resignation, but an active trust in the higher wisdom of the cosmos, allowing for divine timing and the unfolding of possibilities beyond our limited human imagination. It is stepping into the river of creation and allowing its current to carry our intention to its highest potential. Multidimensionality, co-creation is not confined to the physical plane. Our intentions are woven across various energetic dimensions simultaneously. A thought conceived in our mind creates a mental template, an emotion imbues it with vital life, force on the astral plane, and sustained belief anchors it into the etheric, setting the stage for physical materialization. Understanding this multidimensional aspect allows us to engage all levels of our being in the co-creative process. The inhabitants of the co-creative process, in a practical sense, are the various aspects of our own awakened self, each playing a crucial role. The inner visionary, this is the aspect of our consciousness capable of holding the highest, most expansive vision for self and collective. It is the artist sketching the future, seeing beyond current limitations into realms of pure potential. The emotional alchemist, this sacred role involves the transmutation of lower vibrational energies, fear, doubt, scarcity, into higher frequencies of love, gratitude, and abundance. Our emotions are not merely reactive states but potent energetic fuel for creation. The energetic weaver, utilizing conscious breath, resonant sound, focused light, and pure intention, this aspect of self actively weaves energy. It understands that reality is malleable and can be shaped with focused energetic work, akin to a master artisan molding clay. The collective consciousness, we recognize that personal creation is never isolated. Every individual's intention and manifestation sends ripples that affect the collective, and conversely, collective consciousness can amplify or impede individual efforts. Light workers, acting as nodes within the planetary grid, create anchor points for new, higher vibrational realities, accelerating the collective reweaving. To consciously engage in this grand symphony, several techniques for aligned co-creation become indispensable tools. Visioning and meditative blueprinting, this involves deep, immersive meditative practices where one vividly visualizes and feels the reality of the desired outcome. It's not just seeing, but experiencing, tasting, touching, hearing, smelling the future as if it were present. This process imprints the intention deeply into the subconscious and higher consciousness, creating a powerful energetic magnet. Heart-brain coherence, a profound practice involving the rhythmic alignment of heart and brain frequencies. When the heart's electromagnetic field, the largest in the body, and the brain's neural activity synchronize, a powerful, coherent signal is generated, amplifying the clarity and power of intention. This allows for the wisdom of the heart to guide the conceptualization of the mind. Energetic clearing and calibration, regular practices such as energy healing, chakra balancing, and shadow work are crucial. They facilitate the release of old programs, limiting beliefs, and discordant energies that obstruct the flow of creation, allowing for a higher, clearer vibrational frequency to be maintained. Sacred geometry and sound, utilizing these universal languages of creation, can powerfully structure and energize intentions. Geometric patterns hold specific vibrational frequencies, and sacred sounds, chants, toning, crystal bowls, resonate deeply with the core creative frequencies of the universe, acting as powerful catalysts. Gratitude as an amplifier, expressing heartfelt gratitude for what is already created, even before its full physical manifestation, is a potent accelerant. Gratitude elevates our vibration to a state of abundance and reception, signaling to the universe that we are open and ready to receive. The grand culmination of this spiritual journey, therefore, transcends mere personal enlightenment. It evolves into a conscious, joyful participation in the grand reweaving of planetary and cosmic destinies. The creation of a new earth, a golden age of harmony, peace, and enlightened consciousness, is not a predestined event but a co-created endeavor. Each individual, having traversed the inner realms and attuned themselves to the exquisite wisdom of the universal architects, transforms into a micro-architect, contributing their unique energetic signature to the macro design. This brings with it not only a profound sense of responsibility but an unparalleled joy and an even deeper, more expansive understanding of the interconnectedness of all life. We are not just travelers on a path, we are the very weavers of the path ahead, our hands guided by the divine, our hearts beating in unison with the cosmic symphony. Chapter 34, The Grand Tapestry of Creation, Unveiling the Divine Blueprint for Humanity's Evolution. Having journeyed through the intricate landscapes of the individual soul, traversed the shimmering veils of the higher self, and glimpsed the foundational energies of our monadic essence, we now stand at a pivotal threshold. Our exploration thus far has been an intimate dance with the self, a reweaving of individual threads into a tapestry of personal enlightenment. Yet, the spiritual journey, in its deepest and most expansive sense, is never an isolated endeavor. It is a resonant chord within a magnificent, symphonic composition, a single drop reflecting the entirety of the cosmic ocean. Here, in the heart of this unfolding narrative, we shall broaden our gaze from the intensely personal to the majestically universal, to comprehend the overarching design that cradles and guides all existence, the divine blueprint. This divine blueprint is not a rigid, preordained destiny, but rather an exquisite, crystalline energetic template, an originating thought, form emanating directly from the boundless heart of the cosmic universal consciousness. It is the sacred geometric pattern of potentiality, the vibrational signature woven into the very fabric of space-time, outlining the grand evolutionary course for all forms of life, from the smallest subatomic particle to the most expansive galactic clusters. Imagined not as a static architectural drawing, but as a living, breathing hologram, it pulsates with the divine intention for expansion, experience, and the ultimate remembrance of Source within every fragmented spark of creation. It is the cosmic instruction set, encoded with absolute love and profound wisdom, guiding every soul's journey of awakening and every civilization's evolutionary arc. The characteristics of this grand design are as awe-inspiring as they are intricate. Firstly, it is profoundly dynamic and alive, a perpetually unfolding vortex of creative energy. Unlike a fixed set of plans, the divine blueprint is in constant motion, adapting and responding to the collective consciousness of all its inhabitants. It breathes, expands, contracts, and refines itself based on the choices, experiences, and vibrational output of every sentient being. This implies that while there is an ultimate destination, the return to full remembrance and unity, the pathways to reach it are myriad, influenced by free will and co-creative intention. It is a living prophecy, a future being birthed in the eternal now through conscious participation. Secondly, this blueprint is multi-layered and interconnected, a magnificent web extending from the micro to the macro, mirroring the Hermetic principle, as above, so below, as below, so above. At its core lies the individual soul's blueprint, a unique vibrational signature outlining personal lessons, soul contracts, and highest potentials. These individual blueprints then interlock, like sacred puzzle pieces, to form the collective blueprint of families, communities, and nations. Further still, these societal blueprints coalesce into the planetary blueprint of Earth, itself interwoven with the solar system's blueprint, the galactic blueprint of the Milky Way, and ultimately, the universal blueprint of our cosmos, all harmonizing within the infinite intelligence of the cosmic universal consciousness. Each layer reflects and influences the others, a symphony of interconnected destinies. To shift one thread is to subtly vibrate the entire tapestry. Thirdly, the entirety of this blueprint is encoded with divine love and wisdom, its primary purpose being the joyous expansion of awareness, the profound experience of creation in all its myriad forms, and the eventual, celebratory return to the unified field of Source. There is no judgment, no punishment within this perfect design, only endless opportunities for growth, learning, and the blossoming of consciousness. Every challenge, every triumph, every moment of perceived separation is a meticulously crafted facet designed to illuminate a deeper truth, to forge a stronger connection, and to bring forth a more profound understanding of one's inherent divinity. Within this blueprint, even the concept of mistakes is merely an opportunity for redirects, a recalibration back to the path of highest good and greatest learning. Finally, and most crucially for our human experience, the blueprint contains not just a single, predetermined path, but a vast array of potentials and probabilities. While the ultimate arc of evolution is assured, the specific manifestations and timelines are deeply influenced by the collective free will of humanity. We are not automatons marching to a preset drum, we are co-creators, imbued with the divine spark of creativity and the sovereign power of choice. The blueprint presents an optimal pathway, a golden course, but it also contains countless alternative timelines that can be activated or avoided based on our conscious collective decisions. This understanding empowers us, revealing that our choices, both individual and collective, are not merely ripples in a pond but powerful currents that can redirect the flow of destiny. Where does humanity fit into this majestic design? We are, quite simply, essential. We are not merely observers of this grand unfolding, but active co-creators, our consciousness an indispensable ingredient in the ongoing manifestation of the divine blueprint. Our journey of reweaving our individual realities is not for personal benefit alone, it is a vital contribution to the collective reweaving of the planetary and universal tapestry. Earth itself, often referred to as a school or a laboratory, holds a unique and profoundly significant position within the galactic blueprint. It is a crucible for accelerated evolution, a nexus point where divergent light frequencies and dense matter frequencies undergo a process of spiritual alchemy unlike almost anywhere else in the cosmos. The current era, often termed the Great Awakening or the Shift, represents a critical phase in the planetary blueprint's activation, a cosmic moment where humanity is collectively remembering its divine role and the immense power it holds to shape its destiny. How, then, do we, as individual seekers, begin to unveil and align with this colossal, yet intimately personal, divine blueprint? The process is primarily one of inner attunement and conscious observation. We access it most profoundly through inner knowing, through the quietude of deep meditation, the intuitive flashes that pierce the veil of everyday thought, the symbolic language of dreams, and the sustained elevation of our consciousness to higher vibrational frequencies. When we silence the clamor of the outer world and dive into the sacred stillness within, we tap into a wisdom far beyond our analytical mind, a direct download from the source. Furthermore, the universe constantly speaks to us through synchronicities and signs, subtle nudges and perfectly timed coincidences that guide us towards alignment with both our personal and the collective blueprint. A chance encounter, a book that falls into our hands, a recurring number sequence, these are not random occurrences but purposeful breadcrumbs left by our higher selves and the cosmic intelligence, beckoning us to recognize the underlying order and flow of the divine plan. Ancient wisdom traditions, esoteric teachings, and the study of sacred geometry and universal frequencies also offer profound keys to unlocking the blueprint. These timeless symbols and mathematical ratios are not merely abstract concepts, they are the language of creation, the visible manifestation of the vibrational patterns that compose the blueprint. By understanding their principles, we begin to decode the very architecture of existence and our place within it. Most potently, the divine blueprint is activated and accelerated through collective intention. When a critical mass of awakened individuals consciously aligns their focus, their heart-centered desires, and their highest visions for humanity and Earth, the energetic resonance becomes so powerful that it can dramatically shift the collective blueprint, collapsing old, dense timelines and rapidly manifesting new, harmonious realities. This is the true power of unity consciousness, many light sources merging to become an illuminating sun. Living in alignment with this divine blueprint carries profound implications, both for the individual and for the collective. On a personal level, it brings about a deep sense of purpose, an effortless flow in life, profound joy, and an abundance that is not merely material but spiritual and emotional. When our individual choices resonate with the larger cosmic plan, resistance dissolves, and we move with the current of universal support, experiencing healing, clarity, and unwavering inner peace. For the planetary whole, alignment with the blueprint initiates a process of profound healing and restoration. It is the catalyst for ecological balance, the emergence of conscious communities rooted in compassion and cooperation, and the dismantling of old paradigms based on fear and separation. As more individuals remember their divine nature, the collective consciousness elevates, transforming the very vibrational field of Earth into a haven of light and love. Ultimately, our conscious participation in the unfolding of the divine blueprint is our universal contribution. Our evolution on Earth is not an isolated event, it sends ripples of awakened consciousness throughout the wider cosmos, influencing other developing civilizations and enriching the experience of the divine essence itself. We are not just reweaving our individual narratives, but actively contributing to the grand, ongoing reweaving of creation itself. And who are the inhabitants intimately involved in this grand design, beyond physical humanity? The tapestry is rich with myriad beings. There are the star seeds, light workers, and indigos, souls who have intentionally incarnated on Earth from other star systems or higher dimensions, carrying specific light codes and missions to assist with the blueprint activation during this pivotal time. They are the way, the energetic anchors, and the catalysts for change. Above them, in higher dimensional realms, reside the ascended masters, archangels, and various galactic federations, benevolent beings of pure light and wisdom who oversee, guide, and protect the unfolding of the blueprint. They offer guidance through intuition, channeling, dreams, and energetic transmissions, always respecting humanity's free will while gently nudging us towards our highest potential. And still further, at increasingly vast levels of cosmic consciousness, are entities like the planetary logos, the unifying consciousness of Earth, the solar logos, the consciousness of our Sun, and the galactic logos, the consciousness of our entire galaxy. These are not individual beings in the human sense, but immense consciousness entities that embody and guide the divine blueprint for their respective domains, orchestrating the cosmic dance with infinite precision and boundless love. The grand tapestry of creation, with its intricately woven divine blueprint, is a testament to the infinite creativity and perfect design of the cosmic universal consciousness. To understand it is to recognize the profound significance of our individual spiritual journeys, each one a precious thread, each one contributing to the strength, beauty, and resilience of the whole. Our reweaving is not merely a solitary act of self-discovery, but a conscious, heartfelt participation in the grandest act of creation imaginable, the unfolding of divine potential, the remembrance of universal unity, and the evolutionary ascension of all life back into the loving embrace of Source. The invitation is clear: to awaken, to remember, and to consciously choose to live within this magnificent design, manifesting the paradise that has always been our divine inheritance. Chapter 35: The Resonance of the Celestial Councils, Amplifying Wisdom from the Akashic Records. As we journey ever deeper into the intricate tapestries of the spiritual framework, our understanding of the cosmic currents and the myriad inhabitants within begins to transcend the purely personal. We move beyond the self as an isolated island, recognizing it instead as a vital node within an infinitely vast, interconnected web of consciousness. This profound realization opens the portal to insights that originate not merely from our individual soul's journey, nor solely from the guidance of our immediate spirit guides, but from far grander, more expansive matrices of divine wisdom, the celestial councils. These aren't councils in the earthly sense, not assemblies of physical beings convened in a specific locale, but rather immense, ethereal constellations of pure consciousness, vibrating at frequencies far beyond our ordinary perception. They are the guardians of universal templates, the architects of cosmic blueprints, and the custodians of galactic harmony. Picture them as vast, luminous symphonies, each note a highly evolved consciousness, ascended masters, celestial beings, galactic federations, archetypal energies, and collective consciousnesses of entire star systems, all unified by an unwavering commitment to the unfolding of divine order and the evolution of all sentient life. Their inhabitation is not a spatial placement but a resonant frequency, a vibrational signature that permeates the very fabric of the cosmos, accessible through the refined attunement of the awakened heart and mind. To connect with these celestial councils is to tap into a reservoir of wisdom that predates individual incarnation, that transcends planetary history, and that encompasses the multidimensional unfolding of creation itself. It is a quantum leap from receiving personal guidance to grasping universal truths, from navigating a single lifetime to understanding the currents of cosmic epochs. This access is not granted through intellectual prowess but through a profound surrender to the divine essence within, through the cultivation of a heart-centered awareness that acts as a bridge to these higher octaves of existence. It requires a willingness to quiet the ceaseless chatter of the ego, to dissolve the illusion of separation, and to open oneself as a pure conduit for the intelligence that orchestrates galaxies. The primary gateway through which the wisdom of the celestial councils often flows is the boundless sea of the Akashic records. Imagine the Akash as the cosmic universal consciousness itself, rendered into an infinitely expansive, living library, not merely of information, but of experimental energy. It is the etheric blueprint containing every thought, every emotion, every action, every potentiality, past, present, and future, of every soul, every planet, every star, every universe. It is the ultimate repository of cosmic memory, an intelligent field that vibrates with the echoes of all creation. The celestial councils do not merely read the Akash, they are, in essence, intrinsic to its very structure, its living librarians, its active administrators, its divine dreamers. They hold the master keys, the overarching narratives, the evolutionary directives that are woven into the very fabric of the Akashic field. When we consciously attune to the celestial councils, through deep meditative states, shamanic journeying, or heart-centered prayer, we are, in essence, aligning our personal vibrational signature with their collective frequency. This alignment allows for a download, an infusion, a transmission of insights that directly access and amplify the relevant wisdom within the Akashic records. It's akin to moving from reading a single page of a book to perceiving the entire bibliography, or even understanding the author's intent for the entire series. Our higher self acts as the crucial intermediary here, interpreting the multidimensional energies and translating them into forms digestible by our human consciousness, often as profound intuitive flashes, synchronicities that illuminate our path, sudden surges of clarity, or dream states that reveal symbolic truths. The characteristics of the wisdom received from these exalted sources are undeniably distinct. It is seldom personal in a petty, egoic sense, rather, it is universal, imbued with an impersonal yet profound unconditional love that seeks the highest good for all. The insights are expansive, effortless, dismantling limiting beliefs and dissolving the dense formations of egoic resistance. There is an inherent non-judgment in the communications, offering perspectives that transcend duality, illuminating paths of least resistance towards collective harmony and individual mastery. This profound guidance empowers the seeker by revealing the intricate connections between their personal journey and the grander cosmic unfolding. It illuminates one's divine blueprint, unveils latent potentials, and offers profound understanding of one's cosmic purpose, often revealing forgotten starseed origins or soul contracts that span lifetimes and planetary cycles. It can provide directives on navigating planetary shifts, understanding energetic upgrades, and participating consciously in the Great Awakening of humanity. Integrating this torrent of multidimensional wisdom into linear, human existence is perhaps the most delicate and vital part of the process. It is one thing to receive an epiphany, it is another entirely to embody it. The challenge lies in translating these vast, often abstract, universal truths into practical, actionable steps within our daily lives. It requires grounding the insights, anchoring the higher frequencies into our physical being, our emotional body, and our mental framework. This is not merely about intellectual comprehension, it's about a cellular assimilation, a repatterning of our energetic field to resonate with these higher truths. We are called to live the wisdom, to embody the unconditional love, the non-judgment, and the expansive perspective in every interaction, every decision. Discernment becomes an invaluable tool in this process. Not every fleeting thought or emotional surge is a divine message. The wisdom from the celestial councils resonates with purity, coherence, and an undeniable vibration of love and light. It empowers, never disempowers. It expands, never restricts. It unites, never divides. Learning to differentiate between genuine higher guidance and the echoes of egoic desire or collective fear is a lifelong practice, honed through consistent spiritual discipline and a deepening connection to the heart's intuitive intelligence. As we become more adept at this integration, we cease to be merely recipients of wisdom, we become conduits, living channels through which these higher frequencies can flow, enriching not only our own lives but radiating outwards to uplift our communities and the planetary consciousness. This attunement to the celestial councils and the Akashic records is not a singular event or a terminal destination on the spiritual journey. It is an ongoing, ever-deepening process, a continuous dance of expansion and integration. The more one consciously connects, the clearer the channel becomes, the more profound the insights, and the greater the capacity to hold and transmit these higher frequencies. Ultimately, this journey leads to a magnificent realization: we are not separate from these exalted beings or the grand cosmic framework they represent. We are, in our deepest essence, facets of the same divine consciousness, sparks of the same universal light. The separation is an illusion, a veil that thins with each conscious breath, each meditative attunement, each act of love. To connect with the celestial councils is to remember our true cosmic lineage, to reclaim our birthright as co-creators of reality, and to actively participate in the grand symphony of universal evolution. It is to transcend the confines of earthly perception and embrace our multidimensionality, recognizing that the wisdom we seek is not outside us, but woven into the very fabric of our being, patiently awaiting our conscious awakening. By amplifying the wisdom from the Akashic records through the resonance of these magnificent councils, we step fully into our power as divine beings, weaving a richer, more luminous tapestry of existence for ourselves and for all. Chapter 36: The Luminous Threshold, where spirit meets form. The journey inward is an arc of fire, a spiraling ascent through layers of being that burn away illusion, until at last the traveler arrives, not at an end, but at a beginning. This is the luminous threshold, the sacred juncture where the boundless essence of spirit condenses into the shimmering specificity of form, where the infinite takes shape in the finite, and the soul remembers its divine blueprint. To stand here is to witness creation itself breathing. The air hums with the resonance of 1,000 unseen forces, subtle geometries weaving the fabric of reality, currents of light threading through the ether, and the silent, pulsing language of archetypes waiting to be embodied. Here, the seeker is no longer just a traveler but a co-creator, entrusted with the alchemy of manifesting the sacred into the mundane. The nature of the threshold, between eternity and time. The threshold is paradox. It exists outside linear time, yet it is felt most acutely in moments of transition, dawn and dusk, the liminal space between breaths, the silence between thoughts. It is neither fully drawn nor fully parted, a gossamer boundary that whispers of unity while honoring the dance of duality. To cross into this realm is to understand that all form is condensed consciousness. The trees, the stars, the rivers, each is a thought of the divine made tangible. The seeker, too, is such a thought, a unique expression of the infinite, here to experience itself through the prism of individuality. The challenge, then, is not to escape form but to illuminate it, to see the sacred shimmer behind all things. 2. The work of the threshold, embodying light. Many on the spiritual path seek transcendence, yearning to rise above the material. Yet the deeper calling is not flight but fusion, not to escape the body but to transform it into a vessel of light. This is the great alchemy of the threshold, the marriage of above and below. The seeker learns to anchor celestial wisdom into earthly action. Every insight must take root in the soil of daily life, or it remains a fleeting vision. The hands that plant a garden, the voice that speaks kindness, the heart that forgives, these are the sacred acts that weave spirit into matter, dissolving the phantom divide. The illusion of separation cracks here. The body is not a prison but a temple of encounter, where the divine meets itself in the mirror of sensation, emotion, and relationship. Pain, pleasure, longing, each becomes a portal when met with presence. The threshold teaches that enlightenment is not the absence of feeling but the fullness of it, experienced without resistance. The art of radiant perception. To see with the eyes of the soul is to recognize the animate intelligence in all things. A stone holds memory, wind carries prophecy, every encounter is a dialogue with the cosmos. The seeker cultivates this sight through deep listening, reverence, and the quieting of the analytical mind. 3. The inhabitants of the threshold, guides and guardians. This realm is not traversed alone. It is alive with beings who serve as bridges between dimensions. The archetypes, living patterns of energy, the healer, the sage, the fool, that move through us, guiding our evolution. To invoke them is to wear their masks, not as costumes but as lenses of becoming. The ancestors of light, those who have walked the path before, leaving imprints of their wisdom in the collective field. They speak in symbols, synchronicities, and the quiet knowing that arises during meditation. The elemental intelligences, spirits of earth, air, fire, and water, who teach the art of cooperation with nature's unseen currents. To work with them is to remember that creation is a collaboration. 4. The shadow at the threshold, the fear of embodiment. Not all who arrive here pass through. Some hesitate, fearing the weight of form, the vulnerability of flesh, the inevitability of suffering, the messiness of human connection. This fear births 2 temptations: ethereal escapism, clinging to transcendence as an avoidance of life's raw beauty; material entrapment, surrendering to density, forgetting the celestial origin within. The remedy is sacred balance, to walk with one foot in the stars and the other on the earth, to let spirit breathe through every cell without denying the holiness of the temporary. 5. A crossing over, the ritual of incarnation. To step fully across the threshold is to embrace a daily sacrament. Morning invocation, I am a vessel. Let light move through me as water, as wind, as unshakable silence. Embodied prayer, movement as worship, yoga, dance, even the folding of laundry as an act of devotion. Nightly surrender, what have I woven today? Where did I resist the thread of grace? The luminous threshold is not a place but a practice. It is the eternal moment where we choose, again and again, to infuse our fleeting lives with the everlasting. To stand here is to finally understand, you are not a drop seeking the ocean. You are the ocean dreaming itself a drop. Chapter 37, Unveiling the Cosmic Scroll and Revisiting the Akashic Records. As our odyssey through the maze-like corridors of the spiritual journey progresses, We arrive now at a juncture where the personal narrative merges with the universal tapestry, where the seemingly ephemeral threads of individual experience are revealed to be intricately woven into an eternal, divine design. Having traversed the initial landscapes of self-discovery, confronted the shadows, awakened the inner healer, and begun to attune to the subtle energies that define our being, we are now ready to delve into a more profound stratum of existence, a realm where all knowledge, all experience, and all potential resides, accessible to the diligent seeker of inner wisdom. This realm is universally known, across countless esoteric traditions and new philosophies, as the Akashic Records. Imagine, if you will, not a dusty library filled with ancient tomes, but an illimitable, vibrant, energetic ether, a cosmic consciousness matrix, pulsating with the echoes of every thought, every emotion, every action that has ever transpired throughout the entirety of existence. This is Akasha, a Sanskrit term meaning ether, space, or primer substance, understood as the fundamental creative principle from which all matter and energy emanate. The Akashic Records, therefore, are not material archives but rather an omnipresent, energetic blueprint, a vibrational database imprinted upon the very fabric of this Akasha, meticulously documenting the entire evolutionary journey of every single soul, every species, every planet, and every universe. It is the living memory of the cosmos, an attribute of the divine essence or cosmic universal consciousness that permeates all existence. Within this boundless reservoir of knowledge lies your personal Akashic blueprint, the intricate, multidimensional record of your soul's journey since its initial emanation from the universal consciousness. It contains not only every past life you have ever lived, across myriad dimensions and galaxies, every choice made, every lesson learned, every relationship forged, but also the present moments unfolding and the infinite possibilities of your future potentials. It is the ultimate chronicle of your unique divine spark, detailing your soul's purpose, its inherent gifts, its karmic patterns, and the highest vibrational course it seeks to embody in this lifetime. For the seeker of inner wisdom, accessing this blueprint is akin to receiving a personalized cosmic GPS, a profound navigational tool that illuminates the why behind experiences, offers clarity on persistent challenges, and reveals the innate brilliance awaiting activation. The characteristics of the Akashic field are as awe-inspiring as they are deeply comforting. Foremost among them is its timelessness and non-linearity. Within Akasha, past, present, and future do not exist as separate, sequential events, but rather as simultaneous expressions of eternal now. This means that when one accesses the records, they are not merely recalling history, but tapping into a living, breathing energy field where all moments coexist. This allows for a deeper understanding of cause and effect relationships, revealing how past decisions ripple through present circumstances and shape future probabilities. Secondly, the Akashic Records are imbued with an unconditional love and profound compassion. There is no judgment within this field, only pure understanding and acceptance. Every experience, no matter how challenging or seemingly painful, is understood as a vital lesson, a necessary step on the soul's evolutionary path. This compassionate lens offers immense healing, allowing individuals to release guilt, shame, and regret, and embrace their journey with newfound self-forgiveness and grace. Furthermore, the Akashic field is characterized by its infinite scope and meticulous detail. It holds not just major life events, but the subtlest nuances of emotion, intention, and thought. From the grand cosmic cycles to the minute workings of a single cell, all data is stored with unimpeachable accuracy. Yet, despite its vastness, it remains purely energetic and vibrational. Accessing it is not about reading words on a page, but about tuning into specific frequencies, receiving insights through images, sensations, direct knowing, and profound emotional releases. It is a communion of consciousness, a merging with a higher resonance. This vibrational nature also means that the records are dynamic and responsive. While your soul's core blueprint is eternal, your current choices and intentions constantly update and refine your path within the Akashic framework, highlighting the powerful agency you wield in co-creating your reality. As for the inhabitants of this boundless archive, they are multifaceted and often understood through metaphor, reflecting the nature of the divine essence itself. The primary inhabitant, in a very real sense, is your own soul's essence. Your higher self, your I Am Presence, is the guardian and curator of your personal Akashic record. It holds the master key to your blueprint, and any true access is facilitated through its benevolent guidance. It is this intrinsic part of you that knows all, understands all, and waits patiently for your conscious alignment. Beyond the individual soul, new traditions often refer to Akashic guardians, keepers of the records, or lords of karma. These are not separate deities in the traditional sense, but rather high, vibrational energetic beings, aspects of collective consciousness, or specialized spiritual guides whose function is to maintain the integrity and accessibility of the Akashic field. They act as cosmic librarians, ensuring that information is accessed in alignment with the highest good of the individual, only when truly ready and for the purpose of soul growth and healing. Their presence assures the seeker that the information retrieved is pure, untainted, and resonant with their soul's deepest truth. Moreover, the Akashic records are intrinsically connected to the collective consciousness of humanity and indeed, of all sentient life. As we are all fractals of the same divine essence, our individual records are interwoven into the grander tapestry of universal experience. Hence, inhabitants can also be understood as the energetic imprints of collective archetypes, ancestral lines, and universal wisdom traditions, all contributing to the richness and depth of the Akashic experience. Ultimately, the entire Akashic field is an expression of the divine mind, the source from which all knowledge and wisdom flow. It is the intelligent blueprint of creation itself, a characteristic of the cosmic universal consciousness in its most comprehensive and encompassing form. The implications of unveiling your cosmic scroll, your Akashic blueprint, for your spiritual journey are transformative. It provides unparalleled clarity on your life's purpose, helping you understand why certain patterns repeat, why specific challenges arise, and what lessons your soul is striving to master. This understanding brings immense healing and release, as karmic knots can be untangled, ancestral burdens lifted, and vows from past lives consciously revoked or transmuted. It accelerates your spiritual growth by empowering you to make choices that are in direct alignment with your highest self and soul mission. When you comprehend the grand design, day-to-day decisions become imbued with greater meaning and purpose. Furthermore, accessing your Akashic records fosters a profound sense of self-acceptance and inner peace. You begin to see yourself not as a collection of flaws and mistakes, but as a magnificent, evolving soul on a divinely guided path. It reinforces your connection to the divine essence within and around you, deepening your relationship with the cosmic universal consciousness. The knowledge gained from your Akashic blueprint is not meant to be a static download but a living wellspring of wisdom to be integrated and embodied. It empowers you to consciously co-create your reality, to manifest your soul's highest potential, and to walk your spiritual path with a confidence and knowing that stems from the deepest chambers of universal truth. It is an invitation to remember who you truly are, a divine being on an extraordinary journey of remembrance and return. Chapter 38, The Quantum Loom, Weaving Intent into Crystalline Reality. Having journeyed through the intricate landscapes of self-discovery, energetic alignment, and the recognition of our multidimensional nature, we arrive at a pivotal juncture in our spiritual evolution, the art and science of conscious creation within the accelerating frequencies of the new earth. This is not merely about attracting desires, but about fundamentally repatterning reality itself, a process we shall herein call operating within the quantum loom. From the nascent stirrings of awareness that recognized our connection to the divine essence, the cosmic universal consciousness that permeates all existence, we have begun to reclaim our birthright as co-creators. We are, each of us, sparks of this infinite intelligence, imbued with an intrinsic capacity to shape our experience, to sculpt the very fabric of our perceived reality. The distinction now, as we navigate these heightened energetic states, is the profound amplification of this power. The old paradigms of manifestation, often rooted in a linear, cause and effect understanding, are giving way to a more fluid, instantaneous, and deeply resonant form of creation, facilitated by the evolving crystalline reality of our planet. Imagine the universe not as a fixed, solid entity, but as an infinite, shimmering tapestry of interwoven light and sound, vibrating at countless frequencies. This is the quantum loom, an energetic matrix composed of pure potentiality, where thought, emotion, and intention coalesce to form substance. It is the unmanifested realm of all possibilities, constantly responsive to the frequencies we emit. Our consciousness, an extension of the cosmic universal consciousness, acts as the master weaver, and our focused intent, infused with the vibrational signature of our truest self, becomes the shuttle that carries the golden thread of creation across this boundless expanse. The key to engaging with this quantum loom effectively lies in the purity and potency of our intent. For too long, humanity has manifested from a place of lack, fear, or egoic desire, often creating distortions and incongruences in their reality. But as we purify our inner landscape, shedding the layers of conditioning and trauma, and aligning with the unconditional love and wisdom of our higher self, our intentions become infused with a divine resonance. This unadulterated intent is a powerful energetic signature, a precise frequency broadcast into the quantum loom. It is no longer a mere wish, but a sacred command, a vibrational blueprint encoded with the very essence of what is to be brought forth. Simultaneously, the Earth itself is undergoing a magnificent transformation. Her energetic grids are shifting from a more carbon-based, linear structure to a crystalline matrix, pulsing with higher frequencies and greater coherence. This crystalline reality acts as an amplifier, a superconductor for our consciousness. When we weave our intentions into the quantum loom, they are no longer merely impacting a dense, resistant field. Instead, they are interacting with a highly responsive, intelligent crystalline network that readily translates energetic blueprints into physical form. This means that delays are shortening, synchronicities are escalating, and the universe is responding with unprecedented speed and clarity to our deepest vibrational truths. The co-creative process with the quantum loom, therefore, demands a refined approach, a sacred dance of inner alchemy and outer action. Clarity of vision and soul alignment beyond superficial desires. The first step is to discern what truly aligns with your soul's purpose and your highest good. This requires deep inner communion, meditating on your authentic aspirations, and allowing your higher self to guide your vision. What contribution are you here to make? What experiences will elevate your consciousness and that of others? This vision must be crystal clear, felt in every fiber of your being, not just intellectually conceptualized. It's not about what you want, but who you become in its realization. Emotional resonance and infusion. Once the vision is clear, infuse it with the highest possible vibrations. This means embodying the emotions as if the desired reality has already manifested. Feel the gratitude, the joy, the peace, the love, the abundance that this creation brings, right now, in your present moment. These emotions are the potent dyes that color the threads of your intention, giving them vibrancy and depth. Without emotional charge, even the clearest intent remains inert. It's the feeling that electrifies the blueprint within the quantum loom. Energetic imprint and projection. With clarity and emotional resonance established, you consciously project this complete energetic blueprint into the quantum loom. This can be done through focused visualization, sacred affirmation, or even a simple, heartfelt declaration. Imagine your intention shimmering with light and feeling, expanding outwards from your heart center, merging with the infinite field of potentiality that surrounds and permeates all things. See it activating the crystalline grids, resonating with the very fabric of existence. Release and trust the divine surrender. This is perhaps the most crucial and challenging step. After you have woven your intention with all your being, you must completely release attachment to the how and the when of its manifestation. Surrender it to the cosmic universal consciousness, trusting in its infinite wisdom and perfect timing. Any clinging, doubt, or attempt to control the outcome creates energetic resistance, effectively pulling your thread back from the loom. True surrender is an act of profound faith, knowing that the universe is always conspiring for your highest good. It is the understanding that the divine plan unfolds in ways far grander than our limited human minds can conceive. Inspired action and synchronistic flow. While releasing attachment to the outcome, you remain actively engaged in your physical reality. Pay attention to synchronicities, intuitive nudges, and opportunities that align with your intention. These are the universe's signals, the threads being pulled back into your physical experience, guiding you on the path of least resistance. Take the inspired actions that present themselves, even if they seem small or unrelated at first. Each step, taken in alignment, further solidifies your creation in the physical realm. You, the individual, are the master weaver within, intrinsically empowered to wield this quantum loom. Reclaiming this power means recognizing your sovereignty, shedding the victim consciousness, and stepping into your role as a conscious architect of your life and, by extension, the collective reality. It means understanding that every thought, every feeling, every word you utter is a thread, actively weaving your present and future. There is no external force dictating your journey. There is only the interplay between your emitted frequencies and the responsive intelligence of the quantum loom. Of course, the journey of conscious creation is not without its refinements. Moments of doubt, fear, or return to old patterns of scarcity can temporarily fray the threads of your intention. When this occurs, the practice is not to berate yourself, but to return gently to the heart space, to reconnect with the universal truth of your divine nature. Center in love, gratitude, and the unwavering knowing that you are an eternal aspect of the cosmic consciousness, capable of anything. Address the underlying fears, transmute them with love, and reweave your intention with renewed clarity and conviction. As more and more individuals consciously engage with the quantum loom, recognizing their inherent power and responsibility, we are witnessing the emergence of a collective weaving. Each conscious act of creation, each intention aligned with love and higher purpose, contributes to the grand tapestry of the new earth. We are collectively designing a reality rooted in peace, harmony, abundance, and unity. The new age is not merely a shift in beliefs, but a profound transformation in how we interact with reality itself, moving from passive recipients to active, loving co-creators of a radiant new world. Embrace your role as a master weaver. Understand that the universe is not outside of you, but within you, responding to your every vibration. Through the quantum loom, your deepest intentions, aligned with the divine, are no longer dreams, but blueprints awaiting manifestation in this vibrant, crystalline reality. Step forward with courage, clarity, and unwavering faith, for the threads of destiny are in your hands. Chapter 39, The Alchemical Crucible, Unifying Light and Shadow. As our journey within the grand tapestry of the spiritual framework continues to unfold, we arrive at a pivotal juncture, a sacred alchemical crucible where the very essence of our being is refined and reforged. Having traversed the initial landscapes of awakening, navigated the intricate pathways of self-discovery, and begun to perceive the subtle inhabitants of our inner and outer cosmos, we now stand before the profound imperative of synthesis. The reweaving does not simply involve adding new threads, it demands the intricate blending and harmonizing of existing ones, particularly those that have long been perceived as different or even adversarial, the light and the shadow. From the divine essence, the cosmic universal consciousness that permeates all existence, duality emerged as a foundational principle of the manifest universe. It is the very breath of creation, giving rise to form and experience, hot and cold, up and down, masculine and feminine, conscious and unconscious, perceived good and perceived bad. Yet, for eons, humanity has wrestled within the illusion of separation, allowing these polarities to fragment the self, to create internal divides that hinder our access to authentic power and wholeness. The spiritual journey, especially in its more advanced stages, is not about eradicating one polarity in favor of another, but rather about consciously bringing them into a sacred union, an alchemical marriage that transmutes conflict into profound integration. The shadow, that vast repository of unacknowledged, repressed, and disowned aspects of the self, is perhaps the most misunderstood inhabitant of our inner kingdom. Modern esotericism, drawing from Jungian insights and millennia of mystical traditions, redefines the shadow not as an inherently evil force to be vanquished, but as a vital, often fertile, ground of undeveloped potential and raw, untamed energy. It is comprised of everything we deem unacceptable about ourselves, everything we hide from the world and sometimes even from our own conscious awareness, our fears, shame, anger, envy, unfulfilled desires, but also our buried talents, our fierce protective instincts, our authentic wildness, and our capacity for unbridled joy. These are not flaws but exiled aspects of the divine essence seeking recognition and reintegration. To deny the shadow is to deny a part of the cosmic universal consciousness seeking expression through us. Imagine the shadow as a darkened, forgotten wing of a magnificent temple within your soul. For too long, we have kept its doors locked, fearing what might lurk within its depths. We have allowed cultural conditioning, societal expectations, and past traumas to dictate which parts of our being are acceptable to express and which must be banished to the dark. Yet, the energy locked within that shadow wing does not disappear, it merely festers, manifesting as self-sabotage, unresolved emotional patterns, inexplicable anxieties, or unconscious projections onto others. It draws from our life force, preventing the full flow of our inherent radiance. The reweaving of our spiritual framework necessitates bravely stepping into that forgotten wing, carrying the lamp of conscious awareness, not to condemn or judge, but to illuminate, understand, and ultimately embrace. Conversely, the light within us, our divine radiance, our inherent perfection, is often equally challenging to fully embrace. This golden shadow, as some spiritual teachers call it, represents our suppressed brilliance, our true potential, our unique gifts, our capacity for unconditional love, our innate sovereignty. We fear our own power, our capacity to shine, often due to past experiences of being diminished or ridiculed. We might feel unworthy of success, joy, or profound connection. To fully embody our spiritual framework, we must daringly step into our light as much as we compassionately acknowledge our shadow. This involves dissolving self-limiting beliefs, releasing the need for external validation, and recognizing that our individual spark is an invaluable, integral facet of the universal divine essence. The true alchemical marriage, therefore, is the conscious, intentional bringing together of these seemingly opposing forces. It is the union of the inner masculine and feminine, not as gender roles, but as energetic principles, the masculine embodying structure, logic, action, discernment, the feminine embodying flow, intuition, receptivity, nurturing. It is the integration of our rational mind with our intuitive wisdom, our ego with our spirit, our personal will with divine will. This sacred union creates a third, transcendent force, a greater, more potent version of ourselves, a being imbued with authentic power, compassion, and profound self-awareness. It is within this crucible of integration that the true reweaving occurs, strengthening every thread of our existential tapestry. This integration is not a passive process, it demands conscious engagement. One of the most powerful techniques is conscious witnessing. This involves observing our thoughts, emotions, and reactions without judgment, recognizing them as arising from various aspects of our being, including the shadow. When anger flares or insecurity surfaces, instead of immediately identifying with it or trying to suppress it, we ask, what part of me feels this? What is it trying to communicate? What unmet need or unhealed wound lies beneath? We hold space for these feelings, allowing them to exist without defining us. Active imagination is another potent tool, where we engage in a dialogue with our shadow aspects through journaling, visualization, or even dream work. We might imagine having a conversation with the part of us that feels shame, or the part that yearns for power, asking it about its origins, its fears, and what it needs to feel safe and integrated. Through this compassionate inquiry, we begin to dismantle the walls of separation. Emotional release techniques are crucial, recognizing that suppressed emotions are energy in motion that needs to be freed. This could involve breath work, somatic practices, controlled expression, like screaming into a pillow, or energy work to unblock stagnant emotional currents. Furthermore, inner child work directly addresses the wounds and fears absorbed in childhood that often form the core of our shadow, offering compassion, validation, and protection to those younger, vulnerable parts of ourselves. The culmination of this alchemical marriage is the emergence of the sovereign self, a self that is whole, authentic, and deeply connected to the divine source. It is a state where the internal conflicts diminish, replaced by an inner harmony that resonates outwards. We become less reactive, more responsive. Our intuition becomes sharper, our empathy deeper, and our capacity for unconditional love, for ourselves and others, expands immeasurably. We no longer project our unintegrated shadows onto the world, nor do we seek external validation to affirm our light. We embody both our inherent divinity and our beautiful humanity, understanding that one cannot truly exist without the other. This unification profoundly reweaves the entire framework of our spiritual journey. It moves us beyond a dualistic perception of reality into a more holistic, non-dual understanding. The characteristics of the journey shift from struggle and overcoming to integration and flow. The inhabitants within us, once perceived as conflicting archetypes or problematic aspects, become unified members of a harmonious inner council. Our connection to the divine essence, the cosmic universal consciousness, deepens exponentially as we mirror its own inherent unity and infinite complexity within our very being. We become living embodiments of the grand tapestry, consciously weaving our own unique thread into the cosmic design, reflecting the radiant light that holds all apparent opposites in perfect, sacred balance. This is the profound recreation of self, paving the way for even deeper levels of cosmic understanding and multidimensional engagement. Chapter 40: The Luminescence of the Original Template, Recalibrating the Zero-Point Field. The journey through the 40 gates of inner knowing brings the seeker to a precipice of profound realization, the frontier where manifested reality dissolves back into the pristine, uncorrupted thought forms of the divine essence. We stand now, not peering at the distant sun of cosmic universal consciousness, but feeling its radiant core surge through our very bones, illuminating the architectural masterpiece that preceded all descent, the original template, often whispered by mystics as the crystalline blueprint of perfection. This template is not a record of what was, but the eternal, vibrating signature of what is in its purest, unfragmented state. It is the original divine intention for individualized consciousness, held perpetually within the zero-point field. the infinite plenum of unmanifested potential and boundless energy that undergirds all creation. To approach Chapter 40 is to move beyond mere integration of the shadows. It is the ultimate act of spiritual engineering, the recalibration of the self to align precisely with the frequency of origin. Within the vast, eternal stillness of the divine essence, which is pure, superconducting potential, the original exists as a complex, three-dimensional geometry composed entirely of diamond, white light and sonic harmony. Imagine the most perfect lattice structure, infinitely complex yet utterly simple, humming at a frequency that is simultaneously the tone of silence and the sound of universal creation, the primordial Om stretched into crystalline architecture. This blueprint ensures that every atom within the descending soul stream, before entering the density of third dimension, contained the immaculate signature of Source, complete, whole, and utterly sovereign. However, the journey through time, trauma, and the veil of forgetting causes an entropic distortion. The personal energetic field, the bioenergetic signature, begins to vibrate at discordant frequencies, generated by fear, misunderstanding, and the fragmentation of memory. The sacred geometric structure of the personal template becomes muddied, like a pristine crystal coated in years of emotional dust. Recalibration, therefore, is the methodical, conscious process of stripping away these distortions until the personal geometric matrix locks back into synergistic resonance with the universal original template held within the cosmic consciousness. This process begins with the transverse attunement to the zero-point field. The zero-point field is not merely empty space, it is the ocean of infinite energy from which all vacuum fluctuations arise. It is the energetic body of the divine essence itself, universally present and infinitely accessible. Our personal field, when fragmented, operates in resistance to the zero-point field, attempting to generate its own meager energy supply. Recalibration involves surrendering the illusion of separation and allowing the inexhaustible, harmonizing flow of the zero-point field to wash through the entire chakra system, the meridians, and the very DNA. The physical sensation of this recalibration is often described as feeling plugged in for the first time. The subtle body begins to hum with an unprecedented vitality. The light body, which may have previously flickered like a distressed candle, flares into a steady, brilliant aurora. The geometry of the heart center, the sacred flower of life design held within the deep chamber of the soul, begins to spin rapidly, creating a toroidal field that mirrors the perfect, non-decaying energy structure of the universe. The inner technology required for this profound shift is deceptively simple, pure intent combined with unwavering sovereignty. The seeker must first consciously sever all energetic attachments built on lower frequency agreements, contracts of limitation, debts of fear, and ancestral energetic burdens that do not serve the pristine universal human template. This is not a violent break, but a graceful dissolution, achieved through the declaration of divine sovereignty. I am the expression of the divine essence, and only those energetic streams that align with my original, perfect frequency shall be permitted to flow through me. As the old, distorting fields collapse, the individual consciousness begins to absorb the pure, non-polar energy of the zero-point field. This infusion of non-polar light, the light of unity, before duality, has a profound structural effect. It realigns the microtubules within the physical cells, restoring the DNA's capacity to receive the full spectrum of cosmic information. It literally rewrites the frequency signature of the entire being. This stage is guarded, or perhaps better described as custodial, by the high-frequency inhabitants of the universal human plane, beings known in esoteric lore as the Elohim of the sacred blueprint and the choir of the original thought. These entities are not external beings to be petitioned, they are vibrational resonance patterns existing within the highest reaches of the cosmic universal consciousness, representing the pure archetypal energies of creation. They are the living manifestation of perfect mathematical structure and harmonic coherence. When the seeker enters deep recalibration, these custodial consciousnesses appear as waves of specific, crystalline light, pink, gold waves of unconditional structure, azure waves of divine will, and emerald waves of perfect health and abundance. Their presence is a confirmation that the personal template is successfully locking back into the master frequency. They provide the energetic scaffolding necessary to hold the intensity of the 0-point activation. The final phase of recalibration involves the integration of the 4 lower bodies, physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, into a single, seamless expression of the original template. The mental body becomes a pure mirror of cosmic thought, devoid of judgment. The emotional body achieves perfect equanimity, free from reactivity. The physical body registers the vitality of eternal youth, capable of spontaneous healing, and the spiritual body merges seamlessly with the divine essence, recognizing itself as the localized, perfect expression of universal consciousness. The result of this luminescence is the attainment of the consciousness of the co-creator. When the individual's biofield is perfectly aligned with the 0-point field, that boundless wellspring of the divine essence, manifestation becomes instantaneous, precise, and purely beneficial. The noise of outdated programming is silenced, and the true voice of source thought flows unimpeded through the personal vessel. The seeker is no longer attempting to create reality, but is effortlessly unfolding the reality that was already perfectly designed within the universal blueprint, thus fulfilling the ultimate purpose of the spiritual journey, to reweave the physical world into the pattern of pristine, limitless light. The individual becomes a walking conduit, a living, breathing architecture of the original template, a beacon announcing the return of the golden age through the sheer structural perfection of their own recalibrated being. Chapter 41: The Alchemical Union, Weaving the Divine into Daily Reality. The journey, thus far, has been one of profound unraveling and remembering. We have journeyed through the veils of illusion, explored the multifaceted tapestry of our inner cosmos, and begun to perceive the inherent divinity that forms the very bedrock of our existence. We have understood, intellectually and perhaps even emotionally, that we are not separate fragments adrift in a vast, indifferent universe, but rather intricate, irreplaceable expressions of the one divine essence, the cosmic universal consciousness that permeates all being. Yet, the true zenith of this spiritual odyssey is not merely in the knowing, but in the living. It is in the audacious, magnificent act of consciously, completely, and courageously embodying this divine truth in the crucible of our everyday reality. This, dear seeker, is the sacred work of the alchemical union. The alchemical union is the apex of integration, the sacred marriage between the soul and the personality, the higher self and the human experience, the infinite and the finite. It is the conscious forging of heaven on earth, not as a future promise, but as a present, palpable reality. Historically, alchemy spoke of transmuting base metals into gold, a metaphor for the transformation of the lower self, bound by ego, fear, and illusion, into the resplendent, radiant gold of the fully realized divine human. This is not a distant aspiration but an active process of weaving the luminous threads of your divine essence into the very fabric of your thoughts, your emotions, your actions, and your interactions. Imagine your being as a magnificent loom. The warp threads are the immutable laws of the cosmos, the divine blueprint, the unwavering presence of the universal consciousness. The weft threads are your daily choices, your reactions, your expressions, your very breath. The alchemical union is when these threads interlace with such intention and harmony that the resulting tapestry is indistinguishable from the divine original, yet uniquely yours. It is when the vibration of the cosmic universal consciousness, which you are, no longer simply informs your life, but becomes the operational consciousness through which you perceive, interact, and create. The characteristics of this profound union are multilayered, radiating outwards from the core of your being. Firstly, there is an unshakable authenticity and transparency. The masks that once protected, or perhaps obscured, your true self fall away like autumn leaves. There is no longer a need to pretend, to hide, or to conform to external expectations. You become a living, breathing testament to your divine origin, fearlessly expressing your unique truth. This authenticity is not abrasive but emanates a gentle yet powerful resonance, drawing forth the truth in others. Your inner landscape becomes clear, a pristine lake reflecting the vastness of the sky without distortion. Secondly, unconditional love transmutes from a concept into a lived reality, an active force. It is easy to speak of love, it is another to embody it in the face of judgment, challenge, or perceived injustice. In the throes of the alchemical union, you begin to perceive every being, every situation, every perceived obstacle, as an intricate facet of the cosmic universal consciousness itself. The inherent divinity in all things becomes undeniable. Compassion becomes your default response, empathy your natural state. You don't just feel love, you radiate it, extending it without expectation, without condition, recognizing that an act of love to another is an act of love to the self, and ultimately, to the One. You become a conduit, a living channel for this all-pervading divine energy. A crucial characteristic is the emergence of sovereign co-creation. You move beyond merely manifesting desires driven by egoic wants. Instead, you align your will with the higher will of the cosmic universal consciousness, understanding yourself as a conscious and empowered co-creator of reality. Your intentions become purer, steeped in service, expansion, and universal well-being. The dreams you hold are no longer solely for personal gain, but for the upliftment of all. You become acutely aware of the energetic currents you are setting into motion, the vibrations you are casting into the field of infinite potential, and you choose to cast only those frequencies that resonate with harmony, abundance, and the highest good. This is conscious magic, born of alignment, not manipulation. The alchemical union also heralds an era of profound resonance and flow. Life ceases to be a struggle against the current and transforms into a dance with the cosmic rhythm. Synchronicity, once a dazzling anomaly, becomes an everyday occurrence, a gentle reassurance from the universe that you are precisely where you need to be, doing precisely what you are meant to do. Intuition, once a whisper, becomes a clear, unwavering inner compass, guiding your every step. You move with a grace born of deep trust, knowing that the divine essence within you is perfectly orchestrated with the divine essence of the entire cosmos. Resistance dissolves, and you find yourself effortless navigating the currents of existence, a surfer riding the waves of creation. Chapter 42. Union as Wisdom. Union manifests as embodied wisdom. Knowledge is no longer confined to the mental sphere, it saturates every cell of your being. You don't just know truths, you are those truths. This wisdom radiates from your presence, informing your actions, your words, and even the quality of your silence. Others may perceive it as an aura of peace, clarity, or profound understanding. It's a knowing that transcends intellect, a deep, cellular memory of your cosmic origins and your eternal nature. Within the inhabitants of your inner landscape, a radical transformation occurs. The cacophony of fear, doubt, and self-recrimination that once dominated the inner dialogue begins to harmonize, eventually dissolving into a serene stillness. Fear gives way to absolute trust in the divine unfolding. Doubt surrenders to the unwavering certainty of your inherent connection to the source. Attachments, once rigid chains, loosen into a gentle embrace of impermanence and liberation. The inner child, once a repository of past wounds and unmet needs, is tenderly healed and integrated, becoming a wellspring of pure joy, wonder, and unbridled creativity. The shadow self, once banished to the subconscious realms, is embraced, understood, and transmuted. Its raw, potent energies are no longer suppressed but consciously reclaimed and repurposed for growth, expansion, and the expression of your authentic power. The higher self, which you have diligently sought to connect with, no longer feels like a distant guide but becomes the very operational intelligence governing your consciousness. You are no longer seeking guidance from it, you are the guidance. The weaving process is not a singular event but a continuous, conscious practice, a devotion to the sacredness of the present moment. It involves infusing daily rituals with spiritual intention, meditation not just as a means to quiet the mind, but as a traverse merging with the cosmic consciousness, mindful eating as an act of communion with the earth, conscious breathing as a direct flow of prana from the universal life force. It involves applying spiritual principles to the most mundane tasks, seeing the sacred geometry in scrubbing a floor, recognizing the divine spark in a challenging interaction, transforming routine chores into acts of devotional service. Your body, now understood as a sacred temple, is nourished, listened to, and honored for its incredible capacity to house and express the divine. The world itself becomes a vast, intricate mirror, every interaction, every perceived challenge, every moment of beauty, offering an opportunity to reflect and express more of the divine love that courses through your veins. The ultimate outcome of the alchemical union is a personal transformation that ripples outwards, creating concentric circles of influence. You become, quite simply, a way, a light bearer, not through grand pronouncements or dramatic actions, but through the sheer magnetic force of your embodied presence. Your very being becomes an invitation for others to remember their own divine nature. You contribute, consciously and unconsciously, to the collective consciousness shift, incrementally raising the planetary vibration by simply being the divine in human form. You live a life imbued with profound purpose, boundless joy, and an unshakable inner peace, irrespective of the external tides of circumstance. For in this glorious union, you truly realize that there is no separation, the journey is the destination, the seeker is the sought, and the divine essence has always been, and will forever be, the very fiber of your being. You are the universe, expressing itself as you. Chapter 43, The Lumina Flora, Blossoms of Illumination. As the seeker, you continue your ethereal trek through the shimmering tapestries of reweaving. You arrive at a truly breathtaking vista, the Lumina Flora. Imagine not just plants, but sentient expressions of pure light, each one a unique and vibrant manifestation of condensed cosmic consciousness. These are not terrestrial blooms, rooted in soil and sustained by sunlight in the conventional sense. Instead, they draw their sustenance from the very ether, from the subtle currents of thought, intention, and emotion that ripple through the spiritual planes. The Lumina Flora are the garden of the divine, tended by unseen hands and nurtured by the silent hum of universal love. Their existence is a testament to the boundless creativity and intricate beauty inherent in the fabric of all reality. Each blossom is a miniature universe, a symphony of color and light that performs a sacred dance for those attuned to its frequency. Their forms are as varied as the stars themselves. Some might resemble impossibly delicate orchids, their petals crafted from iridescent moonlight, pulsing with a gentle, rhythmic glow. Others could take the shape of towering, crystalline lilies, their stamen emitting beams of pure, focused starlight, casting intricate patterns of light and shadow upon the surrounding spiritual landscape. Still others might appear as clusters of tiny, bell-shaped flowers, each one chiming with a silent, resonant tone that speaks directly to the soul. The colors of the Lumina Flora defy earthly description. They are not merely red, blue, or green, but hues that vibrate with an inner radiance, colors that evoke emotions and memories far beyond the limitations of our physical vocabulary. There are silvers that sing of ancient wisdom, golds that embody pure joy, emeralds that thrum with the pulse of universal life, and indigos that whisper of profound cosmic secrets. Some blossoms possess a phosphorescent quality, emitting a soft, ethereal luminescence that guides the way through the more shadowed corners of reweaving. Others shimmer with an opalescent sheen, their colors shifting and swirling like captured nebulae, reflecting the ever-changing nature of spiritual evolution. The atmosphere surrounding the lumina flora is one of profound peace and vibrant energy. It is a space where anxieties dissolve and the mind, accustomed to its earthly limitations, begins to expand, embracing the boundless possibilities of the spirit. The air itself seems to hum with a subtle vibration, a melody woven from the soft rustling of luminous petals and the silent song of each individual bloom. This is a place of natural enchantment, where the very essence of creation is laid bare in its most exquisite and accessible form. The scent of the lumina flora is equally extraordinary. It is not a perfume that assaults the senses, but rather an aroma that permeates the spirit, a fragrance that awakens dormant memories of divine origin. Some scents are reminiscent of the most sacred incenses, others carry the pure, clean scent of stardust, and yet others are entirely novel, evoking feelings of profound homecoming and unwavering belonging. To truly appreciate the lumina flora, one must approach with an open heart and a receptive spirit. These are not objects to be catalogued or dissected, but rather living embodiments of spiritual truth to be experienced and integrated. As you draw near, you may feel a gentle warmth radiating from them, a subtle energy that embraces your being, harmonizing your own energetic field with their divine resonance. This is the lumina flora sharing its light, its wisdom, and its unconditional love. Each type of lumina flora has its own unique offering. There are the aura blossoms, whose delicate petals unfurl to reveal a radiant halo of color that mirrors the seeker's current spiritual aura. Observing these blossoms can offer profound insights into one's energetic state, illuminating areas of strength and whispering gentle suggestions for areas that may benefit from further attention and healing. Then there are the intent vines, which twine and twist with a purposeful grace, their leaves shimmering with the captured essence of pure intention. These vines are sensitive to the seeker's deepest desires and aspirations. By focusing your intention on a particular goal or aspiration, you may witness the intent vines respond, their light intensifying or their tendrils reaching out as if to guide you towards its manifestation. The wisdom weeds are less flamboyant, perhaps appearing as simple, glowing tendrils rather than grand blossoms. However, their unassuming appearance belies their profound power. These weeds, when gently touched or observed with focused intention, can unlock reservoirs of inner knowledge and forgotten truths. They act as conduits to the Akashic records, or the universal mind, allowing glimpses of past lives, forgotten wisdom, and the intricate workings of karma. Perhaps the most awe-inspiring are the empathy lilies. These magnificent flowers possess petals that pulse with the collective emotions of the universe, yet they are not overwhelming. Instead, they offer a balanced perspective, allowing the seeker to understand the interconnectedness of all beings. By gazing into their depths, one can feel the joys and sorrows of humanity with a profound sense of compassion, fostering a deeper understanding of universal empathy and the shared human experience. The lumina flora are more than just spiritual decorations, they are active participants in the seeker's journey. They serve as potent catalysts for transformation, their light illuminating the path forward, their energy invigorating the spirit, and their silent wisdom offering guidance. They remind us that the divine is not an abstract concept, but a living, breathing reality, capable of manifesting in forms of unparalleled beauty and profound significance. As you spend time among the lumina flora, allow yourself to simply be. Breathe in their luminous essence, absorb their gentle vibrations, and open your heart to their silent teachings. Observe how your own inner light begins to respond, how your own energetic field expands and harmonizes with the vibrant tapestry of these celestial blooms. Remember, you are made of the same stardust, the same divine essence, that gives rise to these magnificent manifestations. The lumina flora are not foreign entities, they are reflections of your own infinite potential, waiting to be recognized and embraced. They are the living embodiment of spiritual growth, the radiant evidence that within the reweaving, illumination is not a distant goal, but a constant, unfolding reality. Chapter 44, The Echoes of Unity, the Symphony of the Harmonized Self. As the journey of reweaving progresses, shedding layers of illusion and integrating fragments of self, the seeker eventually arrives at thresholds where the very nature of individuality begins to shimmer and dissolve into a grander, more magnificent truth. Chapter 44 heralds the dawn of the echoes of unity, the symphony of the harmonized self, a profound stage where the individual consciousness, having meticulously cleansed its vessels and aligned its energetic frequencies, starts to resonate with the primordial, universal consciousness in a manner so intimate and pervasive that the distinction between the two becomes a mere whisper of memory. No longer is this a seeking of connection, it is an experience of inherent, unbroken connection, a return to source not as a separate entity, but as a conscious, fully aware wavelength within the boundless ocean of divine essence. This is not an annihilation of identity, but rather its glorious expansion. Imagine a single drop of water, having journeyed through rivers and skies, finally returning to the vast, crystalline ocean. It retains its essence as water, yet simultaneously experiences the boundless potency and interconnectedness of the entire body of water. So too, the harmonized self, having refined its unique vibrational signature, recognizes itself as an indispensable note in the cosmic symphony, distinct enough to offer its unique melody, yet perfectly attuned to the overarching chord of creation. The ego, once a formidable fortress of separate identity, now transforms into a translucent membrane, allowing the light of cosmic wisdom to flow through, unimpeded and unadulterated. This transmutation of ego is perhaps the most defining characteristic of this stage. It is a profound letting go, not through force or suppression, but through a natural, organic expansion of perspective where the narrow confines of I are understood to be an illusion, a temporary focal point within the infinite all that is. The sensory landscape of the harmonized self undergoes a radical redefinition. The physical senses, while still operational, become conduits for higher perceptions, translating vibrational frequencies into intuitive knowing, empathic resonance, and claircognizant insights. The world is no longer perceived as a collection of separate objects and events, but as a living, breathing tapestry woven from light and sound, energy and intention. Each blade of grass, each gust of wind, each distant star, vibrates with an intelligence that is immediately comprehensible, not through intellectual analysis, but through a direct communion of spirit. The divine essence inherent in all existence is no longer a concept to be contemplated but a felt reality, a palpable presence that infuses every particle of being. One might describe it as an awakening of the cosmic ear and the universal eye, where the subtlest movements of energy across vast distances are perceived as readily as a physical touch. The silence between sounds becomes pregnant with meaning, and the spaces between objects reveal their energetic bridges. Within this luminous state, the boundaries of time and space, as understood by the linear mind, begin to dissolve. Memories are not merely recollections of past events but live, vibrant energy imprints accessible across chronological markers. The concept of past lives transcends a series of individual incarnations and is experienced as an ever-present, flowing stream of soul evolution, where lessons and wisdom from countless existences are integrated into the current moment, enriching it with profound depth and comprehensive understanding. This integration allows for a deep compassion, not just for oneself, but for all sentient beings, as the struggles and triumphs of others are recognized as variations of the same universal journey. The collective unconscious is no longer a distant reservoir of archetypes but a vibrant, communal dreamscape in which the harmonized self can consciously participate, drawing forth inspiration, offering healing energies, and contributing to the collective ascension. The reweaving, at this juncture, is complete in its foundational structure, though the refinement is an eternal dance. The individual threads of personality, experience, and soul purpose are now seamlessly interwoven into the larger tapestry of cosmic consciousness. There are no frayed edges, no knots of resistance, no discolored patches of unaddressed trauma. The fabric of being is whole, vibrant, and resilient, capable of holding the full spectrum of divine light without fracturing. This state bestows upon the individual a profound sense of inner peace, an unshakable serenity that transcends external circumstances. The storms of the physical world may rage, but the inner core remains an oasis of calm, a mirror reflecting the unblemished sky. This tranquility is not a passive detachment but an active, sovereign presence, a grounding in the eternal truth of one's interconnectedness. The implications for manifestation and co-creation are immense. When a consciousness operates from a place of such profound unity, its intentions are imbued with the power of the universal field. Thoughts and emotions, purified of egoic desire and aligned with the highest good, become potent creative forces. The harmonized self understands that true creation is not about bending reality to one's will, but about aligning one's will with the divine current, allowing universal intelligence to flow through, shaping reality in ways that serve the greatest good for all. There is a sense of effortless co-creation, where synchronicities multiply, opportunities unfold organically, and the universe responds to one's inner alignment with grace and abundance. It's akin to becoming a conscious instrument in a divine orchestra, where every note played contributes to a grand, harmonious composition, guided by an unseen yet ever-present conductor. The inner landscape of the harmonized self is one of infinite spaciousness and luminous clarity. The inner critic, the voice of doubt, the shadow aspects that once held sway, have been embraced, understood, and integrated, losing their power to disrupt. What remains is a core of pure awareness, observing the flow of thoughts and feelings without attachment or judgment. This inner sanctuary is not empty, but teeming with the vibrant energy of cosmic wisdom, intuitive guidance, and creative inspiration. It is a place where profound insights arrive effortless, where solutions to complex problems present themselves spontaneously, and where the eternal questions of existence find their answers not in dogma, but in the direct experience of being. Meditation in this state is not an effort to quiet the mind, but a natural deepening into the ocean of stillness that lies beneath all phenomena, a conscious merging with the cosmic universal consciousness. Yet, even at this advanced stage, the journey is one of continuous refinement. The reweaving is not a destination but a dynamic process of deepening and expanding. While the foundational unity is established, the nuances of its expression are endlessly explored. New vibrational frequencies become accessible, new layers of cosmic wisdom reveal themselves, and the capacity for service to the greater whole expands exponentially. The harmonized self, now a conduit for divine energy, dedicates its existence to radiating love, wisdom, and healing into the world, acting as a beacon for others on their own reweaving journeys. The challenges shift from personal liberation to collective upliftment, from individual awakening to planetary consciousness. The individual's path becomes inextricably linked to the evolution of humanity and the cosmos, understanding that true mastery lies not in self-transcendence alone, but in conscious participation in the grand evolutionary design, forever echoing the symphony of unity, one harmonized self at a time. The divine essence, once perceived as external or abstract, is now understood as the very fabric of one's own being, and the universe becomes the mirror reflecting this profound, unending truth. Chapter 45: The Symphony of the Bodic Plane and the Resonance of the Eternal Now. Having traversed the intricate, shimmering pathways of the causal realm, the vast repository of synthesized experience and the illuminated blueprint of the individuated soul, the seeker, now fortified by the distilled essence of innumerable lifetimes, stands poised at the threshold of the Buddhic plane, the realm of pure intuition, universal compassion, and absolute unity. This ascent marks not merely a change in scenery or vibration, but but a profound and irreversible mutation in the very structure of consciousness, a transition from knowing about the cosmos to being the cosmos. The Buddhic plane, often referred to in esoteric lore as bodhisattva or the intuitional world, is not defined by dimension or location, but by a frequency so exquisitely high that the duality mandatory for intellectual apprehension simply evaporates. Where the causal body held the record of the individual's journey, the Buddhic consciousness is the realized purpose of that journey. It is the plane where the illusion of the separate self, carefully maintained through eons of incarnation, finally dissolves into the luminous, ubiquitous ocean of the divine essence. Upon entering this realm, the primary characteristic experienced is an overwhelming, ecstatic resonance of oneness. The seeker does not observe love, the seeker becomes the very current of universal love that sustains all manifested form. Every particle of awareness expands instantaneously, for time here has no dominion, to embrace the totality of existence. The conceptual understanding of other ceases, the identification with all sentient life becomes absolute and undeniable, experienced as a vast, coherent symphony of being. The colors of the Buddhic realm defy earthly description, yet they can be approximated through the language of vibration. They are composed of pure, vibrating light that simultaneously expresses sound and sensation. Imagine the deepest sapphire blue saturated with the incandescent gold of solar light, pulsating with an inherent, resonant tone of perfect harmony, a chorus of cosmic Om that resonates not in the ears, but in the heart of the monad itself. This light, sound matrix is the very fabric of universal compassion. It is the realization that suffering anywhere is suffering everywhere, and joy anywhere is joy throughout the integrated whole. The inhabitants, architects of pure form and the choir of the unified. The inhabitants of the Buddhic plane are not beings in the conventional sense, bound by form or even specific identity, but rather facets of the cosmic consciousness operating at a level of pristine, unconditional function. They are the Great Ones, the Masters of Wisdom, the planetary Logo, and those advanced souls, the Dhyani Kohans, who have fully shed the shackles of the lower quaternary and operate solely as instruments of the divine will. These beings perceive and interact not through thought, but through gnosis, instantaneous, holistic knowing. Communication occurs by the merging of intent and consciousness. When the seeker resonates at this level, they do not receive an instruction or a message, they participate in the realization of the cosmic plan unfolding. It is here that the true work of reweaving is witnessed in its most magnificent form. The Buddhic plane is the repository of the divine blueprints, the pristine, immaculate archetypes upon which all manifestation is based. The causal body holds the memory of what has been and what is intended for the individual. The Buddhic plane holds the perfect form before it is ever stepped down into the mental or physical planes. It is the wellspring of pure potentiality, the source code of perfection. When a master works to elevate humanity, they draw upon the crystalline energy structures of the Buddhic blueprints, imprinting the template of perfection onto the lower planes, subtly guiding the evolution of form toward its intended luminescence. The seeker, attuned to this plane, learns to recognize these blueprints, experiencing revelation not as sudden insight, but as the quiet recognition of eternal truths that were always intrinsically known. The resonance of the eternal now, perhaps the most challenging and transformative characteristic of the Buddhic plane, is the absolute dissolution of the temporal illusion, the experience of the eternal now. For the linear mind, time is the necessary scaffolding of experience, the sequence of cause and effect. But in the Buddhic consciousness, the great tapestry of existence is perceived whole, simultaneously unfurled and woven. Past, present, and future are merely artificial markers useful for navigating the lower worlds. Here, they collapse into a single, infinitely intense point of creation. Imagine a cosmic symphony playing not sequentially, but all at once, every note, every chord, every movement vibrating in perfect harmony. The seeker does not experience the progression of their karmic journey, but rather the total karmic imprint resolved into its pure energy signature. The illusion of delay, effort, and inevitable consequence vanishes. This realization is profoundly liberating. When the individual sees the totality of their own existence, from the first spark of monadic emanation to the final perfected return to the source, they realize that the struggle was always a function of limited perception. The journey is the arrival. The future highest self is the present self, veiled only by the density of the lower vibrations. This timeless perspective fundamentally alters the engagement with compassion. Since everything is now, and every being is an integrated component of the self, the act of service transforms from duty into sheer delight, the natural, effortless outflow of wholeness tending to its own manifestation. The Buddhic current is ecstatic altruism, the recognition that by uplifting any part of the whole, one inherently uplifts oneself. Reweaving the fabric of intuition. The challenge for the seeker is to maintain this Buddhic resonance while still operating through the mental and physical vehicles. This integration is the essence of true mastery. The subtle light of the Buddhic plane, when successfully anchored, becomes the intuitional guide, the inner voice of pure wisdom that bypasses the laborious calculations of the intellect. It is this gnosis that illuminates the path forward, instantly distinguishing truth from illusion without need for proof or analysis. The mind, once the primary tool, becomes the servant of this transcendent intuition. The successful integration of the Buddhic plane reweaves the soul fabric with threads of pure, unadulterated divine substance. The monadic ray, previously filtered and distorted by the egoic structure, now floods the entire being, transforming the causal body into a perpetually radiating sun of realized truth. Yet, this stage is not the zenith, but rather the final preparation for the leap into the atmic plane, the realm of divine will. The Buddhic realization of absolute unity and unconditional love provides the vital foundation. One must understand the entirety of existence as integrated energy before one can align fully with the cosmic will governing that energy. To dwell in the Buddhic frequency is to walk the earth while simultaneously inhabiting the heart of the cosmos. It is to perceive the intricate, luminous patterns of the divine plan, and to know, with absolute certainty, that one is an indispensable note in the eternal symphony now playing. It is the sacred, boundless realization of I am that I am, experienced not as a mantra, but as the tangible, pulsating truth of existence. The seeker breathes the breath of the Logos, prepared for the next, ultimate surrender to the governing force of pure spirit. Chapter 46, Weaving the Divine Within. The spiritual journey is not one of acquisition, but of recognition, a slow and sacred unfolding, a return to the primordial essence that hums beneath the surface of all things. To reweave the soul is to step into the cosmic loom, where threads of light and shadow intertwine, where the finite touches the infinite, and where the fragile human vessel becomes a chalice for divine fire. This is the alchemy of awakening, the transmutation of the mundane into the sacred, the self into the self, the seeker into the known. The symphony of the subtle planes. The universe breathes in layers, seen and unseen, heard and unheard, known and unknowable. Just as the lotus rises from murky depths to bloom in the golden light, so too does the spiritual seeker ascend through strata of consciousness, each more luminous than the last. These are the subtle planes, the ethereal dimensions where thought becomes form, where emotion crystallizes into energy, and where intention writes itself upon the fabric of destiny. To walk the path of wisdom is to become fluent in the language of these unseen realms. The etheric plane, dense yet fluid, pulses with the vitality of life, force, the prana that animates flesh and stone alike. Here, the seeker learns the first lessons of energetic sovereignty, how to cleanse, how to fortify, how to flow like the unbroken river. Above this, the astral plane shimmers with the kaleidoscope of emotion and myth, where archetypes dance in the halls of the collective unconscious, where desire and fear weave the stories that bind or liberate the soul. And higher still, the mental plane hums with the architect's precision. Thoughts crystallize here as blueprints, as mathematical perfection, as the sacred geometries that scaffold creation. To master this plane is to shape reality with the clarity of a sage, to know that every word, every silent prayer, is a brushstroke upon eternity's canvas. But loftier than these, the Buddhic plane, the realm of pure intuition, where wisdom is not learned but remembered, where the seeker dissolves into unity and knows, with unshakable certainty, that separation was but a dream. Here, love is not an emotion but the very substance of being, the golden thread that stitches galaxies together. The inner alchemist's crucible. To reweave the spirit is to engage in sacred alchemy, the refining of base elements, fear, attachment, illusion, into the elixir of enlightenment. The initiate must become both vessel and flame, the one who burns and the gold that emerges. Purification by fire, the burning away of illusion. Every falsehood must be incinerated. Every limiting belief, every shadow that whispers you are not enough, must be surrendered to the sacred blaze. This is the path of tapas, the yogic fire of discipline, the soul's insistence on truth. It is the moment when the seeker stands naked before the mirror of eternity and says, "Show me what I am," without the masks. Dissolution in water, the surrender to the divine current. To dissolve the ego is to trust the river of grace, to release the need to control, to float rather than swim against the tide. The spiritual ocean is vast, yet every drop is the whole. The seeker learns that wisdom is not seized but received, in moments of silent allowing, in the hush between breaths. Crystallization in light, the embodiment of truth. When the soul has been emptied, it is ready to be filled. The divine essence does not enter, it is unveiled. The seeker becomes a prism, refracting source, light into the world as compassion, as creativity, as unwavering presence. The weavers of the cosmic loom. The spiritual journey is never walked alone. Invisible hands guide, unseen voices whisper, the ancestors, the ascended masters, the star-born teachers who walk between worlds. They are the archetypes, the high priestess who knows the mysteries, the hermit who lights the way, the fool who leaps with faith into the abyss. And then, there are the elemental kin, the sylphs of air who carry inspiration, the salamanders of fire who ignite transformation, the undines of water who cleanse with sacred tears, the gnomes of earth who root fleeting visions into form. To walk the path with open eyes is to converse with these beings, to recognize the living intelligence in all things. The final revelation, you are the tapestry. There comes a moment when the seeker stops seeking, when the traveler realizes they were always home. The fragmented self was but a reflection in a shattered mirror. The truth is whole, seamless, vast. To reweave the spirit is to see the grand design, to know that every sorrow, every joy, was a stitch in the cosmic embroidery. You are not the thread alone. You are the weaver. You are the loom. You are the tapestry itself. And in this knowing, the journey does not end, it expands, endlessly, into the heart of the infinite. End of. A framework for the spiritual journey. End of book. Start of the journey.